6751-03:46:34, 600, 03:46:38, 866. This female warrior declared that she had fallen in love with Davis and truly wanted to be with him. But the woman dismissed it as mere pretense, claiming he had never truly seen her angry. This soldier to the core, unaware her troops called her the devil, possessed outstanding abilities, and had always achieved top marks at the military academy. Among her comrades, she was the first woman to receive a medal and the first common soldier to earn such an honor. The man in uniform remarked that if she didn't temper her disposition, no one would dare ask her out. Yuna, however, remained indifferent, finding romance and marriage utterly unappealing. Suddenly, the captain received a notification. The village harboring the rebels had reportedly been destroyed in a counter-operation by the United States, accompanied by the roar of a massive explosion. The Special Forces position was compromised, so the soldier ordered them to hold their ground as their unit came under heavy fire. The girl awoke, realizing she wasn't dead. Primarily, she felt no pain anywhere in her body. She disliked the ornate, princess-like clothes she was wearing. A maid entered the room, and the woman reacted instantly, twisting the maid's arm, shoving her against the wall, and beginning an interrogation, demanding to know who she was and warning she had only 3 seconds to answer before her neck would be snapped. The stranger couldn't understand what the woman was saying. Addressing her by the new name, Rosalie, the maid pleaded that the mistress was about to break her arm, that she couldn't breathe, and begged to be released. The soldier abruptly noticed her voice wasn't her own, and the training scars on her hands were gone. The woman screamed for a mirror, and the terrified, trembling girl pointed towards the needed object within the room. Rosalie was the name of a character in a book written by Yuna's friend. At the time, Yuna, having read it, had found the protagonist's friend rather pathetic, and the book itself, a fantasy romance novel, wasn't to her personal taste. Rosalie was the most pitiful and repressed character in the novel. Her friend had argued that the point of the main character's love story was helping friends like her, but the process seemed far too agonizing. The heroine was exaggeratedly kind and sweet, while the male lead acted like a madman, neither of which suited the soldier's preferences. It took the blonde woman just over 4 days to recognize and accept her situation, but even so, the entire predicament seemed less than ideal for the current Yuna. The girl found herself within the novel her friend had written, and according to the plot, the character she inhabited, Rosalie, would soon lose both her power and property. 5 years prior to the present day, the heroine had lost her biological father, forcing her to live with her stepmother, named Bella. As the sole heir, Rosalie inherited the duchy, but because she was exceedingly timid and lacked capability, her stepmother became the most powerful figure in the duchy, reducing Rosalie to a mere puppet. Due to the stepmother's excessive extravagance and wastefulness, the duchy rapidly declined. Later, she colluded with a marquis, instigating a territorial war. Taking advantage of the chaos, she absconded with all the wealth. Thanks to the main characters, the war was eventually won, but Rosalie was left a common noble with nothing but an empty estate. The woman pondered whether to alter the girl's fate or let the romance unfold as planned, but watching inevitable ruin approach was simply too painful. She immediately realized she could never stand idly by. So first, she needed to systematically organize everything that was about to happen. If she were to interfere as little as possible with the existing characters, there were many rules to follow to prepare for the territorial war within 4 months. Furthermore, the Duchess must acquire military strength. The young lady summoned her maid, informing her of her intention to leave and instructing her to prepare everything. The maid apologized for her previous impudence, asking if this was truly Miss Rosalie. Yet, she wondered if this was the character who had stayed by Rosalie's side, protecting her until the novel's end. She surmised the maid was simply surprised by the change in her demeanor. The girl told Emma that after her father's death, she had failed to display the dignity befitting the head of the family. The young lady decided it was time to change everything, now that she held the title of Duchess. The girl asked where the formidable lady was heading, but the Duchess commanded her to address her by her title, to which she affirmed she would be more careful from that moment on. The maid inquired why her mistress had come to the first training ground. The blonde woman, seeing the commander of the Duchy of Ron beside her, mentioned feeling slightly unwell. But Rosalie had come to see Sir Ron, for he did not fear Bella. Why fear a snake that could only hiss? Now, the man began to speak of how Bella's blonde servants feigned remorse, but in truth, they were there to spy on them. The commander believed that, regardless, the girl wouldn't dare meet his eyes again and would run off blushing. But the yellow-eyed woman replied that, considering her usual behavior, she found that reaction entirely natural. Surprisingly, the young lady did not remain silent, merely asking if his loyalty to the family remained steadfast or if it had wavered. He exclaimed that the answer should be obvious. His family had served the Duchess for generations. For days passed, and the servants of the ducal household grew irritated by the Duchess visiting their training grounds daily. At this point, he looked at the girl with admiration, wondering if the young lady had learned anything from observing them. To this, the blonde stated their training was terrible, but he retorted that it was useless to spout things she'd read in some novel. The man noted this woman possessed more vigor than a trained knight. The girl realized that in her current form, she couldn't kill or even defeat anyone. The young lady extended her hand, proposing to restore support for the knights. But the soldier understood Bella wouldn't just stand by and watch, though the young lady would handle that issue as well. The girl added she would cover all the expenses. The first thing Rosalie did was decide to dismiss the butler Bella had brought in. The maid shrieked that there would be trouble if Lady Bella found out, but she, Bella, was not the Duchess here. Summoning the former butler, Doran, before her, the woman stated she would interpret his presence as an intention to serve the Duchess once more. After his dismissal, Doran had been barely surviving on the fringes of the estate until Emma found him with her letter. The Duchess had changed. It was obvious if you looked at her actions. The blonde declared it was time for a complete overhaul and asked the butler if he was willing to serve the Duchess again. Of course, he was, as the old man knelt on one knee, requesting permission to serve the Duchess. According to the novel's plot, Rosalie shouldn't have been able to wear the ring of the family head, but she was different. And this was all because the girl wanted to change her fate in this wretched novel. Bella ordered her stepdaughter brought before her immediately. She stated that if anything arose, she needed to come to her office personally, which angered the woman. Was she truly trying to usurp the Duchess's authority? Moreover, she couldn't even look you properly in the eye. The stepmother stormed into the girl's office, slamming her hands on the desk, demanding if she had heard her. Incidentally, the red-haired woman was exactly as described in the novel, cunning as a fox. Calling it insolent, she said Rosalie's late mother, Riley, hadn't taught her such manners. Her mother had told her that if anyone laid a hand on her, she should strike first and twist their neck. In a military family spanning 3 generations, where everyone, including her parents, serve as professional soldiers, this woman was raised in the very heart of military life. Consequently, she came to value discipline and order above all else. If Yuna felt anything upon arriving here, it was that despite the differing culture and language, this place was no different from the military. It was in such a place that the blonde woman had become so disillusioned with the class-based society that it already filled her with deep loathing. Bella shrieked that, regardless, the girl had better stop trying to play the Duchess, warning that things would only worsen if she dismissed the butler too. But the girl simply asked if Bella knew who she was addressing. The stepmother waved her hand dismissively, questioning where Rosalie had picked up the ill manner of interrupting her, but her palm was immediately intercepted. Holding her hand proved difficult, however, making the girl decide she needed to start strength training. Tomorrow, the blonde stated calmly that she was the 7th Duchess of the Duchy of Judith, and the former Duchess must recognize her place before the current one. The lady called for her butler, ordering him to escort her dear mother back to her room. The commander of the knights burst into the room, asking if the Duchess had summoned him. But upon entering, he found Doran, who remarked that it had been a long time. The commander was overjoyed, confirming that the rumors of the old gentleman's return were indeed true. The Duchess demanded more direct action, pointing out the need to regain the lost support of the knights. To achieve this, they increased the knights' salaries, much to the commander's astonishment. Furthermore, the training would proceed methodically, even though they were following their own plan. As she had promised, the support of the knights returned, and she announced she would personally oversee the training in a week. Consequently, however, the commander requested a salary increase, understanding that the lady had changed, but training knights was no simple task. Besides, public opinion wasn't favorable, and her words might further provoke the populace. In the past, the knight training in their duchy was exceptional, but now everything had become laughably inadequate. The Duchess received a letter from her friend, the very girl, referring to friend Sonia, who was also the protagonist of the novel. The maid noted it had been a long time since they heard from Lady Sonia and inquired about her well-being. The blonde replied that they would have a guest in 2 weeks, and everything should be prepared for her arrival. According to the original story, around this time, Sonia would learn of Rosalie's mistreatment, the crown prince would intervene, and an affair would begin. This time, however, they wouldn't need to help her at all. The girl asked Emma about the progress of the matter she had entrusted to her last time. Emma replied that Butler Doran mentioned he would retrieve it the day after tomorrow. A week later, everyone was taken aback by the new attire the Duchess had chosen for training. The knights began to mock the girl, suggesting her dagger might be a toy, but she simply adjusted the brim of her hat and declared the training commenced. One of the men voiced his unwillingness to train under her, stating that regardless of her being the Duchess, he wouldn't follow someone ignorant of training discipline. When asked who this confident young man was, the commander identified him as Toronto, the most experienced among the knights. Hearing this, the lady commanded him to raise his sword immediately. The girl assumed a proper stance, closing her eyes to all the techniques employed by the purple-haired man. The blonde effortlessly defeated the knight, declaring that had this been a battlefield, his head would already be severed. In response, the man simply surrendered. The lady proclaimed Toronto was no knight for admitting defeat so readily. From this day forward, soldiers fight until death and never surrender. To this, everyone agreed fearfully. Today was the day Sonia Ammons was scheduled to arrive and enjoy some time with her friend. Sonia was just as Rosalie had imagined, but Darwin seemed colder than she anticipated, which was somewhat unsettling. The girl's friend suggested they hold a tea party tomorrow, as she adored tea, to which the blonde girl replied that the madam would have everything prepared. The princess expressed her anticipation, noting that the garden was in full bloom and thus worth visiting ahead of time. As Rosalie had the butler see her friend out, Darwin seemed to engage her in a staring contest. The man was surprised that the yellow-eyed lady no longer averted her gaze, but then again, she had no reason to hide her eyes. The blue-haired man took this to mean she hadn't done anything wrong thus far. Darwin was the crown prince of the empire, a sword master who wielded an aura, unlike Rosalie. But if it weren't for Sonia, he and the Duchess would never have spoken. However, if they resolved the territorial war and secured the mineral vein, there would be no issues in the future. This prompted the blonde girl to state she needed to return to the training grounds now, but His Highness followed her, saying he also wished to see the training grounds and requesting to accompany her. The blonde girl couldn't understand why the heir to the empire would be interested in training. In the original novel, Darwin, disappointed in the Rosalie who was destined to become a puppet, had left the duchy and followed Davis. The girl stated he shouldn't come to the training grounds, as his presence would make it difficult for the knights to concentrate. The prince declared he would observe later, as he didn't listen to anyone's requests. His Majesty was just as mad as described in the novel. The girl realized things were about to get much more interesting. From now on, during training, the officers treated the soldiers harshly, forcing them into push-ups immediately. Their training was far from over, which was why the men were calling the lady a demon in various ways. The Duchess realized her victory over Toronto had significantly aided her discipline. If he hadn't underestimated the girl and attacked her, which, by the way, would have resulted in her loss, things might have been different. The girl wondered why Darwin was interested in her. In the original story, he had never shown Rosalie any attention. As it turned out, the Duchess trained until morning, and the man also came to train, unaware the Duchess would be there. The Crown Prince trained his aura. The novel described it as the power used by sword masters. Seeing it in reality was truly amazing. The blonde girl grew intensely curious and asked for a demonstration of this thing called an aura. The man explained that an aura usually matched the color of its wielder's eyes. Upon touching it, the girl expected it to be hot, but just as the man had said, she felt nothing at all. His Highness remarked that this was the first time he had seen such an expression on her face. Since the Duchess couldn't look him directly in the eye, they had never locked gazes like this before. It was too incredible for the original Rosalie, as, in fact, the heroine detected a hint of sickness here. She took a few steps back, thanking the man for showing her how the aura worked. The purple-haired man began to explain that the knights had clearly been slacking off and needed their training intensity doubled, seeing as they were calling the Duchess the Demon Duchess. Sometimes a demonic appearance could be helpful, as it was usually demons, not angels, who whipped people. The knight declared the blonde girl's gaze was too direct to be demonic. Their demon couldn't possibly have eyes like that. If she wished to see his aura again, she just needed to let him know. The man turned, saying the girl could continue her training. He was leaving now. Apparently, in a novel, Darwin had never looked at Rosalie, so why was he suddenly showing interest? Caution was necessary. Finally, the protagonist, or rather, the Duchess's best friend, met the blonde girl at the table. She asked if the girl would attend the banquet. To this, the Duchess affirmed she would attend this time because, according to the plot, Bella and Marquis Wendell were scheduled to meet secretly at the banquet. In order to plan the beginning of the territorial war, she had to verify if everything would unfold as it did in the novel. But the green-eyed girl, Sonia, wondered why Lady Bella was nowhere to be seen. The blonde girl, Rosalie / the Duchess, replied that she had gone to the country villa for a short stay, but in reality, the lady thought to herself, the old viper named Bella was actually already dead. That woman, Bella, greeted His Highness the Crown Prince and began shouting that Rosalie hadn't even informed her of the Crown Prince's arrival, and by doing so, the girl, Rosalie, was trying to belittle her stepmother. But Rosalie couldn't understand why she had to tell this detestable woman, Bella. Yet she, Bella, started saying it was all because she was the Duchess of Judith. To this, the girl, Rosalie, declared that she was the Duchess of the Duchy of Judith. Startled by the fury in the other's eyes, the woman, Bella, asked what this meant. It meant that she, Rosalie, was the head of the family, and Bella had to abide by her decisions. Having made her declaration, the Duchess ordered Doran to escort her mother, Bella, back to her room. The butler looked sternly at the red-haired woman, Bella, and simply told the lady to follow him. Hearing such disrespect directed towards her, the woman, Bella, swung her hand towards the old butler, intending to strike him hard. But suddenly, the blonde girl, Rosalie, caught her hand, saying that if she didn't want to be dragged out by the knights in front of the guests, she had better stop, and it would be best to leave calmly, without hysterics or any other dramatic scenes. The gentleman, Crown Prince Darwin, calmly and thoughtfully explained that the Duchess was correct not to inform Bella of his visit. Her best friend, Sonia, approached the lady, Rosalie, asking with fear in her eyes if she was truly the Rosalie she knew. After all, the girl, Sonia, was utterly astonished that the Duchess had driven Bella away. She, Sonia, had indeed sensed a dramatic change in the Duchess's behavior, but this didn't mean she disliked Rosalie's transformation. She just felt that perhaps something terrible had happened to cause such a sudden change. But seeing all this, the lady, Sonia, was convinced she no longer needed to worry about her friend. The protagonist, Rosalie, thought to herself that she, Sonia, was about to cry because, after all, the main character, referring to Sonia, was just too adorable. The butler, Doran, mentioned they were selecting candidates for the position of the new chief administrator, but it wasn't necessary, as the protagonist, Rosalie, already had someone in mind. It was Bella's former confidant, Chief Administrator Neon, who wanted to tell him, Doran, something he couldn't comprehend. How dare Neon hide behind Bella, trembling in fear? They couldn't just dismiss him based on a unilateral decision, failing to understand how this could be acceptable. However, the financial aid to local residents, the amount of subsidies for farmers, the sponsorship for kindergartens, the money Bella and Neon had embezzled was already irrecoverable. Rosalie pointed out that this man, Neon, had no conscience despite his claims of having worked for the ducal family for 3 years, pouring his heart and soul into it. He also proclaimed that if the Duchess dismissed him, she herself would regret it, demanding she rescind the dismissal immediately, and everything would be fine. The girl, Rosalie, grew angry, even considering striking him directly. But this wasn't the army where problems could be solved this way. She would have to tolerate more than just the nobility. However, it was necessary to remind him just who ruled this duchy. Thus, the blonde girl, Rosalie, stated she had reviewed the list of crimes committed by this administrator, and even if she imposed sanctions on him on the spot, she would have nothing more to say. Seeing Ron, the girl, Rosalie, requested he ensure Neon left the duchy immediately. Ron looked at the man, Neon, and asked if he was the one they were talking about. The man, Ron, cracked his knuckles and volunteered to handle it himself. Mr. Ron had suffered considerably because of Administrator Neon, so he struck him immediately. Incidentally, the butler, Doran, had something to say regarding that man, Neon or Eredit. The lady, Rosalie, asked him to bring a man named Eredit to her, to which he, Doran, replied that everything would be taken care of. Eredith was the first commoner to graduate from the academy with top marks. According to the tales, he became the crown prince's aide and administrator, and Rosalie needed every ace she could gather. Sonia inquired whether the girl's father had also purchased the country villa for her, along with the dresses and jewels. Finally, Mr. Eredith arrived, and Rosalie permitted him entry. With his green hair, round-framed spectacles, and a suit the very same shade as his locks, such was the appearance of this brilliant commoner. Lady Sonia intended to depart, seeing as a new guest had arrived, but she was beckoned elsewhere. Rosalie invited her to make herself comfortable, so Sonia merely peeked through the crack in the door. The Duchess inquired if the gentleman was prepared to commence work starting tomorrow. Doran had already informed him of the working hours, though there might be considerable overtime within the first month or two. Eredith questioned if this was truly an interview, given that the lady had hired him without posing a single question. The situation was simply that they needed a qualified expert swiftly and had engaged him immediately. The green-haired man then asked if she had perhaps reconsidered. But that was not the case, although it was indeed peculiar that the blonde lady had selected him, a mere commoner, so readily. Or perhaps, he mused, she required a scapegoat to bear the blame for the ducal family's transgressions, a thought likely stemming from Eredith's own insecurities about his origins. Yet, Rosalie would never stoop to such cowardly acts as the new administrator might imply. As she had already stated, the lady chose this man because he met her criteria regardless of his own disbelief. Eredith was no coward, but rather a man concealing ambition. Thus, the blonde Duchess demanded he view matters with a clear head. He inquired if he should report for duty tomorrow, but she informed him a room had already been prepared for him within the residence. To this, the man expressed his gratitude for her consideration. Were the rumors of the Duchess's extreme timidity false then? In truth, she was remarkably decisive, treating him, a commoner, as a highly qualified specialist. From the outset, the Duchess presented herself as an experienced, seasoned employer. Lady Sonia approached the green-haired man, asking how his meeting with Rosalie had proceeded. She remarked that Rosalie had been a timid child, suggesting the conversation must have been difficult. If there was anything he couldn't confide in the Duchess, he could share it with Sonia. She would surely resolve any issues. Eredith had nothing to impart, and so the man decided to take his leave. The narrator surmised he had likely heard the rumors, written in novels and spread among common folk, that Sonia was the girlfriend of the crown prince himself. Despite her lofty status, Sonia's initial impression was less than favorable. Above all, Sonia seemed like someone prone to emotional outbursts and foolish errors. Darwin approached, asking what Her Grace, Duchess Rosalie, was doing here. He inquired if he might borrow a horse, as he intended to begin learning horsemanship, and invited the young lady to join him. The blonde replied that she couldn't ride, but regardless, he could take a horse, she would inform the servants. However, the man insisted the Duchess accompany him to the stables. Finding Darwin excessively bothersome, she nevertheless commanded him to follow her. After escorting the man to the stables, Rosalie instructed him to choose any horse he pleased. Wishing to depart from this place, she found rather unpleasant. She wished Darwin a pleasant ride, but he detained the blonde once more, asking if she wouldn't like to try riding. Having selected a mount, he remarked on the splendid weather and proposed that the lady sit upon the horse while he slowly guided it by the reins. The lady then realized her dress was quite unsuitable for riding. The blue-haired man offered to help her mount, placing his hands on her waist and lifting her onto the horse. Once she was seated, the man advised that she should initially steady herself slowly and grow accustomed to being mounted. He then swung himself up behind her, despite having previously stated he would lead the horse. But Darwin suggested she might enjoy it more if they rode a bit faster. Noticing the wind playing through her hair as they rode, the knight suggested she lean against him more comfortably. Eventually, they reached a field and truly began to gallop. The man was quite surprised that such a beautiful place existed within the duchy, but Rosalie confessed she knew nothing of it either. As she dismounted, the lady let out a sigh. Since ancient times, it was believed that the wind carried away all worries and troubles. He mused that perhaps those words were true after all. The blonde woman mentioned she didn't know what troubled the knight so, but she sincerely hoped everything would be resolved soon. Darwin remarked that the girl didn't seem particularly interested in his concerns, but the Duchess commented that while she couldn't solve them, she could offer comfort if he wished. Unlike the sycophants, she had no ulterior motives. The knight concluded that she almost seemed numb. Nevertheless, the girl drew the man in. Lady Sonia mentioned she couldn't find Darwin and Rosalie anywhere. A maid suggested they seemed to have gone riding, but eventually, the pair returned on horseback. The girl noted that nothing like this had ever happened before. The maid observed the mistress acting strangely and asked Rosalie if being a maid had become difficult after the sudden changes in the household. She always gave her good advice. She caught the girl, squeezed her shoulder, to which the maid replied that everything was fine. Sonia noted that such a drastic change in her personality must surely bring many difficulties. That was why this meeting with Darwin struck the lady as quite odd. The girl approached the pair and asked where they had been together for so long. The man explained they had merely taken a short ride back and forth. The friend pleaded with Rosalie to take her along next time, as she had been quite sad on her own. The Duchess apologized and suggested they have some tea, as she was thirsty. The lady asked her personal maid to serve them tea. The servant couldn't comprehend what had just transpired, as Sonia's behavior seemed somewhat strange. The blonde woman realized the ducal castle was indeed vast, but suddenly a peculiar voice cut in, asking if the lady was truly wearing sportswear. It was Bella, remarking how improper and ridiculous she looked for a child of noble blood. But the girl told her to mind her own business and walked past, to which Bella shouted that nothing would change if she acted that way. At this, the Duchess turned around and asked if the woman was afraid. The red-haired woman demanded clarification, and the lady repeated the question, was Bella truly afraid of her? For her threats resembled the actions of a cornered rat. The stepmother shrieked that she was merely trying to display her authority in front of the crown prince and Sonia. She declared what she would do to Rosalie once the guest departed. Before she could finish her sentence, someone suddenly inquired what the lady intended to do to the Duchess. She spun around to find Darwin standing before her, repeating the question once more. A third time, he stated that the question required an answer. The woman immediately began making excuses, claiming these were family matters. It would be interesting to see what important family matters Bella intended to handle after he and Sonia had left. A tremor ran through the lady, fear compelling her silence. But Rosalie also confirmed that everything was fine, as it was a family matter. The girl stepped a little closer to her stepmother, stating she really ought to be more careful. The blonde woman declared that once the guests left, she didn't even know what she would do with her. The man had intended to help, but no longer deemed it necessary, much like Rosalie. The Duchess asked Darwin why he had been looking for her, and he replied that Sonia wished to have tea with her. In that case, the blonde young lady would change her clothes and come to see the mistress immediately. The knight remarked it was a pity, as her training attire looked quite charming, but she was already aware of this, so she instructed that Sonia not be kept waiting long, as she would return shortly. That person actually thought Bella's words had upset her. To him, this situation seemed quite unusual. Rosalie saw the crown prince off, hoping they would meet again. The crown prince stated they would certainly see Rosalie again, but Sonia worried about her husband unexpectedly befriending Rosalie. He mentioned she turned out to be quite interesting, but the girl, Sonia, didn't think so. One could say her personality had changed, which didn't suit someone like Rosalie. What she used to fear most was running into Lady Bella, but now that seemed not to bother her at all. The village blacksmith noted they had an unusual crossbow design. The grip was wooden, but shaped like a gun's, and the size was quite portable. It was the first time he had seen such a crossbow. The girl, Rosalie, mentioned that if most of the weapon were made of wood, transportation would be easier and the weapon itself would be lighter than an iron one. But the drawback was the crossbow's reduced strength. However, they said the blacksmith knew a solution to this problem. Though difficult, it was possible with the help of magic. But she had never met a real magician. The man, the blacksmith, explained that the crossbow could be infused with special magic, and the bowstring could be made from ogre tendons. This way, the durability for shooting could be increased, and the weapon's weight, which was its advantage, would not become an issue. The Duchess, Rosalie, asked how to cast this special magic. He told her she could purchase a scroll with a magic stone circle, not forgetting the ogre tendons, though the price made her eyes widen. The lady, Rosalie, would prepare it, but first, she requested attention to one more detail. She added a magnifying glass to the drawing, its formal name being a scope, something to aid in aiming. She asked for it to be made. The merchant, the blacksmith, was confident he could manage it, even though it was the first time he had seen such a structure. But also, the girl, Rosalie, stated that what she intended to do with this item required his secrecy. Suddenly, the knight asked if the blonde young lady truly intended to create a sniper squad. More accurately, a rifle squad. There were several individuals lacking talent in swordsmanship, and the commander indicated they would receive strong support from these people. The actual commander asked who would teach them to shoot, and the Duchess, Rosalie, replied that she would do it herself. She produced a letter from Count Stas, which stated they would meet sooner than planned. He ran the largest trading company in the empire and had been Davis's best trading partner since Davis took over the mines. Finally, the maid brought refreshments to the Duchess, Rosalie. The blonde young lady, Rosalie, handed her a letter asking her to deliver it to Count Moranstar's. The maid mentioned she was over 30 and had been a maid since childhood, thus having met many people. She, Rosalie, asked her, the maid, to get to the point, but the servant was interrupted by the administrator, who said he thought they needed to resolve these matters quickly. The girl, the maid, said the Duchess seemed busy, so she would tell her everything later. But the blonde young lady, Rosalie, told Emma that if she needed help, she could confidently tell her. Emma was about to say something that could put her job at great risk if her mistress harbored ill intentions. What she wanted to say was that, besides Lady Sonia, other friends should be made, but this seemed too presumptuous of her. She, Emma, believed the current Duchess, Rosalie, could handle everything perfectly well on her own. The Duchess and her loyal administrator noticed shouting from outside the door, indicating someone was being prevented from going where they pleased within their own house. But Bella couldn't just barge in on Rosalie like this. Things wouldn't end well if the Duchess found out. Yet, the woman burst through the door anyway, screaming about why anyone dared to cut the funds allocated to her. After all, Rosalie had only recently warned that foolish woman, mentioning she'd heard the girl plan to attend a party tomorrow and would likely want to don her finest, most expensive attire. The Duchess retorted that the money Bella had spent last month could have bought 4 carriages, and the blonde added that if she wanted money, she should sell some of her unnecessary dresses and jewels. If Bella ever burst into her office so discourteously again, things would turn dire indeed. She wouldn't hesitate to sever every tendon in her stepmother's wrist. The lady picked up her dagger, drawing a light cut across the woman's hand, before the blonde summoned Bella's personal maid and ordered her taken away. As the maid rushed to her mistress, asking if she was all right, the administrator concluded that Rosalie wasn't called the devil for nothing. Even the rumors from here had reached far. It was all because she was extremely popular. If this was upsetting Bella, then perhaps it was time to consider driving her out. She didn't even have children. Maybe the lady should handle this, and thus remove her from the picture. But Rosalie boldly declared the time was not yet right. The man asked if the other wished to train together, to which he suggested heading to the square. The administrator mentioned there was also a training ground at the Capitol Mansion, where Martin, the butler, would await her. Eldred would manage everything in the duchy during the Duchess's absence, allowing her to travel without worry. That woman warned the Duchess might be blinded by the portal's magic, but this was something the lady had long wanted to witness. The maid and the loyal butler from the Capitol Mansion greeted Lady Rosalie. It turned out Darwin had been right. The Capitol Mansion was indeed beautiful. The blonde asked Emma to prepare comfortable and inconspicuous clothes for her, to which she replied everything would be arranged. The man suddenly asked if she was leaving without an escort. He was genuinely worried the Duchess might be in danger. The commander chuckled, telling him to stop. Whoever touched the Duchess would never live to clean up the mess. Better to cut them down with a dagger first. The girl carried a dagger with her and believed nothing would happen at noon in the imperial capital, so there was no reason to worry. Stepping outside, the lady noted how lively and pleasant it was, with children running about. Suddenly, the Duchess saw a boy being dragged by the hand, struggling and demanding to be let go. The girl concluded such people were everywhere and sharply pulled the boy away from the stranger. When the man quickly demanded to know who she was, the girl pressed her dagger against his throat, demanding he answer what he intended to do with the child. He yelled he was taking him to the base because children fetched a high price. The blonde told the little boy to step aside and call security, asking if he could manage it himself. Once the Duchess confirmed the child was clear, she commanded them to tell her what that base was and why they needed children, bringing the madman's lifeless, bloody body to said base. Instantly realizing she had killed their leader, the lady turned upon hearing a familiar voice asking what she was doing there. Addressing her as Duchess, she saw the bound prince and asked what he was doing there. He replied that he was just having some fun, but when His Highness showed up inside, he figured it was time to end the games because he, the crown prince of the empire, naturally knew how to resolve this. Drawing her dagger, the blonde signaled she would take the left and Davis would handle the right. The knight was astonished that they had managed to dispatch all those thugs together. He asked who they were, but that was of little consequence. The Duchess declared herself a noble whose identity they dared not inquire about, and that this man was her personal knight. They needed to find the others. Davis hesitated to reveal his identity, knowing it would only make the situation more awkward, yet they had to inform the others of their status. But suddenly, he noticed a figure lying by the door, a dagger embedded in his shoulder. The Duchess questioned their hesitation, and with a shout, they moved out. The blonde woman realized it was best to leave quickly, while the knight asked how she knew he didn't want to reveal his identity. But it was quite obvious. The man concluded that Rosalie must have an interest in dagger combat. She simply turned away, stating it was time for her to return. Her clothes were soiled, and seeing this, the prince offered the lady a handkerchief, suggesting she use it to clean herself, as he wished to accommodate her. Accepting the gesture, the blonde prepared to thank His Highness. Training resumed, with the Duchess herself calling out the Count. She possessed a certain prestige that made her a formidable presence among the ranks. The lady wondered if now was the time to truly exert herself. The knights were utterly exhausted, remarking that yesterday left no time to worry about the Duchess. Suddenly, a knight announced a visitor for Her Highness. The visitor was Crown Prince Davis. She asked what he was doing here. Had His Highness the Crown Prince not informed the young lady? He was quite certain he had. Since he had come to the mansion, the man requested Rosalie join him for some amusement, claiming he knew better than anyone how to find entertainment in the capital. He leaned close to the blonde's ear, whispering that if she disliked him, he wouldn't ask her for a walk again. Hearing this, the lady commanded her maid, Emma, to fetch her a cloak. The market fair had begun, and a merchant cried out that they could place bets, flip 2 identical pictures, and double their winnings. In truth, the boy thought people fools for not realizing the entire game was a scam. The prince approached his stall, finding it amusing. The swindler himself eyed his rather expensive-looking attire and invited him to play, explaining it was a simple game of finding matching pictures. But the Duchess herself realized participating might not be the best idea. The game offered high, medium, and low difficulty levels, but the prince chose high. After laying out all the cards, the blonde man spread his hands, inviting them to choose. At this, Davis extended a hand to Rosalie, proposing they play a game for a wish. The winner could wish for the other to stop bothering them, which was why the lady agreed. But the lady was clever, demanding they flip the cards themselves. When a man began to win, he was astonished, as it seemed utterly impossible. The blonde woman grew annoyed and stepped before the swindler, and demanded her money back. The Duchess took all the money, explaining she wasn't kind enough to pity a cheat. While playing other games, the lady consistently lost by the narrowest of margins. The man continued his taunts, his tone devoid of remorse. The prince mused that the Duchess certainly possessed a strong desire for victory. These thoughts even made him feel a twinge of sympathy for the girl. He concluded that he seemed to be smiling far too much lately. Looking at the bruises on her feet, she determined this body was far too weak. The blonde wondered if there was a place like a shoe store nearby. After apologizing, the prince swept the blonde into his arms and began carrying her as her legs were injured. The man placed the Duchess on a bench, asking her to wait just a moment. Finally, the dark-haired woman appeared with new shoes, and the blue-eyed girl asked what he had brought. The knight lifted the lady's foot, concluding it was terribly worn. How she had managed to walk, he didn't know. The lady insisted she would handle everything herself, but he simply requested she stay still. He asked the girl if this was the first time the crown prince had knelt before anyone other than his majesty, the emperor, as he knelt before her now. The yellow-eyed woman mused that he was far kinder than she had imagined. The blonde woman considered visiting the shoe store for a more comfortable pair. To her, comfort was paramount, hardly surprising for someone who had fought on battlefields in a previous life. And so, she invited the prince to the next stall, but he merely asked her to walk more slowly so it wouldn't hurt. The lady suggested going with Lady Sonia next time, but the man declined, finding it amusing enough just being with Rosalie. Sonia was indeed a good friend, but as a companion for fun, she was quite dull. Come to think of it, according to the novel's plot, Davis would develop more rational feelings for Sonia after some time. But the Duchess cared little for that. Territorial wars were far more important to her than love stories. Rumor had it that Duchess would be coming today as well, but the last time they spoke with her, she had fled immediately. She was far too shy. Fortunately, dear Lady Sonia had taken care of her. Moreover, he heard that thanks to Lady Sonia, she even had the honor of speaking with the Crown Prince. Incidentally, the Duchess and the Crown Prince were together yesterday. In the capital, everyone was surprised, as Lady Rosalie no longer seemed as timid as before. Bella was also here. She had yet to encounter Marquis Wendell. At last, His Highness the Crown Prince arrived. He approached Rosalie, remarking that her shoes from yesterday were lovely. But today's were quite nice as well. Sonia immediately rushed to her friend's side, declaring her displeasure, because he had gone straight to Rosalie instead of her. The prince reminded the girl of yesterday's promise. He commanded it be fulfilled now, ignoring the other girl. The Duchess asked him to wish for something other than a dance, but he simply agreed, stating he would ask her to dance next time. But in that case, she would have to leave, as she needed to meet someone. The man asked if the blonde woman was running off to meet her lover, but if that was all, she would take her leave. Just then, she suddenly spotted the Marquis. Finally, Bella and the Marquis met, and the tale of the territorial war began. Bianca Bright, the second daughter of Marquis Marcus, navigated through the holiday crowd, seeking Duchess Judith. The pink-haired girl noted Rosalie's closeness to His Highness the Crown Prince and was pleased to learn it, but she merely stated they weren't close at all. Suddenly, a glass of wine nearly fell directly onto the girl, but the Duchess prevented the accident. The blonde woman advised the lady to work on her strength training. She was the villainess from the novel, nursing an unrequited love for Davis. In the novel's plot, she hired men to abduct Sonia. Well, the Crown Prince would handle saving her. But finally, an interesting character appeared, Countess Myronstert. At last, the blonde woman found herself alone in a place devoid of people, quiet and pleasant. Bella and the Marquis must have already discussed their plans. There were about 8 individuals in the area, their faces seemingly covered with rags. As a disguise, the lady instantly struck one down, concluding they were rather weak besides their numbers. If only she had a dagger handy. Those men suddenly realized the drug's effects had worn off, so they got too close to the girl, allowing her to kick one right in the Adam's apple. One of the assassins held a dagger to Bianca, shouting that if the Duchess moved, he would kill the hostage, completely forgetting who had given the orders. Suddenly, that same assassin declared he'd had enough of it all. Lady Sonia immediately noticed Rosalie's shoes and necklace on the ground. Upon learning this, the prince, Davis, ordered an immediate search of the entire palace. The girl asked the knight what he would do without knowing anything, and he replied that she simply needed to find the owner of the necklace. The red-haired man, Knighton, said he could find them with his eyes closed, but he needed to know whose accessory it was. The Prince Davis also added that the hunter, Knighton, should kill everyone except the blonde woman, Rosalie. The lost woman, Rosalie, herself was simply relieved, realizing it had been too easy. The same mercenary, Knighton, appeared, weapon in hand. He demanded the lady, the Duchess, step aside. Bianca was terrified upon seeing this man, but the Duchess continued to fight him, Knighton. Her expression was resolute, yet her heart pounded, which the man, Knighton, found amusing. In the story, the Crown Prince, Davis, sent him, Knighton, to rescue the kidnapped Sonia, but in the novel, Knighton didn't even attempt to kill Bianca. The blonde woman, Rosalie, asked if it was truly the Crown Prince, Davis, who sent him, Knighton, and Knighton was surprised where she got this accurate information. But the red-haired man, Naiden, had to follow orders, so he asked Rosalie to step aside. However, we cannot let history be further distorted. If Bianca died, the Marquis would obsessively investigate the matter deeply. This could cause significant problems during the war. The right solution had to be found. The girl, Rosalie, remembered the novel mentioning Naiden's love for sweets due to his sensitive palate. The blonde woman, Rosalie, immediately told them that a famous chocolatier resided in their estate, while behind her, in Bianca's estate, the finest desserts were made. If he, Naiden, let her, Bianca, live, the Duchess assured him, Naiden, she would give him chocolates made by this confectioner. The mercenary, Naiden, was more concerned that Davis might get angry, but the lady, the Duchess, said Naiden wouldn't be harmed because she would handle it. But before that, the knight, Naiden, said the blonde woman, Rosalie, should come with him. She, Rosalie, asked for a moment, walked over to the girl, Bianca, grabbed her shoulders, and shook her to her senses. She, Rosalie, assured her, Bianca, that she was not guilty of anything, and if things came to light, Bianca herself would understand what could happen. Naiden stretched lazily and invited her, Rosalie, to come with him, calling Rosalie an interesting girl. Naiden explained this was all because Davis was really looking forward to seeing them. Naiden, had thought the prince, Davis, would order him to deal with the culprits. Naiden, offered to cut off their limbs in front of the Duchess. The heir, Davis, had also considered other options, such as destroying everything they held dear. But the man, Naiden, asked him, Davis, if he had exacted revenge as requested, because the prince, Davis, wanted to make her, Bianca, shed as many tears of blood as the blonde woman, Rosalie, felt fear. The dark-haired woman, Bianca, grabbed a dagger, but the Duchess stopped him, Naiden, by shouting his name. Her eyes filled with anger and confidence. She declared she wouldn't be killed so easily. Meanwhile, the girl, the Duchess, hoped Davis could keep today's events secret, but Davis didn't understand why, as kidnapping a noble was a heinous crime. The blonde woman, Rosalie, had important things to do, so she asked him, Davis, about it, not understanding why he was so angry. And the prince, Davis, had an insatiable desire to know what the girl's, Rosalie's, important matter was. In truth, it was time for him, Davis, and his knight, Naiden, to leave, but it was getting late, so the man, Davis, wanted to escort the Duchess back first. Finally, the man, Davis, addressed the lady, Rosalie, as an interesting girl, but she stated her name was Rosalie. He, Davis, looked like a little kitten as he bid farewell to the blonde woman, Rosalie, who was lying on the sofa, seemingly purring. The man with the yellow eyes suggested they hold an informal meeting so no one could eavesdrop on their conversation. He astutely noted that the Duchess herself had many requests for him. It had certainly been amusing at first, but now the prince felt the urge to seize and eliminate anyone who dared lay a finger upon her. Her expression was one of surprise, as if she hadn't expected his help at all. Still, one simply needed to be patient. The Duchess was engrossed in reading something concerning bandits, and Davis indulged her request. He was furious. As the crown prince, he could have easily reprimanded her for such a request. At long last, a guest arrived to visit her grace, the Duchess. The girl expressed her gratitude for the visit, but Countess Stat was keenly interested in the letter she had received from the duchy. Rosalie reported that all was well, expressing immense gratitude for the Countess's assistance. The lady, equally pleased, decided to get straight to the point, inquiring what the Duchess wished to purchase from her. The lady wished to acquire a large quantity of reinforcement magic scrolls and ogre tendons. The Countess surmised the girl was constructing some sort of weapon, but neither of them possessed any remaining strength skills, and ogre tendons were notoriously difficult to procure. The Duchess proposed an unconditional, significant reduction in tariffs within the LWC region. That route was a vital passage to the Imperial Palace and the Lentil Kingdom, boasting the highest taxes in the entire region. In return, they merely needed to maintain secrecy regarding how the blonde woman would utilize these procured items. The Countess would dispatch the contract and the requested goods to the Duchess. It appeared she reached her decision swiftly, but in truth, she found the proposal quite appealing, as the girl calmly met the lady's gaze. for the Duchess was the first person, after His Highness the Crown Prince, to speak to her while looking her directly in the eyes like that. It was quite all right, for in her previous life, Rosalie had witnessed wounds and scars far more severe than this. Once again, over the past decade, she was told the girl was an interesting person. She'd heard it so often recently that she was beginning to grow curious herself. But Stat thought the Duchess looked quite well. The blonde woman tried to convince her friend she was fine, while Sonia insisted she tell her immediately if anything hurt. She questioned if the security guards had truly saved her, as she hadn't seen them in the garden at all. If she revealed the truth, the Crown Prince would be placed in a difficult position. So Rosalie maintained that events transpired just so. Her friend began to grow upset over Rosalie and Davis's connection, to which she simply tried to soothe Sonia. The girl asked if this meant she wouldn't be attending the ball today. The encounter with the bandits must have been a terrible shock, and surely the lady's dignity had suffered. The blonde woman attempted to explain that wasn't the case, but it was time for this blonde girl to attend the ball. The Duchess had another visitor, though none were expected today. It was Bianca, the Marquis's daughter. But why had she come? Could she truly intend to surrender herself willingly? Or had she arrived to vent her fury? The Duchess ordered Martin not to accept the carriage, nor to permit anyone entry. But the man couldn't comprehend how he could refuse the carriage, given there was a guest inside. The lady simply remarked that she assumed his teeth were still precious to him. She demanded to know why on earth they had come. The blonde woman hoped Bianca wouldn't actually yield willingly. Bianca curtsied, stating her desire to apologize. Furthermore, the girl wished for permission to address Rosalie as her elder sister. It was utterly unexpected, especially following the kidnapping incident. This was all because Bianca had abducted the lady, yet she had still saved her. She couldn't erase that image from her mind. The pink-haired girl persistently pleaded to be allowed to call her thus. It would certainly be less troublesome than an adversarial relationship. The Duchess allowed the lady to do as she pleased. The girl, being 19 and born just a day later than Rosalie, was overjoyed to call the lady sister. Come to think of it, the Duchess had heard the girl had an older brother and a younger brother, but she didn't care much for them. So, the blonde woman could speak to her without honorifics next time. Bianca requested a visit to her salon next, certain they would have a wonderful time there. Amidst the lavish decorations and lively conversation, which missed nothing, Sonia suffered quite a bit. The Duchess's new sister asked if she was close with Lady Ammons. Indeed, the girl already had much work, which made her nervous. She mentioned that she and Sonia had been friends since childhood. More accurately, the Rosalie from the book had been very close to her. Upon learning this, the Marquis's daughter declared she would no longer mock Lady Ammons. Incidentally, there was absolutely no reason to find fault with Ernest's work. So today, I still had to give him a postcard. It was amusing to watch him pretend not to be shy. The lady felt that writing cards of praise would become a habit. The person in robes asked where the Information Guild was, and the knight replied that they needed to head in that direction. He pointed the way, but he hadn't even noticed how everyone had suddenly gone somewhere. They heard a merchant asking them to look at beautiful jewelry. She was looking at one of the brooches when the seller asked if the lady wished to purchase it. Suddenly, the girls mentioned they had a tale, or more precisely, at their 8 o'clock, a man standing 190 centimeters tall, dressed in black robes. Putting down the ornament, the blonde woman ordered everyone into the alley, and not to fall behind. Yellow Eyes realized shaking him off would be quite difficult. The men rushed into battle, and suddenly one of them was already on the floor, just like all of them. The man turned out to be Naiden, who simply greeted Rosalie. She recognized him by his movements and asked why he was following them. He had been walking by when he caught the sweet scent emanating from her bag, so he followed. Emma had probably put chocolates in her bag. If the girl had known it was Naiden, she wouldn't have tried to lose him. The man asked where the Duchess was going, but her knights would need some time to recover. For now, he could show the blonde woman around. Her Highness was annoyed that her team had been taken down so easily. Rosalie needed the Information Guild, or rather, manpower for a special task. The red-haired man, with delicious chocolate in his mouth, simply smiled and suggested that if it was something interesting, he should come along. He proposed a talk while walking, so the blonde woman could tell him everything in detail herself. He also explained he was more than capable enough for this. There wasn't a trace of fatigue on him, despite carrying 2 people in his arms. and the other person simply asked if it would be better if he joined in too. In that case, the blonde woman agreed and suggested finding a place to talk. The girl didn't know what the man was thinking, but he was definitely the best person for the job. With his heightened senses, he would be much better at gathering information about Bella. Besides, approaching the stepmother, Rosalie wouldn't be particularly difficult with such looks. The night mentioned his hearing was excellent, so crowded places were especially inconvenient for him. He lit a candle with a match and asked the lady what was the matter. The blonde woman needed a clear answer that the red-haired man would do this first. Therefore, Knighton simply asked what he needed to do. A few seconds later, the knight assured the Duchess he would do it. In any case, the reason for the swift agreement was the man's very strong interest in Rosalie. He reiterated that he was very good, by the way, at any kind of action. Yellow eyes stared at him, conveying that she had a problem with Bella Garuth Judith, and that he needed to get close to Bella, reporting all her movements back to the Duchess. This way, Bella would confide everything in Knighton. He needed to become intimate enough that his words could sway her perspective, something quite easily achieved by a man, and he would endeavor to get as close as possible. For this service, the young lady was prepared to offer Knighton a substantial sum. She approached her retinue, kicking at them and demanding to know how long they intended to sprawl upon the ground. They scrambled up from the grimy floor, one muttering he'd heard the devil's voice. The lady retorted angrily that if the two didn't rise immediately, they would sorely regret it. One of the knights spotted Knighton, mistaking him for their captor, but the Duchess silenced him, ordering him to cease his foolish talk and follow her. The blonde woman was utterly exhausted, with far too much weighing on her mind. The lady heard a noise at her window. The prince, entering, expressed surprise that she had opened the window to her chambers for him so readily, voicing concern that she might extend the same courtesy should some intruder simply knock politely. The prince remarked that the Duchess ought to exercise more caution regarding uninvited callers in the dead of night. The man noted the lady's state of undress, prompting her to request he wait a moment while she put something on. Davis had indeed called upon her without a formal visit arranged. He had managed it quite well. It was a rather pointed, cool compliment, a fact the man certainly registered. The blonde thanked him for fulfilling her request, assuring him she would reimburse all expenses. However, he no longer required any payment. Instead, the knight requested the young lady tell him what occupied her thoughts. He was concerned about her activities, admitting he would worry if anything befell the Duchess. This stemmed from his fear that Sonia might become involved, making it perilous to attract further attention. In that light, the man asked her to promise she would not interfere in his affairs, nor inquire into his reasons. Having agreed, the lady revealed that Marquis Wendell was plotting a territorial war against the duchy, and the blonde woman desired this war to commence. Consequently, the rumors circulating about Rosalie and Davis might frighten Marquis Wendell, thereby complicating matters. This was why she insisted he not interfere and ask no questions, for the blonde was making preparations for this territorial conflict. The lady mused internally that she would need to depart for the estate soon. The man remarked that she was even more reckless than he had imagined, but Rosalie heard such assessments often enough anyway. It appeared His Highness had no further business with her. That being the case, the blonde wished His Highness a swift journey home. The Crown Prince merely smiled, replying that they would live to see that day. Miss Bianca and Miss Rosalie met. Bianca rushed towards the young lady, addressing her as sister once more. She had come to visit the Duchess, inquiring if she might desire any sweets, which she had already packed with enthusiastic care. She proposed they go shopping together next time, though this would prove difficult, as Rosalie explained she was soon returning to her estate. At this, Bianca suggested the lady go right now. Inside a shop, her younger sister showed her a pink dress adorned with puff sleeves. Bianca expressed a wish to present one of the scarves as a gift to Her Highness the Duchess, and thus ordered the saleswoman to prepare everything at once. Gazing upon a marquis's daughter, Rosalie wondered, could this truly be the villainess depicted in the novel? But abruptly, when a maidservant accidentally brushed against her mistress with her shoulder, Bianca erupted in fury. As the offending maid began to stammer apologies, Bianca shrieked, demanding if she truly hadn't been watching her path, if she hadn't seen who she'd bumped into. The young lady declared the woman utterly lacked eyes or sight to behave in such a manner. Suddenly, one of the nearby statues seemed to speak, asking if their vendor had perhaps done something amiss. But the blonde woman, Rosalie, moved to protect the girl, catching the statue that nearly struck her new sister, Bianca. She suggested they move the statue closer to the wall. Sonia explained that they had already apologized, so there was no need to remain angry. Hearing this, the Marquis's daughter, Bianca, enthusiastically declared that she would follow her sister's lead in everything. Sonia was quite taken aback seeing Rosalie and Bianca standing together, embracing. Bianca immediately scoffed at her, stating she hadn't given Lady Ammon's permission to use her given name. The blonde woman suggested Sonia ask the vendor if there was a vacant room available, and the vendor agreed to show her. Bianca told her friend, Sonia, that the lady knew she was on bad terms with Lady Bright. She couldn't understand how Sonia could still be friends with her knowing this, but recently, due to an incident at the ball, everything had changed. But Bianca pressed, asking what exactly happened on the day of the ball, because no matter how many times she asked Davis, he wouldn't answer, and Rosalie and the Crown Prince had never kept secrets from her before. The blonde woman explained that if Sonia waited a little longer, she would clarify everything, and if she wanted Bianca to apologize, that could be arranged too. Rosalie then asked how Sonia could demand something she herself couldn't achieve. Sonia told Rosalie to stay away from Lady Bright and just follow her advice as usual. But the Duchess saw no reason to obey Sonia's command. Hearing this, Sonia simply turned and walked away. Just then, a pink-haired head popped over, Bianca, asking if her sister was all right. Bianca admitted she was a bit tired and asked if they could finish shopping for the day, to which the Duchess agreed, having lost the mood herself. Bianca beamed as her sister patted her head, but as she left the room, she saw Sonia and remembered the lady was waiting for an apology. Sonia asked her to stop for a moment. Lady Ammons was rather surprised to see Bianca. She stated she wouldn't be rude to the girl again, as she didn't want to see her sister, Rosalie, troubled by it. As she finished speaking, Bianca asked for forgiveness for everything that had happened up until now, her hands beginning to tremble. But Sonia remembered how Bianca had pushed her away when she had tried to be friendly. She disliked how Bianca feigned kindness and benevolence, deriving pleasure from looking down on others. But now, this girl didn't even have that to boast about anymore. In response, Sonia cried out that she had never acted that way. After all, it was Bianca herself who boasted she could handle her sister and the Crown Prince however she pleased. Sonia demanded to know when she had ever said such a thing. Bianca felt hurt that she hadn't even realized this perception existed. She pretended it wasn't true, but Sonia was always boasting, always acting high and mighty, claiming she was advising the Duchess. This was one of the many reasons Bianca detested the young lady. Sonia began to ponder, realizing she had never done such things and didn't understand what they were talking about. Bianca didn't care if Sonia pretended to be kind, but she shouldn't speak so casually about the Duchess anymore. A darker side of Sonia mused that it was all true. Sonia hadn't done those things, but she was merely helping her best friend, nothing more. Rosalie befriending Lady Bright felt like an absolute betrayal to the blonde woman, Sonia. Because of that arrogant Duchess, the blonde woman, Sonia, had already been working in her study for 5 whole days. She had only come out because Emma encouraged her to take a walk, delighted after receiving a scarf. Bella mentioned that the lady, Rosalie, hadn't come out at all since the first day of the ball, and it was likely that her stepdaughter had fabricated the rumors about the Crown Prince. But Sonia countered that, true or not, it shouldn't matter so much to a woman. The red-haired woman immediately spun around, demanding to know what importance it held for her, the blonde girl, telling her, the blonde girl, to mind her own affairs and not bother her. Duchess Judith instantly flew into a rage, questioning if she, the blonde girl, had truly said she was bothering her. The man standing beside Bella suggested they should just leave. That woman shrieked that it was entirely out of consideration for her beloved that she was letting this blonde girl off. As she passed the beloved man, the blonde girl invited him to her chambers that evening. The Duchess noted the complete lack of news regarding Sonia. She wondered if that young lady Sonia, had been like this from the start, or if something had influenced the girl's transformation. A man, possibly the butler or Erdict, informed the Duchess that he had packed all the luggage, ready for the return to the estate tomorrow, yet the Duchess had made such an abrupt decision. If anything is forgotten, it doesn't matter. We can use the portal. Consequently, the man decided to prepare the carriage, but the girl, the Duchess, immediately refused, to which the man replied that he would then go himself. Following this, the Duchess opened the balcony doors, spreading her arms wide with a smile gracing her features. Naiden stood right there. He simply offered the lady his greetings. Naiden had reverted to his long hair again, quite magically. The pendant he held could open a portal leading to the ducal castle. Naiden wondered if the blonde girl genuinely intended to open a portal to the ducal castle. She, the Duchess, hadn't returned the pendant initially because she was examining it, though this hadn't soured her mood. Rosalie, the Duchess, requested that Naiden report Bella's movements every 4 days. Using the portal would be more convenient, and payment would be provided for each report, with chocolates and sweets continuing as before. But Naiden, instead, reached out to touch the girl's, the Duchess's, face, demanding she praise him in any manner he found pleasing. However, the yellow-eyed woman, the Duchess, regarded him with a stern expression, commanding him to remove his hand while she was speaking civilly. The blonde girl told him to cease, if it isn't too excessive, that she would allow it. But under the circumstances, the night, Naiden kissed the lady's, the Duchess's, hand and declared they would meet again in 4 days. The girl, the Duchess, inquired of the butler if any incidents had occurred, but there was nothing unusual. The Duchess summoned Erdic to her office. She expressed great admiration for the way this administrator handled documents. Thanks to him, the blonde girl no longer needed to fret over the estate's affairs. The administrator stated that raising the knights' salaries and reconstructing the estate necessitated enormous expenditures. The income ratio was far too low compared to the expenses, so the Duchess ought to pay heed to the budget. The Duchess shared her thoughts on selling the Gredic mine. Although this mine held abundant life stones, the situation this year would prove different. Therefore, the blonde girl asserted, it must be sold while everyone still believed vast reserves remained deep within the veins. The Misha Empire's technology for gauging lifestone reserves lacked precision. Consequently, the girl, the Duchess, was aware of the mine's true quantity of life stones, contrary to common perception / the novel's description. Through this action, rumors would spread suggesting the duchy's imminent decline. But this was precisely what the Duchess desired. Upon hearing such rumors, Marquis Wendell would surely take the bait. The administrator, Erdict, remarked that this was merely a temporary fix and the blonde girl needed to devise new plans. The repercussions of this choice would fall upon the Duchess. Rumors circulated in the city that the Duchess's new administrator was a commoner, although some were convinced he hailed from nobility. In the eyes of the populace, he was deemed quite successful for a commoner, albeit merely a fortunate one. Perhaps, owing to his exceptional beauty, even handsomeness, he had become the Duchess's male favorite. This man, Erdict, had grown accustomed to how the Duchess addressed him, yet people invariably gossiped about him in this manner behind his back. The administrator, Erdict, simply couldn't fathom why he had to endure such rumors. The girl, the Duchess, immediately sprang to the young man's, Erdic's, defense, demanding that those individuals, the gossipers, repeat what they had just uttered. Otherwise, the blonde woman would start snapping their fingers to finally make them talk. The people fell to their knees and began begging Rosalie for forgiveness. But it wasn't her they should have been apologizing to. They immediately turned to the green-haired man, pleading for his forgiveness and promising that nothing like this would ever happen again. The Duchess ordered the dismissal of the butler, the gardener, and the other servants, without any severance pay. The blonde stated that if anything similar occurred in the castle in the future, then rest assured, no one would escape punishment. She took the administrator's hand, but he asked the Duchess how much further she intended to lead him down the corridor. However, the lady sensed from the look on his face that he didn't want to be there. The man concluded that Rosalie was more considerate than he had thought. He asked the lady why she was being so kind to him, given that he was just an ordinary commoner. To this, the girl simply asked softly, did it really matter that much? The blonde explained that she truly needed this ordinary fellow. He was her person, and naturally, she should take care of him. The Duchess patted her subordinate's head, concluding that he looked much better after her words. She said that if anything similar happened, he should tell her immediately. Turning around and watching the boy leave, the yellow-eyed girl smiled and announced her departure. But suddenly, the man experienced an emotion that weighed heavily on him. It was worry for her. The commoner hoped the lady wouldn't regret her choice, and that she wouldn't fail like a true duchess. The administrator resolved that he must do everything she needed so badly, and that the path she had chosen would be the most correct one, not only for her, but for the entire duchy. The commander asked if the Duchess was going to inspect the new crossbows. She replied that they would leave tomorrow before lunch, after the training session, and only those involved with the crossbows should know about it. The man said he understood the order, but in that case, all that remained was to wait until tomorrow. Emma greeted the Duchess with a suitcase, happy about her arrival. She was cleaning and said she would finish everything soon, to which the lady replied that she could take her time. The maid looked at the lady and asked what she should do with the slippers and blanket gifted by the Crown Prince. The blonde requested that these items not be thrown away, but the maid pointed out that the shoes were too indecent, and she couldn't even find suitable clothes to match them. The butler rushed into the room, announcing that County State had sent someone urgently to see them. The man stood before the desk in the lady's office and greeted Duchess Judith. The lady asked if there were any special instructions apart from the letter he handed her, but he had been instructed only to deliver the letter. The blonde muttered a few harsh words, to which the old man asked if they were truly facing serious problems. But there was nothing serious for now, though they still needed to prepare for everything in advance. It was time, as bandits might gather at the Novato Junction running through the LBC region. The Deir Novato Road was the only route for transporting supplies, as it fell under the Emperor's jurisdiction. They had to obtain permission for night mobilization, but before the territorial war began, they needed to conceal their knight's capabilities. Yet, even if the blonde situation was unfavorable, they had to act. The lady said she would go to the capital for a short stay. The old man suggested they prepare a map immediately, to which the girl stated that no one should know about her departure. The Duchess donned a hooded cloak, announcing she would return soon. Seeing no one here, this must be the Imperial Palace loophole mentioned in the original story. It was the perfect spot for Davis to enter and exit the palace unnoticed. Hearing a strange sound nearby, the blonde girl noticed the Crown Prince, who looked just as surprised as Duchess Rosalie herself. The lady asked what he was doing here, and he replied that he was waiting for a girl. He advised her it would be best to stand up first, as the ground was cold, but Rosalie couldn't rise from her spot because her legs had gone numb. The man began massaging the girl's feet, remarking that she had been sitting for a long time and urging her to bear with it for a moment, assuring her it would get better. The blonde girl braced herself for mockery, shocked as she was by the entire situation. As the Crown Prince helped her put her boots back on her bare feet, he asked if Sonia had mentioned to her that he would be passing through this place. The yellow-eyed Rosalie didn't wish to lie, yet it seemed prudent to avoid unnecessary suspicion. The girl stated she had come here intending to strike a deal with the knight. The lady inquired, didn't the heir wish to know where Baron Rondell concealed his ill-gotten gains? The man merely chuckled after a lengthy pause, then asked what Rosalie herself desired. The blonde girl replied that she wished to reinforce the Imperial Guard presence on the Neva Road, adding that there appeared to be certain goods requiring acquisition from Countess Stat, commodities of great importance to the Duchess, concerning which, she stressed, she preferred her name remain unmentioned. However, Davis wasn't the sort of crown prince dedicated to diligent work. He was more akin to the type of prince who slipped away from the palace to wander and amuse himself. Consequently, the man proposed another deal. Bennett arrived to see His Highness, bringing the documents he had previously mentioned. The man asked who else was aware of this matter, but no one knew of the document, as the appropriate individual had handled it personally. The best part was, everything had unfolded precisely as the Duchess had indicated. Davis ordered the investigation to proceed, albeit cautiously, to avoid exposure anywhere. Incidentally, The heir also wished to discuss the expedition bound for the Novato Road. The dark-haired man, Davis, expressed his desire to join the expedition as well, though his aide felt certain he hadn't favored such things before, usually tiring of them quickly. Then the prince wanted to strike another bargain, stating that what he desired, the girl would soon discover for herself. The lady worried the price might be unreasonable, but it would be worth it. Thus, Davis secured his reason for joining the expedition. The Duchess declared they needed to inspect the weaponry, to which the commander, Naiden, simply gave a nod and complied with the order. Spotting Erdit in the corridor, the blonde girl asked his destination. He replied he had decided to visit the library, assuming the military personnel were also headed there. The man, Naiden, stated they were going to the blacksmith in town, prompting the girl, Rosalie, to remark that during her time in the capital, the two men had grown remarkably close. The commander, Naiden, suggested the fellow, Erdit, accompany them, noting he hadn't even had a proper chance to see the city. Yellow Eyes, Rosalie, grasped his shoulder, insisting he truly ought to join them and explore the city, considering he hadn't even managed a decent rest all this time. Therefore, the lady should perhaps buy him a gift. The Duchess tested the newest crossbow, pronouncing its aim slightly off. She requested the targets be moved further back and set at varying distances from one another, though hitting them would consequently become significantly more challenging. Next time, the grounds proved better than the last, so they should remain as they were. At this, the man, Naiden, inquired how many weapons were currently ready. The quantity ordered was nearly all manufactured. The blonde girl requested Mr. Ron produce the final batch of weapons. The commander, Naiden, asked the administrator, Erdit, if the Duchess was still outside, but he replied that she disliked the heat. Incidentally, it would be advisable to craft a dagger as well, given that the girl, Rosalie, wielded one. The man, Naiden, asked Gilbert for the precise counter-crossbows, speculating that this upcoming conversation was likely to be quiet. Approaching the lady after a long walk, Erdit reported that Ron's discussion would drag on for quite some time. Hearing this, the yellow-eyed woman suggested they take a look around the city, as Mr. Ron would return to the castle once his work was finished. She remarked that, fortunately, the residents' lives were not as dire as they might seem, attributing this solely to the fact that Bella had only encroached upon the ducal family's assets. While this had strained the economy and administrative affairs, the city itself had remained largely unchanged since the era of the previous duke. Thanks to the ducal family's accumulated savings, significant damage had been averted. Under these circumstances, the blonde woman stated that everything he had initially said was correct. Thus, there was no need for excuses, as the girl wasn't the least bit upset. The most crucial thing was to move past it, so the blonde woman invited Erdit for tea, having noticed he appeared quite drained. The lady instructed him to enter the cafe ahead of her, mentioning she needed to step away briefly, but wouldn't take long. The man, feeling unsettled by his perceived lack of composure before the Duchess, began to think he really needed to get some exercise. But suddenly, the black-eyed administrator of the duchy noticed three ruffians accosting the girl, urging her to come with them to have some fun. He approached them, his tone severe, demanding they cease at once, as the girl clearly did not appreciate their advances. The apparent leader of the thugs ordered him to mind his own business and stop spouting nonsense. But the administrator merely announced calmly that if the three did not desist immediately, he would summon the guards. They instantly lunged at the man, shouting that he was trying to act tough in front of the girl and needed his pretty little face rearranged for it. But in a flash, the brute who harbored such ill intentions towards the girl found his jaw met squarely by the foot of the Duchess herself. With her back turned to them initially, she inquired just who they thought they were. Noting the weapons they carried, the lady drew her own dagger, remarking that these fellows must be quite confident in themselves to have drawn blades. One of them charged forward to attack, dismissing the girl's words as mere bluster. The blonde woman deftly evaded their knife thrusts, but only a single thought occupied her mind. After all, if these men were residents of the duchy, then technically she could kill them without facing repercussions. Indeed, three figures were already lying on the ground, groaning in agony. The lady murmured softly that one of their daggers had cracked. Rosalie extended a hand toward the man she had just protected, stating it was time for them to leave. The blonde woman then presented Erdit with a gift, or rather, an eyeglass chain she had purchased specifically for him. She expressed her belief that it would suit him very well, then dismissed her subordinate. Elsewhere, Naiden perceived nothing particularly unusual about Bella's planned meeting with Marquis Wendell. Rosalie felt a pang of disappointment that Marquis Wendell had turned out to be such a coward, intending to attack, yet ultimately doing nothing, though he had certainly made a clear announcement regarding the sale of the mines. Suddenly, the man popped a piece of candy into the girl's mouth, though it proved far too sweet for her taste. He remarked that consuming sugar helps the mind function effectively, and besides, the lady was rather disgusted that the warrior had offered her candy using a finger he had just licked. In response, the man simply chuckled, concluding that the Duchess must surely have never experienced love. Her yellow eyes questioned him, asking why he would say such a thing, prompting Naiden to merely call his highness rather amusing. Bella would soon be returning to the duchy, so the knight could accompany her. Preparations were necessary in case Marquis Wendell decided to launch an attack after all. Should war suddenly erupt, Bella would undoubtedly aim to seize that fortune. Just as Rosalie was contemplating this very issue, another's lips brushed against her cheek. He immediately laughed, pointing out how her heart had begun to race. The red-haired man instantly darted away, declaring that this time he would interpret her reaction as a compliment. The girl channeled her flustered frustration onto her own soldiers, compelling them to heighten their focus, swiftly set up the arrow target range, and assume their positions for intensive rifle squad firing drills. Progress was quite smooth. On the Novato road, the necessary stability had been restored. The Duchess had been engrossed in her work, so time flew by. Finally, the blonde woman found herself with some free time, which she used for a walk. She was pleased they had struck a good deal with Davis, but standing amidst a vast field of reeds, the lady felt a touch lonely. One might assume it was all due to the cold, but perhaps if someone had been by the girl's side then, she might have felt less solitary. But suddenly, it seemed someone had already arrived. The blonde first asked him why he was here, but seeing as the deal was done, he ought to receive the remainder of his payment. As the weather was cool, the prince draped his coat over the lady's shoulders, warming her slightly. The blonde preferred informal visits, so the man naturally hadn't informed the palace of this. Since the girl hadn't seen the report logs from His Highness's portal, Davis requested she wear the duchy's symbol, or rather, the mobile pendant. It had been bestowed some 300 years ago by the first head of the Judith Duchy. In any case, the palace ministers wouldn't even notice its absence, and besides, over 300 years had passed. Who knew? Perhaps it didn't even work anymore. However, it wouldn't do if anyone discovered what the prince had assured the Duchess. But since he was exceptionally skilled at erasing traces, there was no need for concern. The blonde asked Davis what he desired as payment for their deal, to which he replied, a place where he could slack off. He was referring to the Duchess, and the lady's response was rather astute, though Rosalie also clearly noted his lack of confidence as he nodded, turning a blind eye to the fact that a man had left the palace to seek amusement in the duchy was hardly a difficult task for the Duchess of Judith. The girl agreed that the dark-haired man's visit to the duchy would remain a secret, a matter about which he had no doubt. The blonde remarked that his eyes were as clear as the sky, prompting the blue-eyed man to ask Rosalie if she preferred clear skies. Honestly, she preferred sunny days over cloudy ones. The Duchess looked better on sunny days. Judith considered this remark a rather frivolous jest. The man pondered what he had asked of a blade of grass. The maid reported that Count Amon's daughter had paid the man a visit. During the day, she had requested he contact her upon his return to the palace. To travel to the duchy, he first needed to deal with his backlog of affairs. The prince couldn't afford to waste time meeting with Sonia. Therefore, the dark-haired man asked to relay that it would be difficult for him to see her for the time being. As Davis left his office, he wondered why it was so noisy outside. The source of the noise was Miss Sonia, who, upon seeing her friend, demanded to know what was going on. When he wrote that it would be difficult to see her for a while, she assumed something had gone wrong with the expedition. But in truth, the man simply had urgent matters to attend to, and for some time, he would be unable to meet with the girl. At this, Sonia laughed and guessed it was all because of Rosalie asking what she had done. She suddenly cried out that she knew it, because even his personality had changed. He no longer listened to her advice and had been acting strangely. Following this outburst of hysteria, the Crown Prince declared that this had to stop. He asked her to clear her head so they could return to this conversation later. Davis was already preparing to leave, but the girl continued to block his path. The man announced they would meet again once he had dealt with his affairs. The lady was shocked that her beloved would behave this way, blaming everything on Rosalie. Because Davis had never treated her like this before. She hated that her friend had captured all the prince's attention. It was infuriating. How dare Rosalie express her opinions so arrogantly? And Sonia also disliked how Bianca fawned over her. She concluded that Rosalie was the first to betray her, and she was also the one who had become overly suspicious. Both the knights and the archery unit were well trained, allowing them to advance a rank, and the training proceeded smoothly. Entering her room, the girl saw the Crown Prince asleep on her sofa, and she couldn't help but notice how strikingly handsome he looked. Gazing at him, Rosalie found herself somewhat lost in the moment. Just as she was about to leave, the lady's hand was caught, making her wonder when the prince had woken up. But she had been staring so intently at his face just moments before that he assumed she wanted a closer look. However, the blonde lady had already seen everything clearly. In thinking back, Rosalie hadn't looked at the sky at all today, yet His Highness insisted the Duchess must look only at him. He grasped her cheeks, just as a sudden knock echoed at the door. It turned out to be Mr. Doran. The man was about to enter, but the girl stopped him with the excuse that she was changing, leading the prince to think something was truly about to happen. To ensure they weren't overheard, the blonde lady gestured with a finger for him to be quiet. Doran asked if everything was all right, to which the yellow-eyed lady told him to just state the news he brought. The matter was that Lady Bella had mentioned she would visit the estate soon. Once the butler had finally departed, the lady noticed His Highness licking her index finger. She remarked that he was past the age where such actions were appropriate. To this, the man informally declared that age held no importance when it came to being willful. Indeed, Davis was far too unpredictable. A few days later, the administrator announced he was going to draft the documents for the mine sale. Ernest asked the Duchess if she had completed her training. In response, the girl patted the fellow's shoulder, telling him he had done well. It was excellent news that the mine could be sold for a higher price than expected. Entering her room, the blonde lady noticed the dark-haired man was idling there again today. He drew closer, took her hands, and on a whim, placed them upon his own shoulders. The man was quite surprised when the lady informed him she needed to leave for a while. The Duchess ignored his action, stating instead that she was heading to a remote part of the duchy. The prince naturally joined Rosalie, so he accompanied her up the mountain, helping her paint targets throughout the forest. Although the lady's idea for such training methods seemed suspicious, since he had followed her, he would paint some too. At least it would be more interesting that way. The lady needed to paint a target on a high branch, but it was too high for her to jump. Just then, His Highness, paint in hand, leaped directly onto that very branch to assist. As he climbed down from the branch, the Duchess moved closer to remove a leaf stuck in Davis's hair. She also told him there was a leaf caught in his hair. The lady asked Davis how he managed to jump so high, showing genuine interest. At that moment, the dark-haired man pulled the girl into his arms, telling her not to move, that there was danger, so no more needed to be said. The blonde lady was reluctant to admit it, but it seemed she always encountered beautiful scenery when with His Highness. As the girl was held by Davis, she felt a pleasant breeze wash over her. She realized they had landed. She could be released now, and besides, she had a proposal for the man. The girl invited the Crown Prince to play hide-and-seek with the duchy's knights. They had prepared masks and cloaks. All they needed to do was wear them and evade the knights. It sounded quite fun, so the man agreed. This was the magic Naiden used to change his hair color. Naiden arrived where Rosalie was, but she keenly noted he was late. He explained that Bella had become so infatuated with him that the man couldn't get away from her for a long time. The spy had heard that Bella took him to meet Marquis Wendell. He took the bait. In 3 weeks, he will declare a territorial war. Although it won't be large-scale, Rosalie was pleased with this news. Naiden asked if Marquis Wendell and Bella should be killed, but it wasn't worth it, as what the blonde desired was a territorial war. That was her objective. Hearing this, Naiden chuckled, finding it a rather peculiar goal for the Duchess. Besides, they planned to embellish the ducal family's estate, so keeping Bella under surveillance was worthwhile. However, the strong perfume gave Naiden goosebumps, and she, Bella, touched him every day. The lady, Rosalie, warned him not to let Bella cling to him, because if he did something foolish, he would regret it immensely, just like the last time. That occasion had been so difficult for him that he, Naiden, had begged Rosalie to pat his head, even if only for 5 minutes. But the Duchess only agreed to 3 minutes before getting down to business. The game of hide-and-seek commenced. The girl, Rosalie, explained that the warriors needed to find the targets and hit them with their crossbows. The one who found the most targets would receive a reward. Everyone understood clearly that they needed to hurry, so they began the game. Fortunately, everyone was familiar with the mountainous terrain, skilled with crossbows, and quickly located the targets. Incidentally, if this was what the female warrior, Rosalie, had in mind, it seemed she could replicate the jumps of her friends and allies. As she attempted this with magic, the lady, Rosalie, fell as the impact was stronger than she had anticipated. In the moment she went flying, Rosalie was already imagining which bone she might break, but suddenly her body was caught by Davis, who whispered that she was all right and could relax. The blonde, Rosalie, immediately began asking if His Highness Davis was all right if he was hurt, but he merely replied that he should be the one asking if the girl, Rosalie, was okay. He lay on the ground, holding the Duchess, relieved. After all, she had indeed been in danger. She couldn't be left alone. For a moment, the yellow-eyed woman, Rosalie, hadn't known things would turn out this way. If the man, Davis, was injured anywhere, she would certainly make amends for everything, but he just wanted to lie there together a little longer. When he pushed himself up to sit, the lady, Rosalie, immediately ordered him to take off his shirt. The Prince, Davis, had a large bruise, prompting Rosalie to ask why he tried to hide the fact he was injured. But since he had been enveloped in an aura when he fell, he wasn't seriously hurt. However, if anyone were to witness this scene, both of them would be in trouble. In this situation, the blonde, Rosalie, took the dark-haired man's, Davis's, hand, suggesting they hide for a while. The Prince, Davis, mentioned he thought he heard something. If her soldiers saw them in this state, they would be in trouble. A knight approached them, asking if anyone was injured. Another warrior shouted that this was no time for fooling around. They had been told that whoever hit the fewest targets would face punishment from the Duchess. The blonde, Rosalie, finished applying the ointment and told him, Davis, to apply the rest himself, as the knights would arrive soon. The Duchess had something important to declare today. The Duchy of Judith would soon engage in a territorial war with Marquis Wendell. The lady, Rosalie, informed the commander that the one to declare war first would be. That would be Marquis Wendell. The warrior commander surmised that the girl, Rosalie, had been training them in preparation for war and had occupied the Gretic mine for this purpose. He was correct. Upon winning the territorial war, they would acquire the Gretic mine. The Duchess believed this mine. That would revive their duchy. The commander asked the blonde, Rosalie, if she could guarantee victory. In response, the yellow-eyed woman, Rosalie, pledged her family's honor. She also requested Ron discuss military strategy with her, and they would discuss estate matters separately with the steward. Furthermore, Rosalie wished to speak with Erdit for a moment. When they were alone, the girl mentioned that if the gentleman wished, he could leave the duchy. He wasn't obligated to show the same loyalty as Ron and Doran, who had long served her family. The administrator stated that if the young lady was showing concern, then such courtesy was unnecessary. It was entirely his decision to remain in the duchy. He had made a poor showing in front of the Duchess, or so he believed. Walking down the corridor, Erdit encountered Bella, who promptly stopped him. She noticed their administrator had been crying and boldly declared that only Rosalie could bring a man to tears. The lady proposed that he recommend some suitable individuals for her to exact revenge upon. The scent of her perfume was overpowering, prompting the gentleman to request she stand slightly further away. The lady became incensed, questioning how a mere commoner dared to address her in such a manner. Eventually, guards noticed the commotion and inquired about the situation, which reminded Bella of what her own stepdaughter had done to her. They asked the lady to calm down, but she merely hurled objects at the administrator's face. She branded the man insolent, questioning his standing to speak to her so disrespectfully. After all, first a despised commoner, and now an ordinary knight. They all needed to learn their place. Suddenly, Duchess Rosalie swept into the corridor, demanding to know what Bella was doing to her subordinate. She simply yelled at the girl, telling her to discipline her knights properly, questioning how a commoner without lineage could be appointed administrator, and furthermore, how Rosalie personally brought these poorly educated individuals into the manor. The blonde seized the woman's hand and squeezed it tightly, remarking that her hands, having done nothing but mischief for so long, were utterly useless. The blonde declared that if the woman tormented her people again, she would genuinely break her arm. The Duchess ordered the knight to inform Doran of the incident so he could tend to his injuries. With the Duchess's permission, the knight departed to have his bruises treated. But suddenly, the lady was stopped again by Erdit, who stated his intention to remain in the duchy as he had no desire to work elsewhere. The yellow-eyed lady replied that he could act as he saw fit. Now that this military woman had entered the novel, she would not allow events to unfold according to the original story. The girl planned to win the war without fail and seize control. The blonde informed her soldiers that today they would conduct special training focused on stealth skills. They simply needed to hit targets with arrows without being detected. In a sense, it could be called a game of combat, hide and seek. If the majority of them were caught, they would face a particularly interesting training session with the Duchess. The soldiers exerted themselves greatly in today's training, so Lady Rosalie permitted them to dismiss. The soldiers were utterly exhausted, for that masked phantom was truly a disturbingly formidable figure, seemingly devoid of compassion. The girl mused it would be amusing if Davis discovered the soldiers referred to him as the masked phantom. Duchess Rosalie was informed that a letter and a gift had arrived from Lady Bianca. The lady mentioned that the masked phantom was her friend, making it seem rather suspicious. In response, the butler suggested he might leave first, offering his assistance should she require it. The crown prince inquired if they were discussing Bright's daughter, to which the girl confirmed, explaining they had somehow become friends. The pink-haired girl had sent Rosalie a hairpin, assuming Rosalie had a fondness for jewels. But more than the gift itself, she was pleased by the gesture of care. The man offered to take the gift, proposing he could fasten it into her blonde hair. The hairpin's owner was surprised that Davis knew how to braid hair. He explained that as a child, he often played with his mother's hair. It was one of the few happy moments he had in the palace. The yellow-eyed girl asked him to braid her hair for her. Recalling all this from the original story, Davis's mother was only briefly mentioned. It was said that his mother, a former empress, had passed away due to poor health, but that wasn't the reality. In truth, it was a conspiracy orchestrated by the emperor's concubine, the mother of the second prince, Ladonis, who had murdered Davis's mother through poisoning. Because of this incident, Davis and the second prince became inevitably and irrevocably estranged. Finally, the hairstyle was complete, and frankly, it suited the lady remarkably well. The man asked if her aura training was progressing smoothly, mentioning it was dangerous and she shouldn't overexert herself. But the lady had only practiced the breathing techniques as instructed by the prince. After kissing the Duchess's hand, His Highness expressed his hope to see her tomorrow. She appeared quite surprised. Just as I thought, the Duchess is quite an interesting person. But in fact, the boy thought he had been mistaken. He could smell Davis's scent throughout the castle, especially in the office and Rosalie's room. Naiden revealed he had decided to become Rosalie's eyes and ears, questioning what His Highness the Crown Prince was doing there, given that he even used disguise magic, which he greatly disliked due to its inconvenience. His Highness inquired about the espionage, as he always refused requests from nobles, let alone employed disguise magic. To this, the man boldly stated that the crucial point was that the Duchess was someone special. He silently began to ride away on his horse, prompting Naiden to point out that their goals and interests aligned. He also noted that the prince responded without a second thought, saying everything was indeed moving in that direction. The sound of his heartbeat filled the air with anxiety. The girl received a visitor, but at a most inconvenient time, as she wasn't expecting any guests. However, the visitor calling on the blonde lady was the Earl's daughter. She mentioned it had been a long time since she and Rosalie had seen each other, and the Duchess hadn't expected Sonia to approach her first. The green-eyed lady had come because she wanted to apologize for the last time for saying harsh things. The girl came seeking forgiveness, only to end up crying herself. Honestly, she had been going through a very tough time recently and wanted to share her experiences with her friend again. Because until now, she had listened to all of Rosalie's experiences, and now she asked to be heard. The topic was Davis. It seemed he and the blonde lady had grown closer recently. Sonia awkwardly whispered that she had fallen in love with His Highness the Crown Prince, and therefore she thought her grace, referring to Rosalie, could help her. The lady thought her friend should understand her completely. Now their relationship was just like it was initially. The yellow-eyed woman asked if Sonia was so insecure that she had to seek help from a friend. She believed this lady, Sonia, truly needed her help, which was why she pretended to apologize. The dark-haired lady's, Rosalie's, expression changed instantly. She asked if the blonde woman, Sonia, genuinely didn't understand or realize what was happening because she was missing her last chance. She asked if the girl truly wanted to lose her only friend, as Sonia was this lady's only friend. Sonia had truly crossed the line because the Duchess could no longer turn a blind eye. The girl didn't need this, so her former friend could quietly leave. Sonia started screaming, saying they shouldn't speak to her like that. To this, the lady advised her to be quiet, lest the knights escort her out by the shoulders. Sonia grew angry again, prompting Rosalie to offer her one last chance. The chance was for Sonia to leave on her own. The yellow-eyed woman looked her straight in the eye and said she would only count to 3. Sonia was surprised, and the blonde lady, Rosalie, was certain she wouldn't regret this. But she simply asked why the guest was still in her room. The Duchess began to count down, while Sonia couldn't comprehend why she dared to treat her this way. Emma entered the room asking if Miss Sonia was all right. In response, she declared that everything was fine, but it was time for her to leave. It was the first time the maid had ever seen Miss Sonia. So incensed, returning to the room, the maid inquired if the Duchess was all right. She mused that she ought to worry less about matters of little consequence. Very little time remained before the territorial war. Rosalie awoke early, feeling exceedingly nervous about it. It seemed destined to be a clear day, as not a single cloud marred the sky. His Highness the Crown Prince appeared beside her almost instantly, resting his strong shoulder against the stranger's head. He inquired if the girl was having trouble sleeping, and she countered by asking when he had arrived. He replied that he had only just come, concerned that the soldiers might catch a cold if she slept in such a place. Strangely, the lady had slept so lightly that she hadn't even sensed anyone's presence. The man leaned towards her, asking if she felt unwell. The blonde lady grasped the stranger's mask and removed it, arguing that the prince's face seemed more familiar to her this way. But suddenly, the yellow-eyed girl heard the butler searching for her everywhere. He reported that the goods had finally arrived in the backyard. The lady stated she would head over immediately to handle it. The man was surprised that Rosalie truly didn't understand anything at all. The commander reported that the quantity of goods was correct and the quality was satisfactory. Consequently, the blonde lady requested that all available supplies be sorted and organized, and that the new weapons be utilized in the future. There was one box not included in the list of ordered items, but it had arrived accompanied by a letter. As the letter detailed, the girl had received a new product created by a sorcerer. It resembled something she had been searching for, so the Countess had sent it as a gift, just in case. What she had requested was a portable explosive magic item, and Lady Luck had smiled upon her. It would prove immensely helpful in the war. The lady ordered the box to be kept safe, forbidding anyone from touching it. Incidentally, everyone seemed to be in a peculiar state today. Lately, the lady had become quite popular among the knights, as Toronto and Whitney had spread rumors about the Duchess's proactive efforts. Furthermore, even that formidable phantom in the mask admired her, claiming he couldn't even move in her presence. The blonde lady was irritated by this news, but the commander thought he had been too relaxed. Rosalie announced they were finished, instructing Ron to dismiss everyone. All those in the vicinity were utterly astonished that the demonic Duchess had actually smiled. The girl's personal spy arrived for the first time, stating he needed to survive now because being with Bella was proving too difficult. He asked what would become of the woman after the war. In response, she declared her intention to drive out her stepmother, revealing she was originally the daughter of a poor viscount, but immediately stipulated that the man must not even consider killing her. As expected, Rosalie quickly discerned the red-haired man's intentions. He began asking, as if possessed, if he truly couldn't kill her. The Duchess explained that she couldn't be killed because Bella wasn't yet hateful enough to deserve death. The woman would soon take the ducal family's assets and leave, but until then, it was worthwhile to monitor her, which was precisely the spy's job. But then the man mentioned he would be somewhat saddened if Rosalie were to die. She assured him there was no reason for sadness or worry, as such a thing would not happen. "I need to meet with Davis soon." The lady invited the prince to her secret reading room for the first time recently. The girl had been spending most of her time in this place lately. The heir asked if the Duchess was preparing for the territorial war. The blonde lady replied that she was reviewing geographical materials. His Highness the Prince wished to ask the blonde lady a question. She intended to conclude the knight's training ahead of schedule, even though it was still early. The yellow-eyed lady implied that he no longer needed to assist her with the training. After all, a territorial war was about to begin, and the lady could not permit outsiders to interfere. The man suddenly demanded how the Duchess could so easily use him and then cast him aside, referring not only to the training, but to other, more significant matters. But the blonde lady stated that his assistance with her training was sufficient. The rest was the concern of the ducal family. The prince merely remarked that the lady's convictions were exceedingly firm, then swiftly departed. Afterwards, she mentioned providing compensation for his help, but the prince desired no payment. He asked only that she remember not everything people do is tied to a desire for gain. The man had thought he was drawing closer to her, yet he felt them drifting apart once more. The crown prince was walking down the street when he murmured abruptly that he had noticed Naiden. He commented that he hadn't thought that man was quite so selfless. Davis knew his friend had heard everything, but there was nothing he could do as the red-haired man possessed excellent hearing. Naiden then mused that the prince also wished to keep Rosalie from danger. But he had also come to him because they desired the same thing, because friendship was friendship and a mission was a mission. The man needed a pretext, and the prince needed his honesty. He required someone to watch over Rosalie in his absence, and besides, this spy's abilities were exceptionally good. However, that very man was being tracked by a troublesome rat, sent by heaven knows who. If that were the case, then who else but the Empress herself would dispatch spies to follow him? Davis then requested permission to ask a favor of Naiden much later, to which he replied that he already knew things would become quite interesting. The blonde lady needed to review the strategies for the military campaign, but she couldn't concentrate. She kept replaying Davis's words upon his departure. Perhaps her mind was unsettled by what had transpired, but this war was truly the Duchy's war. Suddenly, Doran the butler burst into the office, announcing that Bella had finally taken the bait. She had embezzled property from the Duchy and called for Naiden, preparing to escape, but suddenly her beloved accomplice was nowhere to be found. At this, her loyal servant cried out that they should leave quickly. The woman was intensely irritated and distraught, believing her man had likely abandoned her and fled first. Regardless, the carriage was laden with the ducal family's wealth, money with which she could start a new life. In an instant, their carriage halted. While everyone stood stunned, the Duchess entered and commanded them to get out. Knights and guards seized the thieves by the arms and began removing them from the carriage. The woman shrieked for them to take their hands off her belongings, but it was truly shameless to speak of stolen goods in such a manner. It was appalling how much she had managed to plunder in such a short time. Bella began declaring she had hired someone capable of protecting her and that he would soon arrive at the scene. The woman spoke of the killer she had personally hired, claiming these rabble knights who could do nothing were no match for him. The woman stated that if they released her, she would spare a foolish girl like Rosalie's life. The yellow-eyed lady calmly inquired if, in her opinion, these knights were truly so weak. But thanks to them, everything had concluded much sooner. They had already dealt with that assassin, so there was no need to look down upon the knights so. Bella dismissed it as utter nonsense, convinced her plan had been simply perfect. But the only place the Duchess's stepmother was headed was the dungeons of the ducal castle. The woman shrieked, demanding again and again, how did Rosalie know all this? She began shouting Naiden's name, believing it all to be lies. The administrator was informed that Lady Bella had been exposed while attempting to flee. That man yelled that she was a foolish woman, having claimed she would handle everything herself only to create more trouble. If things continued this way, the Marquis would eventually be caught as well. The old man shouted, demanding an immediate declaration of war against the Judith Duchy and insisting that a letter requesting a meeting be sent. The Marquis needed someone's help to win this war. Joey, an elite member of the Musketeers, questioned if they were truly going to follow the strategy they had devised, but the Marquis was surely planning a surprise attack, so as planned, they would dispatch half of the knights to one location. The commander asked if the girl had really proposed ascertaining the enemy's surprise attack. Sometimes offense is the best defense. and besides, the mountain range the enemy would pass through is similar to the mountainous terrain they had trained in, so there wouldn't be any difficulties. The man felt they were taking too great a risk, but the Duchess had considered everything thoroughly, so this military operation would undoubtedly succeed. The issue was that the war scenes in the novel were no different from the war Rosalie was about to lead. Afterward, the enemy forces would be reduced by half, and when they held more advantages in this territorial war, victory would belong to the Judith Duchy. Just as the lady had instructed, Doran prepared weapons and food in the backyard. The blonde woman said Emma needn't worry so much, as the Duchess was a strong person, leaving no need for concern. Administrator Earl had prepared a gift for the girl, or rather, a dagger crafted by Gilbert from the finest materials. The set also included a ring that could summon the dagger with a mere thought. She realized how incredibly useful this would be, turning to the man to thank him for the practical gift. He smiled, wishing Lady Rosalie success on the battlefield. That day, the war broke out, and the girl asked if she was afraid of war, receiving a negative reply. The army had instilled in the soldiers the idea that knights do not fear battle. Watching them, the blonde woman could see that fear was not something they shared, for they were all trembling. They were brave knights who had endured hellish training, and until now, they had loyally followed the duchy. The girl cried out that the knights would not go to their deaths, for that was not why they became soldiers. Beloved families, the homes where they grew up, every knight stood here to protect the lives of those they cherished. The men marched to the battlefield as the honored knights of the Judith Duchy. So Rosalie asked them again if they were afraid. Raising their fists in unison, they all roared that they feared nothing. It was time to embark on the journey to the battlefield in the forest. The blonde woman said they should split into two teams. They decided to rendezvous on the way back, stopping for the night in the nearest village for now. By lightening their load, the soldiers conserved their stamina. But how could such small bags hold all these supplies? The money was well spent. Incidentally, the lady brought the hairpin Bianca had given her. She hoped she wouldn't have to take it out, as it would cause great stress if the girl were forced to use it. The Duchess ordered the knights to rest and to call her immediately if anything happened. Just as the Duchess of the Duchy had thought, her calculations were perfectly correct. The number of enemy troops far exceeded the musketeers' expectations, but it didn't matter. The blonde woman declared all present to assume battle positions. Beta team survives and covers Alpha team, which throws grenades on the girl's signal. The lady ordered the grenades to be thrown at the enemy squad. One of the enemy soldiers only had time to ask what was flying toward them. The Duchess raised her crossbow and declared the war had begun. She issued precise instructions. For instance, Alpha Team was to pursue the enemy, while Beta Team must hold their ground and continue the assault. Rosalie stated that her troops needed to resolve this before sunrise. Think about it. The enemy forces are already tied up. The yellow-eyed man, Niden, shouted gleefully, eager to take them down. As long as they were with Duchess Judith, victory was certain. Suddenly, they all noticed the enemy advancing towards their position. The blonde Duchess ordered Joy to throw a grenade towards the cliff. It seemed the lady squad had nearly completed all their objectives. Judging by the stab wounds, the Duchess discovered someone injured by an ordinary sword. This was the work of an experienced individual, highly skilled in swordsmanship. If he had killed the enemy squad, then that killer was after the Duchess herself. She immediately spotted Niden, who was helping fight off the enemy. Rosalie asked what he was doing here, and the man told her not to stare at him like that. He had come to the battlefield because someone had requested it. Hearing the snap of a branch, the Duchess shielded Niden from an attack, and the mercenary then realized that he and Davis had worried needlessly. The red-haired man, Niden, had come this far. He could return now without revealing who had sent him. But then she, the Duchess, knew her spy might actually die. He, Niden, suddenly declared it would be his honor to die beside Duchess Judith. She immediately brushed the stranger's hand away, stating that war was not a game. The yellow-eyed man, Niden, abruptly asked if Rosalie doubted his abilities. The red-haired man, Niden, also questioned, wasn't she, the Duchess, even slightly surprised by his skills. The lady didn't even try to take advantage when someone offered help. She, the Duchess, simply turned her head away, murmuring that she had treated him like Bella's watchdog. But the man wished she would let him do something more significant now. A mercenary could infiltrate and assassinate the Marquis. Not just the Marquis, but anyone the blonde woman, the Duchess, wanted dead. The Duchess said she didn't know what answer Naiden wanted to hear. But for her, it was still more convenient to operate alone. That was the whole secret. Judith was informed that the rendezvous of all units was complete. The seriously wounded would be sent back to the duchy, while the rest should continue the offensive. The boy, likely Joy, asked who the man standing behind the lady, the Duchess, was, and she replied that he was someone who shouldn't be here. The man, Naiden, knew Rosalie was quite a thorny person. Very little time remained until victory in the territorial war, but the yellow-eyed man, Naiden, couldn't be certain about it, because nothing was more fraught with variables than war. Until victory was achieved, no one knew how much more effort would be required. Over with Captain Ron, the attack was progressing smoothly. Perhaps tomorrow the Duchess's detachment would join him. The blonde woman, the Duchess, ordered the red-haired mercenary, Naiden, to spend the night with them as well. He could return tomorrow. The man, Naiden, explained he would move slightly farther away, as it was too noisy among the crowd. The view from a tall tree was excellent. For the first time, Naiden tried to protect someone instead of killing them. But suddenly, he heard energetic footsteps and the slightly quickened heartbeat characteristic of only one person. The man, Naiden, asked Rosalie what was wrong. The lady, the Duchess, handed him a blanket imbued with warming magic, telling him to cover himself. The next day, the Duchess arrived at the designated location with her army. The commander and his aide were relieved she had arrived safely. The yellow-eyed man, Naiden, asked about their current situation. According to reports, the enemy forces had clearly advanced beyond the forest. Soon they would encounter the enemy head-on. She, the Duchess, ordered them into battle positions, preparing for a true territorial war. Okay, here is your translation. She learned that 2 enemy knights were approaching the tower. It seemed, given the disparity in forces, they had decided to persuade them to surrender. But such carelessness was pointless. Everything could change in an instant. The knights were from the Marquis's side, ordered to deliver a message to the blonde woman. As Marquis, Wendell had shown them great generosity. If they surrendered now, the Marquis would spare them. The knights demanded that the Duchess of Judith raise the white flag and surrender. But the lady ordered a gift for their guests, an arrow straight to the head. The yellow-eyed woman, Rosalie, retorted, asking if her answer wasn't concise enough. One knight screamed as he watched his companion bleed out and die. They vowed to make Judith pay, make them regret responding to the Marquis's generosity in such a manner. The captain asked if their words could be trusted. Upon learning how the blonde woman had responded, the Marquis realized she intended to fight. Therefore, he ordered an immediate attack on the enemy camp. Finally, mounted on her horse, she spotted Wendell, intending to kill him. But an ambush lay behind her. Naiden saved her, declaring that no one was permitted to touch Rosalie. As Marquis Wendell approached, the yellow-eyed woman asked what he planned to do now. The man, the Marquis, claimed that if the Duchess had submitted meekly, he wouldn't have had to resort to certain measures. On his signal, foreign reinforcements would arrive. The blonde woman was shocked that he would bring in external forces, an act of treason. The Marquis intended to destroy the entire duchy and all evidence. Though the lady believed he was unprepared for such a feat, more importantly, he had the most powerful ally by his side, Her Majesty, the Empress. The man, the Marquis, said that if Rosalie surrendered now, he would show her mercy, adding that the enemy, referring to himself, desired the Duchess's pitiable body. The Marquis wanted to possess her, but suddenly, the yellow-eyed woman produced the Marquis's daughter's hairpin. Wendell scoffed, calling it utterly foolish for a lady to think she could buy him off with something so trivial. She, Rosalie, urged him, the Marquis, to take another look at the hairpin. Through magic, this hairpin could record sounds and surroundings, then transmit the recording to the location of its paired hairpin. Originally, young nobles used them to express affection, but Rosalie had used it to expose the Marquis's crimes to His Majesty, the Emperor. In the original story, due to rumors of the Crown Prince supporting the Duchess, the Marquis hadn't brought in foreign forces. However, this time, the Duchess dared to do so, use the hairpin. She had already experienced countless wars like this, so she now offered him, the Marquis, the chance to surrender, promising mercy in return. If the man, the Marquis, admitted defeat in the territorial war and left this place, she would spare his life, and his secrets would remain secrets. Would he let his soldiers return alive, or choose another path? If he didn't surrender, the enemy, meaning the Empire, would execute them for treason. But he, the Marquis, immediately raised his scepter, shouting that this was all for the great Wendell family. The blonde woman ordered her forces to prepare for battle. The Marquis's military reinforcements were approaching. Ultimately, the Marquis chose betrayal. At that moment, His Highness, the Crown Prince, appeared on the battlefield. The enemy, the Marquis, was himself surprised to see him, along with a vast army of knights. The Duchess approached, asking how Davis came to be here. He replied that he came to see Rosalie. The Marquis was stunned speechless. The Crown Prince looked him straight in the eye and spoke the name of the Duchess's enemy, the Marquis. He, the Crown Prince, stated that the facts were clear, so he, the Marquis, had best cease resistance, adding that the disgraceful foreign reinforcements the enemy, the Marquis, relied upon had already been suppressed by the imperial forces. Having lost the territorial war, he began to beg His Highness for forgiveness. But now Wendell would be punished as a traitor and executed. The man started shouting for the future emperor to stay away from him, but he was pierced by a sword for engaging in such dirty dealings. Davis knelt on one knee, kissed Rosalie's hand, and declared that this victory belonged to her. The lady should have devised a clearer plan for unexpected situations. The blue-eyed man reported that the Marquis had gone too far, and he had no intention of stopping her. The commander asked if the Duchess was injured, but the wounded needed to be tended to first. Healers were waiting for the army in the nearest village, so moving there was wise. The rest could return to the duchy. The prince knew the blonde woman might claim she was safe, not even injured, even if it wasn't true. If she was hurt, it was best not to hide it, and keeping that in mind, she shouldn't worry Davis. His Highness was told they should set off for the Marquis's castle, as their preparations were complete. The yellow-eyed man replied that it was time for them to return as well. Everyone rejoiced for Duchess Judith's victory and gave her glory. The butler personally greeted the lady alongside the people, congratulating her on her triumph. She requested the joyous reception be postponed, asking that the wounded be cared for first. The doctors said they would tend to the injured, but they were not the physicians employed by the madam. Knighton pointed out that Davis had likely sent them. Emma, who worried more than anyone for her mistress, ran to the Duchess and embraced her tightly. Eredit also arrived, catching his breath, finally assured that the blonde woman had returned. The administrator congratulated her on winning the territorial war. The capital would be abuzz for a while. Rosalie's loyal spies had already arrived. She wrote letters to the families of those who perished in the war, though casualties were few. It would have been better if there were none at all, but that wasn't the case, so the Duchess had to send them compensation and erect tombstones in the ducal castle, for the lady did not want anyone to think their lives were sacrificed in vain, as they too were someone's children and siblings. Commander Ron approached Rosalie, stating he had a proposal. He asked the blonde woman if she planned to visit the capital soon, suggesting a small banquet to celebrate their victory. Hours later, Knighton tried to persuade the lady to rest, but she decided to finish the letters first, though she hadn't rested properly since the war. The yellow-eyed man subtly pointed out that at this rate, his mistress would fall ill. The lady insisted she wasn't so weak as to get sick from losing a few hours of sleep, but there was no helping it, so the man swept her up into his arms, explaining she was so tired even her blows had become sluggish. He placed the lady on the bed, saying he would wake her in a few hours, thus forcing her to sleep. She must have been incredibly tired, yet she still asked him to wake her in an hour. The warrior wondered how the face of someone asleep could look so serious. Finally, it seemed to the Duchess everything was ready. She looked magnificent. Someone suggested she wear earrings, but the lady stated this wasn't a ball, but a banquet celebrating victory, though the official knight's uniform was quite beautiful. So she was content with it. Judith addressed the warriors, telling them they had all done well. They were all heroes who had successfully protected the Duchy of Judith. Raising a glass of champagne, the yellow-eyed lady wished for them to enjoy the night to their heart's content. The administrator approached the lady, remarking that the knight's uniform suited her very well. Edita wasn't fond of such events, but the atmosphere was rather pleasant. The man murmured something, then invited the lady for a dance, but the blonde woman apologized, explaining she couldn't dance. At this, Rosalie suggested they simply share a drink. Their conversation was interrupted by Commander Ron, who appeared to be searching everywhere for the Duchess. The blonde woman requested to bring Eredit along, but Commander Ron retorted that it would be a waste of time with Eredit, as the man hadn't the faintest idea how to enjoy enjoy himself. With that, Commander Ron simply seized Eredit's hand and pulled him away. The Duchess mused that she, too, needed to step outside for a breath of air. She still found it difficult to acclimate to such a boisterous atmosphere. Out in the rear courtyard, His Highness the Crown Prince came upon the Duchess and offered her a greeting. The yellow-eyed Duchess showed not even a flicker of surprise at his sudden appearance. The man moved like a phantom. Incidentally, the Crown Prince couldn't help but notice that despite being clad only in her formal knight's uniform for the victory banquet, the Duchess possessed a certain charm. It also appeared she hadn't danced at all, and Rosalie seemed slightly flushed from drink. Thus, the blue-eyed prince boldly leaned closer to the Duchess's ear. He extended his hand towards the yellow-eyed lady, asking her for a dance. The blonde Duchess explained that she wasn't a skilled dancer, and besides, her uniform was entirely unsuitable for it. The dark-haired prince countered that she was lovely even without a gown, leaving no cause for concern. Furthermore, the crown prince was an excellent dancer. Accepting his invitation was hardly a transgression. The moment the yellow-eyed Duchess placed her hand in his, a wave of dizziness washed over her. The Duchess felt the urge to thank her friend once more, certain he would help if anything troubled her. She assumed his assistance stemmed solely from his connection to Sonia, but the prince seemed perplexed, not understanding the blonde Duchess's implication. The Duchess elaborated. Her failure could spell trouble for His Highness's supposed sweetheart, Lady Sonia. The prince confessed he didn't know how this misunderstanding had arisen. He and Sonia were merely friends, and his actions had absolutely nothing to do with her. No connection whatsoever. Never, he insisted. The yellow-eyed Duchess offered an apology for her obvious misunderstanding. His Highness, however, expressed relief that the confusion was finally resolved. The dark-haired prince gently chided that drinking too much wasn't advisable, taking the bottle from her hand, remarking it was the first time he'd witnessed someone drinking straight from it. Rosalie thanked the prince for escorting her to her chambers, and the blue-eyed man expressed his hope that he hadn't imposed on her time. In response, the Duchess confessed she felt quite happy in His Highness's presence. As she turned to leave, her new companion suddenly stopped her, pulling her into an embrace. He wished her sweet dreams. The Duchess covered her mouth with her hand, abruptly aware of just how much she had drunk. The steward, Dolan, reported that Lady Bella was imprisoned and had requested an audience for tea with Rosalie before facing her punishment. But the yellow-eyed Duchess had no desire to listen to Bella's venomous tirades. Besides, the Duchess had never resorted to knocking a woman's teeth out and wasn't keen to start. She commanded Bella be brought to her office later. The woman was indeed escorted in shortly, but upon seeing Nathan, she began shrieking about the declarations of love he had allegedly made to her. Nathan immediately countered that this was, naturally, a blatant falsehood. He had simply been tasked with tolerating the obnoxious woman and her peculiar perfume. The Duchess's stepmother, Bella, struggled against the guard's hold, screaming her intent to kill the traitor Nathan. The blonde Duchess calmly informed Lady Bella that she was no longer considered part of the ducal family. Her assets would be seized, and she would be exiled from the duchy. Hearing this, the red-haired woman, Lady Bella, immediately collapsed to her knees, begging for a chance. Kneeling, she claimed that although she was a stepmother, she had treated Rosalie like her own flesh and blood. But both knew that a parent who abused their child had no right to be called a parent. The lady should consider herself fortunate that the Duchess, Rosalie/Judith, had spared her life, despite her orchestrating the territorial war and attempting to steal the Duchess's assets. Bella refused to return to her past life as a commoner, despised and ignored, believing it was all because of her, Rosalie. The red-haired woman, Bella, screamed that she would not die alone, vowing to kill Rosalie Judith, but she was instantly seized by the commander. For this insolent traitor's attack on the Duchess, Knighton slit her throat with a dagger. He noted she held a handful of poisonous herbs, likely intending to force them into Rosalie's mouth. The commander confirmed it was a toxic plant, potentially fatal even in small amounts. Bella should have been convicted sooner. With such resentment, she might have harmed the Duchess even after exile. There is only one person who could have passed the poisonous herbs to Bella in the dungeon. The yellow-eyed woman, Rosalie/Judith, immediately thought of the woman's favorite aide, ordering Kelly to be found at once. She also commanded that Kelly's personal information be circulated among other families and declared her wanted. This was the guilty maid. Anyone encountering her should report it immediately. Exiling her stepmother instead of executing her had been the greatest act of mercy, yet she had trampled upon that chance with her own hands. Rosalie was pulled from her thoughts by Mr. Reddit, the very person she needed at that moment. He was quite embarrassed when Her Grace the Duchess mentioned she had been just about to seek out her administrator. Stating that working in the office wasn't quite suitable, she invited the gentleman to the library instead. The green-haired man, Reddit, questioned if the stranger, Naiden, could be allowed to review the estate's documents, though honestly, the girl, Rosalie, knew Naiden's true identity. The administrator, Reddit, didn't think so, prompting the spy, Naiden, to ask about his ability to judge people. The Duchess mused that this was the first time she had seen the two converse, and it seemed they weren't getting along well. Reddit remarked that the Duchess would be uncomfortable working if Naiden sat too close. The lady, Rosalie, stated that if they received reparations for the territorial war from the royal family, she wished to improve the welfare of the duchy and the estate's residents. The man, Reddit, requested permission to draft their new plans. The warrior, Naiden, noted that the sound of the duchy's chief administrator's, Reddit's, heartbeat, or perhaps his presence/manner, truly irritated him. Yellow Eyes, Rosalie, requested Naiden to look after the duchy during her trip to the capital. Commander Ron asked if she really intended to travel without a nightly escort, but the lady, Rosalie, believed everything would be fine since Naiden was with her. A mix of jealousy and genuine concern for the Duchess intertwined as Reddit urged her to be careful. Yellow Eyes, Rosalie, again asked him to take care of everything, though surely, with the trust she placed in him, all would proceed smoothly. Arriving in the capital via teleportation, His Highness the Crown Prince was surprised the lady, Rosalie, wasn't shocked at all. He had been waiting for her, as she had mentioned taking a walk with him upon her arrival. The red-haired man, Crown Prince, suddenly embraced the girl, Rosalie, saying it would be difficult since Rosalie was supposed to walk with him. The lady, Rosalie, herself stated she was going to meet Lady Bright. Well, Naiden naturally had to protect Lady Rosalie, so he would accompany her. Seeing this, Davis decided he would go too. However, the blonde lady, Lady Bright, needed to speak privately with this lady, Rosalie, so she decided to go alone. The boys, Naiden, Davis, Crown Prince, were surprised that none of them could accompany the yellow-eyed girl, Rosalie. Her Grace, Rosalie, suggested the two of them, Naiden and Davis, would have fun together and promptly departed. Bianca embraced her sister tightly. It had been quite some time since they last met, and the way she rushed out immediately made it clear she had been waiting eagerly, and quite impatiently at that. The girl began asking her sister if she was absolutely certain she hadn't been injured. Naturally, Rosalie had written in her letter that she was unharmed and everything had concluded satisfactorily, but Bianca wanted to know just how frightened her sister must have been. Bianca confessed she truly hadn't been able to sleep at night, rushing to the mansion every morning to fetch the newspaper. The blonde woman, Rosalie, apologized but requested the hairpin first, noting that Bianca was overly worried, especially since Rosalie hadn't told her the details. Bianca asked her sister if she had looked at the hairpin, receiving a negative reply. Bianca explained that she knew what it was and had been explicitly told not to look, so she hadn't. If word were to spread that the hairpin had some connection to the territorial war, even Bianca could find herself in danger. The Duchess gently patted the girl's head, offering praise, but Bianca insisted she was merely relieved that her lady was safe and sound. Suddenly, Bianca grew curious about what had transpired between her sister, Rosalie, and the Crown Prince. She had heard that His Highness, the Crown Prince, had knelt before the Duchess, Rosalie. The yellow-eyed woman, Rosalie, clarified that Davis was merely a good friend, then countered by asking Bianca how she had come to know about the incident. The problem, Bianca explained, was that rumors traveled swiftly. The Imperial Knights who had been present had spread the word, and now it was the only thing being discussed in the workshops. Still, the pink-haired girl, Bianca, found it utterly unimaginable that Mr. Davis would kneel before anyone. He had always been an intimidating figure, radiating an aura that kept others at bay. Even his casual smiles seemed to carry an icy chill. Though, Naturally, many young ladies found that very coolness appealing. Considering the original narrative, Bianca mused, he certainly wasn't known for his warmth towards others. Of course, the Duchess, Rosalie, herself had likely paid attention to His Highness for similar reasons. But right now, Bianca was more interested in her sister. It had been far too long since they'd last seen each other, she declared, and they needed to spend more time together. Duchess Judith met with the son of Marquis Bright, who introduced himself as Sobinik and mentioned he currently served as a knight within the Royal Knight Order. The girl, Bianca, invited her brother, Sobinik, to join them for dinner, explaining that the rest of their family had departed for the estate, leaving her feeling rather bored. She hadn't accompanied them, she added, preferring the vibrant atmosphere of the capital. The brother, Sobinik, recalled the incident of His Highness kneeling before this very Duchess. Considered in hindsight, the prince's actions seemed almost understandable. Sobinik had noticed how His Highness subtly relaxed whenever Duchess Rosalie's name was mentioned. The blonde woman, Rosalie, that asked the man, Sobinik, if there was something specific he wished to inquire about, but he merely apologized for any perceived rudeness. The Marquis's daughter, Bianca, breathed a sigh of relief, grateful anew that her sister was unharmed. Seeing the scars her own brother bore sometimes drove her mad with sorrow. The yellow-eyed woman, Rosalie, remarked that there was no need for sadness, as scars were testaments to courage, like medals earned. Hearing this, the guy, Sobinik, commented that this girl, Rosalie, possessed considerable insight on the subject and offered to pour her a drink. Noting the cold outside, Rosalie advised Bianca against venturing out, mentioning that the carriage was parked close by. In fact, the girl, Bianca, admitted that she had originally asked her brother to see her home. However, he had become intoxicated rather quickly and, having perhaps indulged a bit too freely, was no longer in a state to escort her home from the capital. Especially since, lately, rumors spoke of bandits roaming the capital and targeting nobles, making a direct return home advisable. But the girl, Bianca, assured her sister she was perfectly sober and could manage the journey without issue. Just then, this lady, Rosalie, noticed that Prince Davis, she wasn't sure for how long, had been standing near her carriage. The man, Davis, inquired if the blonde woman, Rosalie, perhaps intended to go elsewhere, to which she replied in the negative. The dark-haired man, Davis, stated he would follow this lady's, Rosalie's, carriage on horseback before proceeding directly to the imperial palace. Acknowledging the late hour, he suggested they could meet again tomorrow. The Duchess couldn't help but wonder if Davis had come specifically to ascertain her destination. The girl inquired of the gentleman, noting he appeared particularly weary these past few days, whether it stemmed from the diplomatic dispute with the Lentil Kingdom concerning the territorial war. She asked if there was any news and why Marquis Wendell hadn't been prevented from acting sooner. To this, the prince responded curtly that it was all because Rosalie had desired a territorial war, that he himself had accrued sufficient merit, and that the blonde woman had ultimately won the conflict. The girl then asked if she might perhaps lend His Highness some assistance, expressing her own desire to help him. At this, the man regarded the lady with a confident gaze and requested that she address him simply by his given name. The woman with yellow eyes asked if Davis truly wished for this, pointing out that such familiarity deviated from noble etiquette. Once this intimacy was established, and the prince reciprocated by using Rosalie's name, he remarked that it seemed time for the girl to depart, prompting her to urge the man to travel safely. He also implored the Duchess to understand that even if she were to return everything, he would accept none of it. Emma urged the lady to examine the items laid out on the floor, emphasizing that, quite literally, these pieces were the creations of the most celebrated designers. They were intricately inlaid with a variety of precious gems. It was then that the blonde woman grasped the meaning behind the dark-haired woman's words. More than the gifts themselves, the girl felt gladdened by this profound gesture of care. Word had it that Duchess Judith fought like a veritable goddess of war against Marquis Wendell's forces, and even His Highness the Crown Prince had bent the knee to her. But then again, wasn't Lady Sonia known to be quite close to Duchess Judith? The aristocratic lady affirmed that they had indeed been friends since childhood. In response, someone questioned whether she hadn't heard about the territorial war, particularly the aspects involving His Highness the Crown Prince. The lady claimed Rosalie was exceedingly busy, and she herself hadn't heard anything that might capture the interest of society ladies. However, Ammons confessed to being somewhat baffled. It struck her as peculiar that Rosalie, who until recently wouldn't harm a fly, had emerged victorious in a war. It was true, the Duchess had initially been exceedingly timid, scarcely daring to meet anyone's gaze, and then suddenly, the territorial war had erupted. Whenever harsh words were directed her way, tears would instantly spring to her eyes, and she invariably sought refuge behind Lady Ammons. Sonia remarked that while she hesitated to suggest the Duchess had usurped the credit due to the royal knights, appearances certainly pointed that way. Everyone present was taken aback by this insinuation. Could the Duchess truly be capable of such a craven act? If she had indeed stolen the royal knight's victory, it represented an undeniable disgrace, utterly incompatible with the title of Duchess. The lady responsible for the comment felt immensely pleased with herself. With just a few casually dropped words, the full weight of malicious gossip was now descending upon her friend. Bianca expressed her fury regarding the recent newspaper articles, insisting that action was imperative before Rosalie's reputation suffered further damage. The Lady Rosalie dismissed it as merely a preposterous rumor, noting that no direct harm had yet occurred, and thus asked the girl Bianca to investigate the rumor's origin. In reply, her sister explained that the story came from a noblewoman visiting her salon who had likely overheard it at some social function. Her friend Rosalie proposed that they should work to dispel these rumors, but cautioned against making an overt effort, as doing so would likely prevent them from fading quickly. Yet, the danger remained that the rumors could solidify into accepted truth, inflicting substantial harm upon Duchess Judith's standing. To this day, the Night Knights followed the blonde woman with unwavering loyalty, fully aware that they might perish on the battlefield. A few baseless rumors hadn't troubled her initially, but this situation was beginning to genuinely vex her. Bianca asked the girl Rosalie if she possessed any strategy or plan to counteract these rumors. Reasoning that the surest way to amplify a rumor was for the subject herself, Rosalie, to react defensively, the woman with yellow eyes requested that her friend Bianca establish her own salon, for it would be highly advantageous if she, Rosalie, could arrange a meeting with Sabanik, Bianca's brother. At length, the pink-haired girl Bianca took her leave. A man arrived, and at that very moment, Naiden abruptly interjected, asking if he might now remain with the Duchess. The prince had heard that Lady Bright recently paid her a visit, and subsequently spread strange rumors about her. Soon, the Duchess Rosalie would be attending the salon. If that blonde woman, Bianca, were to inform Davis, he would issue an official document. Yet even official decrees struggle to silence wagging tongues. Therefore, Duchess Rosalie intended to disseminate a more potent rumor of her own. Thus, for days later, Rosalie would make her appearance at the salon. To that end, the Crown Prince, Davis, had requested she wear the jewels he gifted her to the salon, as they all suited her magnificently. Sonia couldn't comprehend what Duchess Judith was doing at the salon, especially appearing so confident in the wake of those rumors. For just as she suspected, the Duchess Rosalie arrived, and the whispers spread through the salon like wildfire. After taking a sip of tea, the young woman, Rosalie, remarked that she heard many people frequented this salon and wondered aloud if she had inadvertently interrupted everyone's chatter. Suddenly, a lady noticed the Duchess Rosalie adorned with the Rococo diamonds. Yet the owner had famously declared they wouldn't sell them, even for their full weight in gold. The question then arose, where had Rosalie acquired them? To this, Bianca proudly proclaimed that her sister was none other than Duchess Judith herself, capable of procuring them from anywhere. A noblewoman, known for her close ties to the Marquis Wendell's family, scoffed, remarking that the Duchess had been the talk of the town lately and had no right to act so self-assured. When pressed on her meaning, she retorted that it was precisely through such abilities that the declining duchy managed to defeat the rising power of the Marquis Wendell's family. Rosalie countered, questioning who would believe such baseless rumors, and wondered if the lady was truly so distraught because the family she was close to had suffered defeat. If this gossip alluded to the abilities of the yellow-eyed Duchess, she suggested, then perhaps a demonstration using her aura could verify the claims. But abruptly, a green light began to flare around the warrior woman, Rosalie, and witnessing the genuine aura, everyone gasped collectively. The Duchess looked directly into Sonia's eyes, declaring she didn't know where these foolish and absurd rumors originated, but the duchy would not let the matter rest. So they had best guard their tongues, lest she and her Knight Order, the very ones who defeated Marquis Wendell, cut out every single one. A man entered the room then, stating that as the Knight Commander of the Royal Knight Order, he had something to inform the ladies. Due to the rumors circulating recently, a portion of the royal family's reputation had been tarnished. By the time the Royal Knight Order intervened in the territorial war, the duchy had already decimated the Marquis's forces. The man stated there was no need for such unfounded gossip to paint the Royal Knight Order as pitiful figures stealing the duchy's glory. His Highness, the Crown Prince Davis, also held the Duchess's achievements in high regard and had personally bestowed the jewels upon her as recognition. It seemed Davis had asked Rosalie to wear his jewels precisely for this reason, so she simply thanked the commander for his assistance and the information. Immediately, all the ladies began chattering, claiming they never believed the rumors in the first place, for one must trust facts, not gossip, and after all, receiving a reward personally from His Highness the Crown Prince himself. That was the greatest honor. Bianca started boasting about her sister, mentioning that besides the necklace, the girl wore other gems too. The blonde woman, Bianca, asked the man, the commander, if he had done something she hadn't anticipated, and if he could confirm whether this was an order from His Highness. He replied that the command had come too suddenly for him to notify the Duchess Rosalie beforehand. The Duchess Rosalie stated that if the Knight Order desired any reward, they need only ask. That wouldn't be necessary, the commander replied, as it was merely the truth. Besides, her brother, the commander, had heard the Duchess gave credit to his younger sister, Bianca, for her achievements, and that Rosalie had also set a fine example for her. So that, for him, was reward enough. Judith, Rosalie, said that should he ever require her assistance in the future, he should not hesitate to contact her. The lady was as forthright as her gaze suggested. The gentleman, quite pleased that His Highness had such a person by his side, replied that he would certainly take advantage of the offer. Davis surely wished to ensure such rumors spread no further, and for some reason, he seemed quite concerned with the honor of the duchy. Lady Sonia remarked with a smile that she never imagined a lady like her would grace this salon. She brazenly added that while she felt sorry for saying such things about her friend, she was glad everything had been resolved. Indeed, due to someone's utterly foolish prattle, even Davis could have been implicated. Rosalie, surprised and irritated that Sonia referred to His Highness so familiarly, demanded to know what exactly Sonia was talking about. But Sonia explained that if people had gradually accepted it as truth, Davis would have become known as a crown prince who stole the credit of others, and suspicions would have arisen that he had accepted bribes from the Duchess for this act. Now, she understood the source of these rumors. A certain noble harboring animosity towards Lady Rosalie, convinced of their friendly relations, whose words would lend credence to these absurd tales. The Duchess mused that, through all this, her reputation had paradoxically been solidified, and she wondered who had spread these falsehoods. But perhaps she ought to thank that person. The duchy had received a flood of letters today. Apparently, she had become quite the celebrity in social circles. Worldly socializing consumed so much time and energy that the lady felt disinclined to involve herself further. The gentleman mentioned that if the lady intended to work late, he would prepare some tea for her to alleviate her fatigue. The lady replied that, just this once, she would leave for a while today, all because she needed to meet someone interesting. Davis spotted Rosalie and began shaking her shoulders, asking what she was doing here and if something had happened. The blue-eyed man initially thought the lady sought some sort of deal with him, but that didn't feel right either. Yet, for some reason, the lady felt a touch awkward, since the gentleman always came to her. She explained she had decided to seek him out for once. The Crown Prince was relieved that nothing serious had occurred. Suddenly, the lady declared that she found Sir Davis's smile quite beautiful. Incidentally, the yellow-eyed lady inquired where the man was headed, and he replied that he often visited this place in the evenings. The blonde lady asked if she might accompany Davis. The dark-haired man noted that the stairs to that place were quite dark, so he requested she take his hand, lest the lady should fall. Holding the man's hand, the lady thought how large it was, surely comfortable when gripping a sword. When they arrived at the high vantage point where His Highness spent his time, the lady was astonished. The night view from here was simply unparalleled. The man deftly brought up Rosalie's recent comment about his smile being beautiful. Following these words, he declared that in his eyes, Rosalie appeared even more beautiful. The blonde lady mentioned that back at the salon, Bianca had shouldered all the work during the preparations for the territorial war. The prince had seen how her knights trained with intense focus, and how Rosalie had prepared day and night for it. How, he asked, could he possibly allow anyone to slander the achievements of his Duchess? The lady was quite taken aback, seeing the man defend the honor and pride of the duchy's knights. From this spot, a small building was visible, the Duchess's residence. The blue-eyed man confessed that sometimes, gazing at the mansion from here, he would wonder what she was doing at that very moment. Finding this amusing, the lady remarked that he could simply come visit her directly, as she would turn a blind eye even if it were just for idle chatter. Bianca praised the location, noting the tea served there was excellent, and Rosalie suggested the gentleman should try it. Suddenly, they spotted Bella's personal maid in the city below, wondering what she was doing there, knowing full well she couldn't hear them anyway. Sonia had heard tell of a mercenary guild situated in that perilous district, a place where, for the right price, any request would be met, no questions asked. Believing she'd left her ring behind in the changing room, Sonia tasked her companion, the maid, with retrieving it for her. Her legs ached from the long walk, Sonia explained, so she preferred to wait there. But the servant fretted, concerned for her lady's safety in such a place. The green-eyed girl, Sonia, stressed that it was an exceptionally valuable ring, a keepsake from her mother. With that, Sonia handed the maid a cloak, instructing her to conceal her face. Just then, Sonia's gaze fell upon Bella's maid near a pile of refuse, and she called out, demanding to know what she was doing there. Why did she flee upon recognition? Sonia questioned the woman, Bella's maid, adding that she meant her no harm. News of the territorial war had swept through the region, eclipsing the memory of Bella's demise. What reason, then, could her maid have for visiting the mercenary guild? Sonia stated the maid deeply regretted that the lady who protected her, Bella, was no longer present. Apparently, this girl had come seeking them out with the intent to kill Rosalie. The maid voiced her fear, certain that Rosalie would likely kill her if she were ever discovered. Lady Sonia then probed, asking how much the maid knew about her own friendship with the Duchess. Surely, Sonia insinuated, the maid must have heard the rumors that Rosalie had mocked Bella, toyed with her even as she ended her life. Sonia then whispered, her voice laced with false sympathy, that she truly felt for the maid's plight. Tossing a pouch onto the floor, Sonia announced her departure. Within the pouch lay several gold coins, enough, she declared, for the woman, the maid, to seek proper vengeance for Bella. In truth, Miss Sonia merely feigned dropping the money accidentally, but should Kelly, the maid, fail and Lady Sonia's involvement be exposed, the consequences would be dire. The woman, Kelly, offered a prayer to Bella, vowing that vengeance would soon be hers, that everything would unfold as desired. But abruptly, the Crown Prince's closest friend shoved the would-be avenger into the path of a galloping horse, needing to erase any potential evidence linking back. Nedden expressed considerable surprise that the Duchess had gone into hiding, though there was little he could do about it. Incidentally, Emma had been remarkably insistent during the house's major cleaning. Despite the crowds milling about the place, it remained rather quiet, a detail Rosalie herself observed. The man, perhaps Nedden, the Crown Prince's friend, was taken aback that Lady Rosalie had visited the bookstore specifically for him. He noted with pleasure that the girl was far more considerate than he had previously assumed. The yellow-eyed Rosalie retorted, stating her annoyance that he was only realizing this now. But suddenly, within the confines of that very library, both Sonia and Rosalie reached for the exact same book simultaneously. Rosalie remarked that it was a pleasant encounter, especially in such a location. The blonde, Sonia, countered that in the compact capital, frequent encounters among the nobility were only natural. Concluding that her friend, Rosalie, was now openly slighting her, Sonia declared it was time for her to leave. Rosalie coolly replied that she would decide for herself how to conduct her affairs, and that Sonia ought to proceed to wherever she was meant to be. At this, the envious Lady Sonia cried out that Rosalie had finally gone too far. The Duchess, Rosalie, inquired icily if Mrs. Sonia had not been taught the importance of maintaining silence. Here in the bookstore, Ammons had granted her time to reconsider. But soon, Sonia vowed, Rosalie would pay dearly for her words. The red-haired man, likely Nedden, walked past Sonia just then, inquiring about a peculiar fragrance. He commented that Lady Sonia's perfume was remarkably unique. The yellow-eyed Rosalie responded without pause, suggesting that perhaps Sonia crafted it herself. According to the original narrative, Sonia possessed a keen interest in flowers. The man mentioned he would browse a little longer, finding the atmosphere of the place quite agreeable. Yet, he noted to himself, he had encountered that pungent aroma somewhere before. Meanwhile, Emma had managed to complete the dress repairs in remarkably short order. The yellow-eyed Rosalie had requested to simply purchase new garments outright, citing her busy schedule as Duchess, needing to get to her work. But it was no use. The designers had just delivered a catalog showcasing their latest collection. Resigned, Lady Rosalie instructed that several outfits be purchased for her and then departed for her duties, leaving her maid quite astonished by the exchange. The man mentioned he was going to sleep, asking if he could use the last room at the end of the hallway, which was correct, as he had decided to stay at the Duchy's residence during her time in the capital. It seemed the capital's mansion was colder than the Duke's castle, and today they could conclude their business. While the girl slept, a mercenary infiltrated her room, entangling her with a dagger. As it turned out, the girl wasn't asleep. She opened her eyes, stating she hadn't invited any guests. The man lunged at her, inflicting a deep cut on the lady's thigh. Rosalie wrested the dagger from his grasp and lunged at the mercenary, giving him no time to react. He couldn't comprehend how an ordinary noblewoman possessed such skills. Nothing was proceeding according to plan, which the lady found amusing. It appeared he was no ordinary man after all. Just then, the wound began to burn intensely. Suddenly, a sleepy-eyed Nedin entered the room, asking if the girl had invited someone over. She declared she utterly rejected such aggressive guests. The man, dagger in hand, noticed Rosalie's injury and simply asked if the mercenary was prepared to fight. The spy fought more ignorantly than she had anticipated, but suddenly, the girl started feeling dizzy. It turned out the assassin's blade was coated with poison, the primary cause of her headache and dizziness. She needed to take an antidote and rest for several days, if she wished. The girl said she must report this to the emperor tomorrow. To this, the man remarked that the assassin's poison was by no means weak. The lady, having built a tolerance to poison since childhood, stated she could endure the pain. Gaining an audience with the emperor wasn't easy, and if the timing was missed, the current value of the mines could be exposed. Doran was shocked by his mistress's injury, and she asked him if there were any antidotes or painkillers in the manor. Emma was also terrified, and, as the butler went to fetch the medicine, she began to worry if everything was all right. At that moment, the red-haired mercenary worried that the poison would erode the Duchess's health and energy. Yellow Eyes noted her entire body was aching intensely, as if beaten with sticks for hours. The blonde woman arrived at the imperial palace slightly earlier than expected. It was very quiet. Rosalie decided to find a place to rest briefly, but suddenly, amidst the crowd of elderly and not-so-elderly people, she caught sight of Davis out of the corner of her eye. His expression wasn't as cheerful as usual. Seeing Rosalie, the prince asked what she was doing there. Everyone recognized the Duchess and began trying to make her acquaintance. She knew perfectly well that none of these people were relatives of the former duke. Greed practically shone in all their eyes, which was why Davis was displeased. The girl interrupted the fawning conversation, informing them she had urgent matters to discuss with His Highness. An old man dared to speak up, saying he stood between the crown prince and the Duchess. He proposed joining them, stating that conversation was an interesting activity, to which His Highness asked why he was intruding. Did he think he was his friend merely because he had spoken a few words? The blue-eyed man didn't quite understand why this old man was trying to interrupt his conversation with the Duchess. The yellow-eyed woman confirmed the crown prince's words, stating her discussion with His Highness was private. The man suggested the girl leave that greedy circle and hastily asked the Duchess what had happened. She reported that Davis looked unhappy and asked if doing so was presumptuous. The dark-haired man clearly reiterated that he was asking about the blonde woman's condition. His Highness the Crown Prince noticed Rosalie didn't look well and asked if she was ill, to which he was surprised he had guessed so quickly. The blue-eyed man explained he had noticed the girl was unwell from the unhealthy pallor on her face. After feeling her forehead, the man realized the warrior was running a fever. He inquired if she had taken any cold medicine, but she denied having a cold at all. The girl stated it was due to poisoning. The Duchess elaborated that a hired assassin had come for her during the night. Neiden had dealt with him but she intended to handle the matter personally once she recovered. Regarding the poison, the girl mentioned, it wasn't particularly dangerous. The black-haired woman reported that arriving at the imperial palace in this condition necessitated rest, even if it meant postponing the audience until later. The man suggested delaying. The longer the blonde woman hesitated, the more agonizing the poison would become. But suddenly, the painkiller's effects began to wane. The yellow-eyed woman wondered if it was the man who had somehow hastened this. The blonde woman greeted His Majesty the Emperor, offering endless praise for his glory. The old man bade the lady raise her head and observe the woman before whom his own son knelt. The emperor recalled Rosalie as a child, back when the Duke was still among them. Now, she had blossomed into a formidable Duchess. Regardless of what others might claim, the victory in the war was undeniably hers. He believed they could have succeeded even without the Imperial Knights. To this, the woman countered that it would have been perilous without reinforcements. It was an impeccably crafted response, prompting the old man to ask if the Duchess required anything specific, assuring her that His Majesty would grant her whatever she needed without hesitation. The blonde woman requested the mine registered under Marquis Wendell's name. The emperor knew Rosalie despised the greedy. He reflected that a life confined within the imperial palace felt miserable precisely because of such avarice. The man declared that one mine was insufficient, proclaiming he would bestow upon the girl all the assets confiscated from the Marquis. The grandfather was taken aback that Davis would kneel before a woman whose words were so stern and cold. He asked her, this Duchess, if she harbored any intention of becoming the Empress in the future. He added that the girl could speak frankly, imploring her to share the truth. The lady promised she would not disclose anything, regardless of her answer. The blonde woman stated she had no desire to become busier and did not consider herself qualified for such a position. His Majesty chuckled, remarking that he favored such a mindset. The Emperor's son must be the finest, and he had developed an interest in strong, charismatic women. He would be the last man to sacrifice happiness for status due to an empress's greed. Davis had been compelled to become crown prince, simply because this son of the old man had not disappointed his father so profoundly. The yellow-eyed woman found it all too peculiar. Upon reflection, the crown prince had never treated Rosalie with coldness. He had immediately rushed to the lady's side, inquiring if the girl had a fever. They were still unaware of the mastermind behind the attack, and Davis worried he might have to escort her back to her mansion. On their way, the young men encountered Sonia. She mentioned she had briefly visited the palace with her father. The man noted that Rosalie had met with the emperor that day. The lady observed that the Duchess appeared unharmed, inwardly questioning how her own scheme could have possibly failed. Knighton mentioned that, regardless, he had been intending to seek out the crown prince himself. This assassin's guild boasted a fine reputation. Davis felt quite certain that this reputation was soon to meet its end. The blonde woman explained to her subordinate that she was all right and there was no cause for concern. EDID had arrived out of worry regarding the poison. Everything had apparently been decided beforehand, so he had chosen to step away for a moment. The girl interrupted the fellow, stating he should not repeat such actions, because in the Duchess's absence, Erdit was entrusted with taking good care of things for the Duchess. The crown prince presented Emma with a beverage, an antidote, leaving them utterly astonished, as they hadn't recognized the man concealed beneath the robe when he managed to bring it. But each time she received his help, the prince himself sought out the assassins, asking if they had ordered the murder of Judith. Knighton suddenly declared the man would die before he could say anything. The bald man cried out that he didn't know who they were talking about, only that she was a commoner, struck by a carriage, and the carriage owner took her away. That was all he knew. She had money on her. It had been a long time, and he had spent it all, but he kept the pouch that held the money because it looked valuable. The man ordered him to remember that anyone who harmed Duchess Judith would not live, and asked him to pass on greetings to his friends. Knighton had already found the small pouch, though the mixed scents made it difficult to distinguish. The red-haired man couldn't understand where this familiar scent came from. He suddenly recalled that this was the scent Rosalie carried when they met at the bookstore. seeing the duchy's chief administrator suddenly appear. The mercenary asked what he was doing here. The man asked what they were doing there together, and they replied they were waiting for Rosalie to wake up. Eredit asked if these men were fond of the Duchess, only to receive a counter-question asking his reason for asking such things. He immediately apologized, saying he had spoken without thinking. Nadan noticed the administrator had also fallen for Rosalie. He began to shout, why wouldn't he admire the Duchess he served? The next morning, seeing the three men all asking the same question about the lady's condition, the girl was surprised to find the three men sitting right outside her door. Remembering what the lady wanted to ask, she asked Nadan if he had identified which guild the assassin he mentioned yesterday belonged to. They decided not to speak of it until they found the girl who was told. Davis asked Rosalie if she had important plans for the day. Today, she wished to meet Bianca and the Earl's son, Hefton. Since she would be going with Whitney, Nadan wouldn't need to accompany her. The Earl's son was one of those suitors popular with women due to his personality. Eredit asked the prince if he knew where they intended to meet, but it was obviously a place where all the nobles gathered. Rosalie finally met Bianca's best friend, or rather, the Earl's son himself. Bianca mentioned the Duchess in every conversation, and the man wanted to meet her personally, saying his friend, Bianca, behaved like a child, and thus he worried she might have inconvenienced the Duchess. The lady remarked that her friend had a very good friend indeed. The men decided to find something out. This nobleman, Eredit, offered to help them. In fact, the Earl's son was interested in Rosalie's relationship with the prince. He was surprised that she and Bianca were on good terms after that scandal. So he requested the meeting because the girl, Rosalie, could understand that her sister, Bianca, was impressionable and sentimental, and her friend, Hefton, worried it was an unrequited love that would have consequences. Moreover, watching the person you like pursue someone else hurts more than he anticipated. Sarah had always loved Bianca. Although it wasn't mutual, he hadn't given up. So when Bianca acted on her whims, he pretended not to understand and offered help. Hefton felt fortunate to have met someone as sensible as this blonde lady, Rosalie. The lady stopped, asking Whitney to wait outside for a moment. The lady saw them in and asked what the three of them were doing there. They greeted her, calling it a coincidence, but the blonde woman guessed the three of them had been standing there until she left. During dinner, the prince mentioned he might not be able to come tomorrow. The blonde woman guessed it was because of the negotiations with the Kingdom of Rental. He replied that they were well prepared, so there was no danger. Rosalie felt a wave of calm, hearing there was no danger. The man inquired if the lady felt saddened by the black-haired man's absence, expressing her desire to thank him somehow, for he had done so much for her. The blue-eyed man announced his participation in the upcoming demon hunt and, therefore, wished to receive an amulet crafted by the girl. The demon hunt competition, an event held each winter to cull the demonic beasts that grew fiercer with hunger, had evolved into an annual spectacle for the nobility. Since ancient times, ladies awaiting their knights, or the head of the household returning from the hunt, would fashion amulets in the form of ribbons to bestow as gifts. The blonde woman mused that she, as the head of her family, was obligated to participate. But if the man desired it, the girl would indeed craft this amulet for him. The prince, then, would await the Duchess's token. As the air grew colder, he suggested it was best she went inside. Davis abruptly asked if Nadan intended to bring Rosalie to the imperial palace. Nadan confessed he had been pondering this for some time, as his feelings now seemed far more serious than he had initially realized. He cared for both the prince and Rosalie, who had saved him, and thus felt a deep concern. The heir remarked that the imperial palace was akin to a prison for him, implying that sending Rosalie there might be an action Nadan would come to regret. It was true. Following his mother's death, Davis had been subjected to countless death threats. Trust was a rare commodity within the palace walls. A man like Nadan wouldn't bring Rosalie to such a place merely for his own selfish desires. Yet, the matter warranted consideration. Suddenly, a report arrived. Kelly had been found. The Duchess immediately asked for her location. She was discovered in the capital of Stace County, reportedly having just regained consciousness after being struck by a carriage. The men asked if they might accompany the blonde woman. It was settled. Both would escort her, as time was of the essence. The Marquis was temporarily absent, attending to some unfinished business. The person they sought was in the room at the corridor's end. Upon the Duchess's arrival, Eredit commanded everyone present to rise and pay their respects. But try as she might, Kelly could not stand after the accident. She would never walk again. The yellow-eyed woman demanded to know if it was true she had failed to poison the Duchess with the substance Bella had given her. The victim cried out that she hadn't seen the face, feeling utterly betrayed, just like Bella had been. The lady asked if, after all, she recognized the perpetrator. The red-haired man surmised this woman must be the client mentioned by the guild leader. He had searched for her for a long time and was now ready to tear her limb from limb. Did the attacker truly believe the Duchess felt betrayed simply because she had hired an assassin to kill her? But Kelly explained that when she was cast out of the guild for lacking funds, someone had deliberately placed a bag of gold on her. It was thanks to this money that she could afford the assassination fee. However, after someone shoved her under the carriage, she managed to get a clear look at the face, identifying her as the daughter of the Countess of Almonds. The administrator questioned if the young lady was indeed responsible, suggesting it meant she wished to keep a certain secret buried. From Kelly's words, it seemed the money wasn't dropped by accident. This conclusion stemmed from the fact that when the young lady pushed the servant towards the horse's hooves, she was smiling. The girl met the Duchess, expressing pleasure at the meeting, though the atmosphere clearly indicated tea was not on the agenda. Regardless, this woman could simply be dismissed, as she was required to leave the empire. Having lost her ability to walk, she could no longer work and was now forced into exile. One felt pity for her, yet it was undeniable the woman had committed a grave wrong. The blonde woman asked to be told why Nadan had attacked the Assassin's Guild, but now that the girl knew everything, concealment seemed pointless. First, it was imperative to verify the information's reliability. The Duchess could not blindly trust Kelly's testimony. The lady instructed Joey to summon 4 knights to the capital, including Toronto. Eredit asked if she wanted to send her own people to Kelly, adding that if the story about Sonia was true, then Rosalie needed to prepare herself for it. Sonia was certainly not accustomed to being accused. She would likely yield under pressure, which was precisely what the Duchess, Rosalie, intended to apply. The red-haired man, Eredit, then inquired if the lady wished to inform Davis about this matter. The yellow-eyed woman, Rosalie, felt there was little point in telling the prince, as Sonia remained, to him, a close friend. Just imagining his potential sadness and worry inexplicably unsettled her heart. Therefore, the lady planned to tell him later, though by then, perhaps their own relationship would have reached its end. The administrator explained that the leaves of the Shatina were thick and sharp, and there was a legend surrounding them. One day, a fearsome demon appeared in a desolate village. A brave girl plucked the leaves of the desert flower, Shatina, and according to the legend, plunged them into the heart of the sleeping demon. Since then, the Shatina has also been known as the flower that punishes villains. The man, Nadan, asked the blonde woman, Rosalie, what she intended to do with it. She replied that she would use it as a backup weapon. The young woman, Rosalie, told the men they were free to go about their business. Nadan questioned this, reasoning he should stay nearby in case something happened. However, she insisted this concerned only her and she would handle it herself. The men could wait and play cards. Joey asked if the lady intended to go without an escort, pointing out it was still dangerous, because it was unknown who the culprit was. Otherwise, why would she need an order of knights dedicated to protecting Judith? Therefore, the young man, Joey, pleaded with the lady not to act alone today. Everyone trying to stop Rosalie was beginning to irritate her. So, the yellow-eyed woman, Rosalie, declared that Whitney would accompany her. The young woman added that she would only be gone a short while, and besides, Davis was only stopping by briefly as he needed to speak with Nadan. Previously, the lady, Rosalie, wouldn't have considered whether she'd be upset if Davis didn't come. It seemed Rosalie had grown accustomed to his presence beside her. The man, Davis, asked her to wait for him at the residence, assuring her he would return shortly. He explained he was going to see Nadan for a moment, but needed to go elsewhere afterward. The young woman, Rosalie, apologized for not realizing the prince had other matters to attend to. Sonia remarked that her sudden visit was somewhat startling. The yellow-eyed woman, Rosalie, assured her their conversation would not take long. Indeed, the lady, Rosalie, showed interest in the flower, recognizing it immediately. The young woman, Sonia, asked if she understood why she had sent such a gift. Rosalie surmised it was because of the money pouch Davis had mentioned. Sonia stated she had already explained to him who had dropped her money pouch. She suggested someone was trying to use the incident for their own ends. She insisted it wasn't her fault and that the Duchess was mistaken. The blonde woman, Rosalie, retorted that the lady, Sonia, had simply lied to Davis, who trusted her. The lady, Rosalie, warned that if Sonia did so again, her end would be like that of the demon in the legend of the Shatina flower. Rosalie revealed she already knew about the maid whom the lady, Sonia, had pushed into the road because the maid was still alive. The lady, Rosalie, added that if the young woman's, Sonia's, words held any meaning for a common maid, she would be foolish and naive indeed. The young woman, Sonia, retorted that she would make people disbelieve her, Rosalie. However, Rosalie already knew this, stating that, as she had said, the same fate as the demon awaited her, Sonia. The Earl's daughter, Sonia, cried out that she wouldn't have done it, that things wouldn't have happened that way, that she could at least pretend nothing occurred. But the blonde woman, Rosalie, had no need for her meaningless excuses. As the Duchess turned to leave, a teapot suddenly flew towards her, missing and shattering against the wall. Sonia shrieked that the lady, Rosalie, couldn't threaten her, questioning who she, Rosalie, thought she was to speak to her like that. Suddenly, Davis's voice cut in, filled with astonishment, asking her, Sonia, how she dared. It seemed this was the plan he had mentioned. After meeting with Sonia earlier, he had suspected something was amiss and decided to return. And it appeared the man, Davis, had made the right decision. His former girlfriend, Sonia, attempted to justify herself, but the prince no longer believed her. He claimed to have witnessed firsthand how Sonia Ammons harmed Duchess Rosalie, stating that if compensation wasn't paid, the crown prince would report this information to the royal family. The girl, Sonia, began to weep, arguing that Davis had known her longer than Rosalie, yet he wasn't taking her side. In response, the blue-eyed man, Davis, forbade Sonia from addressing him by his name directly, declaring that her actions had cost her the friendship of both him and Rosalie. The dark-haired man, Davis, lifted the lady, Rosalie, into his arms and headed towards the exit, even as she, Sonia, desperately tried to make him listen. The Prince, Davis, stated that his primary concern now was the condition of the Duchess, Rosalie, whom she, Sonia, had injured. The blonde woman, Rosalie, confessed she hadn't wanted Davis to find out about this at all. She hadn't wanted to see the look of disappointment on his face, reminiscent of when he lost his valued subordinates, perhaps referring to a previous incident. Yet, the man, Davis, wished Sonia's words of justification were true, for if not, Judith, Rosalie, would be saddened by the loss of friend. The blonde woman, Rosalie, asked why, even at a time like this, her well-being seemed more important to him, Davis. The dark-haired man, Davis, admitted he hadn't consciously realized it himself, but somehow, Rosalie had simply become more important to him. The yellow-eyed woman, Rosalie, stated she had stopped considering Sonia a friend long ago, and perhaps she would no longer hesitate to treat her as an enemy. The man, Davis, began to gently massage her, Rosalie's, leg, murmuring it would be a shame if her wound scarred because of the glass fragments. Even after listening to Naiden, Davis, still couldn't relinquish the thought of taking that girl, Sonia, to that prison-like palace. The blue-eyed man, Davis, remarked that the lady, Rosalie, was advancing without hesitation. It was merely Davis's own desire, and simply remaining by her side would suffice for him. The dark-haired man, Davis, urged the Duchess, Rosalie, to do whatever she wished, assuring her he would follow. Joey then reported that Kelly had departed the duchy, having been assigned 4 nights as an escort. Including the matter concerning Toronto, Kelly's words were proven true. Regrettably, the Sonia depicted in the novel was no more. The Sonia of the past had been like a pure flower, viewing the world through a lens of love and kindness. And the world had returned that love to her. But when Sonia began to feel like a failure, she experienced jealousy, and it transformed her. That fellow, Joey Davis, speculated that Kelly wouldn't actually want to leave the Empire, but would likely hide herself away in some border village. The girl, Rosalie, stated that the bait was set. All that remained was to wait for someone to take it, and they couldn't afford to miss the chance. As Sonia herself had pointed out, concrete evidence was scarce, but nothing prevented them from supplementing it. As night descended upon the courtyard, the Duchess, Rosalie, settled down to read, seeking to understand the literature of the era. The yellow-eyed girl, Rosalie, soon realized the text was blurring before her amber gaze, the letters seeming to dance upon the page. Naiden entered the room, prompting the lady, Rosalie, to remind him to knock before entering. He apologized and inquired about the condition of her leg. He asked if it was painful. Once the red-haired man, Naiden, confirmed the girl was all right, he produced a bottle of wine from behind his back, suggesting they relax and chat for a while. The man, Naiden, mentioned he was worried about whether he had bet correctly on a Reddit in the card game. The original text noted earned it, contextually inferred as a Reddit, to which the blonde woman, Rosalie, told him not to make such jokes about him, Reddit. Davis, Naiden, the Duchess mercenary, the original text noted Judith, contextually inferred as Naiden, asked Lady Rosalie what might interest her. For instance, wouldn't she like to know how Naiden first met Davis? Judging by his appearance, he was clearly no ordinary man. The spy, Naiden, recalled the smile of the person who had injected him with some substance, and Rosalie could discern from his tone that this man, Naiden, had once been the subject of experiments. It appeared they had sought to create a living weapon, one capable of surpassing human limitations. Consequently, after these experiments, all Naiden knew was combat. However, Davis had rescued this child, Naiden, from that place, which was why he had begun serving him, a situation that didn't sit entirely well with Rosalie. This soldier-like woman, Rosalie, had initially believed all of this was merely something her friend had written, that Naiden was just a character in a book, but now, the lady sensed it was something more. Perhaps the blonde woman, Rosalie, was growing accustomed to this novel world after all. The man, Naiden, asked if Rosalie could perhaps tell him something in return, but the Duchess stated that she disliked discussing her own past. The yellow-eyed woman explained that, strange as it might sound, she hadn't originally lived in this world. This intrigued the red-haired man, Reddit, who asked Rosalie which world she hailed from. She elaborated that she had tried her best to live as she saw fit, though some had called her overly cold. Still, there were those who trusted and relied on her, but that was all in the past now. Yet, as Naiden observed, her golden hair was the same. He couldn't discern any difference at all. He inquired if she would be upset should someone overhear their conversation. It turned out the head butler hadn't intended to eavesdrop, but he hadn't caught much of their talk afterward anyway. They all agreed the entire conversation was to remain a secret. The lady invited Reddit to join them for a drink. Despite the yellow-eyed woman destroying all evidence, Emma somehow discovered she had been drinking at night. She worried Rosalie might get hurt and that this kind of interaction could potentially worsen things. The girl asked the maid, Emma, if she knew how to craft rope amulets, remembering that little time remained before the monster hunt. The maid mentioned the Duchess's involvement and inquired for whom she intended to make the amulet. To assist the Duchess in her crafting, Bianca arrived as quickly as she could. The lady explained that the rope was typically chosen in a color favored by the recipient or associated with them, while decorations often included initials, family crests, and animals. Rosalie selected a blue rope, prompting Bianca to guess she liked the color. She also asked what kind of ornament the lady would choose, noting that animals were currently popular and should relate to the person. But to the future countess's surprise, the blonde woman chose a puppy. Whoever the amulet was for, he or she was unlikely to appreciate one featuring a puppy. So, the girl suggested a wolf instead. The pink-haired girl, Bianca, then asked who the amulet was intended for. To this, the yellow-eyed woman replied that the amulet would belong to the one who had always looked after her. Earl Ammons wished to stand up for his daughter, proposing a meeting with the Duchess to discuss matters calmly. The butler reported that Mrs. Bright had come to see the Duchess, though she hadn't been announced. The lady stormed into the office, newspaper in hand, demanding furiously and hysterically how any of this was to be understood. She questioned if the article was true, but the blonde woman urged her to calm down first. The blonde didn't want to delve into specifics, stating simply that everything was exactly as written in the article. Mrs. Bright wondered if the girl would forget the incident if she offered compensation. But the Duchess never forgot anything, though Bianca offered that she wanted to help if she could. However, Earl Ammons was His Highness's primary supporter. She hadn't expected revenge to be quite this easy. Everything would turn out fine, because soon His Highness's main backer would be Duchess Judith. If Davis were to press charges against Sonia at the palace, it would signify a swift severing of ties with Earl Ammons, who deeply loved his daughter. It wasn't right to see the prince hurt, but the Duchy of Judith was flourishing as never before, and Rosalie wouldn't permit anyone to touch those she held dear. The girl, Bianca, wanted to discuss the person for whom the lady was crafting the amulet. She realized it might be His Highness, the Crown Prince. Her sister, Rosalie, asked if the girl, Bianca, harbored feelings for the prince. It was strange seeing her sister, Rosalie, look so perplexed. Bianca, should have guessed these feelings sooner. The racing heart in his presence, the sadness and melancholy in his absence, the restless anxiety, and the desire to shield him from harm. The yellow-eyed woman did indeed feel sad when Davis didn't visit the mansion. Her heart truly did beat faster and harder when he looked at her. And when the blonde woman saw him grieving, she felt uneasy too. The Countess noticed the expression on the Duchess's face was the same as when she first saw her crafting the amulet. So thoughtful. The two guards would only be in the way, especially since they were just going with Reddit to a restaurant in the Marquis of Wendell's territory. This was granted to them by the royal family and was quite valuable. If they used this money, they could improve the lives of the people in the duchy. The mineral extraction from the mine was proceeding smoothly, and they could begin selling the energy stones. The man asked the girl if she wanted to establish trade relations with the state county. If they became wealthy by selling the stones, not only would the declining economy of the duchy improve, but it would also provide an opportunity to open trade. Regardless, the blonde woman asked Reddit if he would be willing to lead the duchy's future affairs. The administrator suggested personally filing a case for the lady and submitting an application to the palace to obtain a title. The duchy would help him with the paperwork. The fellow asked if the blonde woman really meant it, that he could obtain a noble title this way. The Duchess declared that if this matter was recognized as his property, he would become an independent noble, bound to no one. This commoner decided he would accept the noble title and engage in trade, but he did not intend to make it a personal affair, as he wished to remain in the duchy. Rosalie worried that the man would regret it. The green-haired man said that although he hadn't participated in the war, he had stayed in the duchy back then, and he always said he wouldn't leave here. If that was the case, the blonde woman would apply for the title on behalf of the duchy. Since Reddit was the chief administrator, obtaining the title would pose no problem. The yellow-eyed woman hadn't expected him to be so loyal to the duchy. She hadn't anticipated he would refuse her offer. The terms were excellent, yet this man didn't want to leave the duchy, or rather, he truly wanted to stay with the person who saw merit in him. There was no particular reason for the refusal. It was simply the administrator's wish. He heard a large bookstore had opened and suggested the Duchess visit it. They had plenty of time, and if he wanted anything, he just needed to tell the girl. Speaking of which, the man requested a replacement be found for him. He believed he wouldn't be able to handle the workload once sales began. But speaking of this, Reddit asked if the lady was kind to him because he was the manager or if there was another reason. That was the reason, but the fellow also looked a bit like her younger brother. The girl said the man was trustworthy. Reddit expressed he was very happy the lady compared him to her younger brother. Speaking of which, His Highness hadn't entered the duchy's mansion in a long time. The blonde woman simply nodded and asked the fellow if he wanted to buy those books, to which he replied affirmatively. Because of all the paperwork, there wasn't even time for basic sleep. In fact, the green-haired man had never seen the Duchess rest. The girl noticed the boy was already up and asked if he had slept at all. He replied that he had been organizing documents left by the previous manager. Rosalie put her arm around the administrator's shoulder, told him he had done well, and could go sleep. Reddit became embarrassed and replied that the dagger he ordered had arrived. The girl told him not to worry, as it would enter the distribution channels. He spent almost his entire salary ordering a dagger from Gilbert. Only then did he feel at ease. He said the yellow-eyed person possessed great strength and excellent combat skills. However, long ago the Duchess had been a soldier, trained in various martial arts. The fellow said he also needed to learn some techniques to protect himself. The blonde woman offered to teach Reddit basic self-defense techniques. First, for safety reasons, she asked him to remove his glasses. Rosalie instructed him to grab her by the collar, but he hesitated, feeling awkward about grabbing Duchess Judith herself so directly. She reassured him, saying it was perfectly fine. The Duchess remarked that if he applied more force, he could even break a nose. Rosalie observed that Reddit seemed a bit off today and inquired if he was feeling ill. He explained that he wasn't wearing his glasses, and being so close to her face was making him feel flustered. Rosalie remarked that while glasses suited him, he looked quite good without them as well. Rosalie suggested giving Reddit a rest and decided to postpone the training session. As she turned to leave, Naiden stopped her, remarking that he was pleased to hear her comment regarding the glasses. The Duchess brushed off the remark as utterly commonplace. Naiden himself realized, with some alarm, how comfortable he felt in the Duchess's presence and how close they were standing. Rosalie pulled the hood of her robe over her head and announced it was time for them to leave. Reddit reported that Kelly had retired to bed some time ago, and he hadn't spotted any suspicious shadows thus far. A silhouette became visible thanks to Naiden's aura, and the Duchess commanded them to pursue it. However, the shadow abruptly vanished, only to reappear instantaneously directly behind Rosalie, taking her completely by surprise. The Duchess struggled, pressing a dagger against the stranger's throat. Just then, his robe slipped down, revealing Davis. He explained his presence, stating that Naiden had informed him the individual who ordered the assassination was nearby. While Rosalie had been speaking with a Reddit earlier, Naiden had apparently spoken with His Highness. Rosalie assumed he had come to eliminate Kelly, to which Davis clarified that he had no intention of killing her. The prince insisted he was only there to warn her. In any case, Rosalie told him not to interfere. If she didn't want his involvement, he was to stay out of it. Nothing, she stressed, should interfere with her plans. On that note, the Crown Prince mentioned he had also heard, much to his surprise, that the Duchess had refused to meet with Earl Ammons. It seemed rather early for the Earl to have already met with Davis, so Rosalie inquired if the old man had issued any threats. Davis reported that he had made it unequivocally clear to the Earl that this matter was strictly between the Earl and the Duchess, and Ammons was not to involve him further. To be precise, Davis added, the Earl had alluded to his family's backing and threatened to sever all connections with the royal family. He also mentioned that the maid Rosalie had released was the primary witness. Their knights were monitoring her, but had found no sign of the Earl's men, strongly suggesting it might be some sort of trap. Rosalie declared they would remain there for the night. She would personally watch over Kelly, as the knights also required rest. Naiden opted to move to the rooftop, preferring not to linger and leaving Rosalie and Davis alone together. The Duchess found herself wondering if Davis genuinely didn't mind her standing against Sonia Ammons. A strange mix of feelings washed over her, concern that the prince might be displeased due to the Earl, yet simultaneously reassured because he had clearly taken her side. Bianca's declaration of eternal love for Davis echoed persistently in her thoughts. And now, Rosalie recalled something Sharon had once mentioned, that pinning a partner against a wall could supposedly create a sense of excitement. Abruptly, Rosalie announced she had something to discuss with him. Then, with sudden force, she shoved Davis against the wall, staring directly into his eyes. Her action clearly startled the Crown Prince. There was one crucial detail Rosalie had overlooked. Sharon was a married woman with considerable dating experience, well versed in the arts of allure. Rosalie, lacking any such experience, had pinned him against the wall purely as an act of intimidation or restraint. Davis inquired what exactly Rosalie had intended to test with that particular maneuver. She apologized, admitting sheepishly that she hadn't quite managed to achieve the effect she was aiming for. At that, Davis decided perhaps he could demonstrate her intended plan. He mirrored her action, pressing her back against the wall. Following this, Rosalie regarded him coolly and instructed him to step back. The Duchess's face appeared flushed, likely from embarrassment. Up on the roof, Naiden surmised that the sun would be rising soon. The Duchess resolved that perhaps she ought to go and awaken Toronto. It was suggested that Davis seemed to struggle with controlling his emotions. To this, the blue-eyed man countered that if he possessed such control, he wouldn't have acted as he did. The man now bore the resemblance of Naiden during his time of imprisonment, bound in chains. Following an act that had caused her embarrassment, the yellow-eyed individual attempted to regain composure, prompting Toronto to inquire if she had fallen ill. The knights conjectured that the Duchess had merely caught a cold, musing that this implied even devils could succumb to sickness. The lady asserted that a bit of perspiration would remedy the cold, adding that Knight Toronto could assist her in this endeavor as a penance for his impertinent words. As the girl, Rosalie, fashioned an amulet for the Crown Prince, Emma watched in horror as the lady pricked her own finger, yet she saw the task through to completion with intense diligence. Rosalie instructed the maidservant to fetch her cloak intending to step outside. There, she encountered a knight who questioned why she found herself unable to sleep during the night. In response, the lady, Rosalie, confessed to feeling profoundly anxious. She spoke of experiencing unfamiliar sensations, leaving her uncertain of how to navigate them. The man, the knight, expressed surprise that the Duchess, referring to Rosalie, was encountering such feelings for the first time. Within the military ranks, declarations of affection towards her were an almost annual occurrence. Yet the girl had always dismissed them as fleeting sentiments born of service, remaining utterly indifferent and disregardful. Never before had the blonde lady, Rosalie, entertained such emotions. Their strangeness left her bewildered. It was then that the yellow-eyed man, irritated, inquired about the lady's intended course of action. Sonia remained her adversary, yet in Davis's eyes, she, Rosalie, was poised to become his beloved, and she questioned her own capacity to endure loving him. The girl, maid Emma, advised the lady, Rosalie, that if she found herself in conflict with a friend, an apology was due. At these words, the blonde lady, Rosalie, erupted in anger, ordering her to leave and refrain from speaking on matters beyond her comprehension. The maid had served there for less than 2 years. This was the most dreadful aspect, the disappearance of the once innocent and charming lady. She, the maid, had exerted considerable effort disposing of the dead birds, upon which the lady, Rosalie, Judith, had increasingly vented her frustrations of late. Were she, the maid, to divulge this to anyone, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. Servants prone to gossip found no employment elsewhere. A father stormed into his daughter's, Sonia's, chamber, demanding to know her state. The earl declared that, irrespective of circumstances, one must never neglect their bearing. The lady, Sonia, her face streaked with tears, confessed her profound distress and inquired about any news from the palace. The crown prince had presented evidence, leading the earl to deem the situation intractable. Although his highness had indicated he would heed the duchess's perspective, Rosalie had curiously refused any audience, rejected all correspondence, and dismissed Amina's envoys. Sonia could not comprehend it. Must she, Rosalie, drive herself to such extremes before relenting? Her father embraced his child, urging Sonia not to despair. After all, the reputation and honor their family had upheld since the era of their forebears could not be so easily sullied in a single moment. The girl, Sonia, crumpled to the floor, appearing to lose consciousness. Through tears, Sonia revealed that Rosalie had turned Davis against them, aiming to sow discord between father and son. The green-eyed girl, Sonia, implored her father for aid, for he remained ignorant of the matter concerning Kelly. He must remain unaware, she insisted, and under no circumstances should anyone lend credence to Duchess Judith. The lady, Sonia, resolved that if she were to claim her father had ordered Kelly's disposal, no witnesses would remain, a task easily accomplished by a few nights. Sonia, after all, commanded knights of her own, the very sort Rosalie so proudly acclaimed. The Countess, Sonia, or her mother, remarked that the impending demon hunt competition had resulted in such a deluge of orders that she herself had lacked the time to visit the girl. The Countess asked Rosalie if she enjoyed chocolate, mentioning that a friend of hers adored it due to his intense sweet tooth. Guessing he must be a very close friend, the Countess promised to bring the Duchess something before she departed. The blonde girl, Rosalie, expressed discomfort at being the sole recipient of gifts, countering that she had business ventures, framing it as an investment. The noblewoman, Countess, sensing significant potential profit from Rosalie, decided she ought to increase her investment. She presented the blonde girl with a new potion vial, one she recognized from somewhere before. The mage who crafted the potions used distinctively marked bottles. It struck her then the antidote Davis had given her was housed in the very same type of vial. The girl, Rosalie, inquired about its value. Currently, that particular mage's potions were the finest in the capital and, consequently, the most expensive. Its worth was equivalent to that of a mansion in the heart of the capital. The lady, Countess, was friends with the maker, hence the discount she received. Thanks to the Duchess, that bothersome Marchioness was gone, making this more a token of gratitude than an investment. The Countess declared she liked Rosalie very much. Myron was an unmarried lady, viewed with disdain by the nobility. Alas, the original Rosalie hadn't been immune to such judgment either. The yellow-eyed individual, Rosalie, asked for advice on what a woman should do when uncertain about her desires. For instance, the yellow-eyed person, Countess, charged ahead despite any worries. It was better to try than to regret later. Ultimately, one should follow their heart's desire. The girl, Rosalie, had a sudden realization. She quite liked that philosophy. There would be numerous mages at this grand event. The Duchess asked Knighton if he felt any pain. He replied that many vile mages were lurking outside the carriage. This was precisely the scale Miss Judith had hoped for. Representing the duchy, they settled near the Emperor's tent. The red-haired mercenary looked exceedingly pale, clearly uncomfortable in such settings. The lady, Rosalie, offered greetings to His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. The old man, Emperor, noted the Duchess was slightly late. His Majesty inquired if the girl, Rosalie, would be participating in today's hunt. This man, Emperor, had abandoned Davis's birth mother and even now posed a threat to his life. His wife, Empress Dowager, expressed surprise at a woman's, Rosalie's, participation, stating she looked forward to witnessing her performance. This cunning woman was the novel's final antagonist. 7 years prior, she, Nain/Empress Dowager, had manipulated a young Ladonis into poisoning Davis. Nain had delivered the poison to her brother, Ladonis, via a maidservant who was later scapegoated and secretly executed. And Patrick, deeply concerned for his sons, concealed this truth to avoid traumatizing them and to protect Ladonis. He too had fallen victim to Nain's insidious schemes, rendered powerless. The blonde girl, Rosalie, declared she would do her utmost not to disappoint their expectations. Rosalie wondered where Davis was, wanting to give him the amulet. Saranon had also decided to participate this year. She asked the man, Saranon, if he had received the amulet from Bianca, but the girl, Bianca, was more concerned that no one would gift the Duchess an amulet. Suddenly, the blonde girl, Rosalie, was asked if the renowned Duchess Judith was truly beside him. So, was the lady really participating? Would everyone witness the legendary aura? The blue-eyed woman, Rosalie, ordered the boys to vanish, but they merely wished for a word with the Duchess. Abruptly, screams erupted as a colossal, rhino-like monster charged directly towards Davis's younger brother, Ladonis. The girl, Rosalie, snatched her crossbow, commanding everyone to clear the path as they were only obstructions. The lady, Rosalie, unleashed her aura, vanquishing the beast, and then checked if the boy, Ladonis, was unharmed. The prince, Davis, rushed to Rosalie's side, asking if she was injured. But he, Rosalie felt, should be tending to Prince Ladonis, who was undoubtedly terrified, just like any child would be. The man, Prince/Davis, was furious that the knights had allowed the monster to escape the forest. The dark-haired man, Prince/Davis, ordered security to be immediately reinforced and demanded a full report on everything. Moreover, if the knights allowed anything similar to happen again, the prince vowed to personally throw them to the demonic beasts. Ever since the poisoning incident, which the young prince, the younger brother, had personally confessed to orchestrating, he hadn't been able to meet Davis's gaze. The heir, Prince Davis, invited Rosalie into his tent. The girl asked him why he hadn't come by recently. After all, she had truly been looking forward to it and was worried about him. The blue-eyed man, Davis, explained that he had been busy needing to prepare for the competition and the winter ahead. He was the crown prince, after all. The prince also remarked that even when the Duchess, Rosalie, was younger, she hadn't acted like a child. The prince mentioned he wanted the blonde woman, Rosalie, to wear the ring he had just given her during the competition. The closer the owners of the rings were, the stronger the connection between them would react. The Duchess, Rosalie, held her breath in embarrassment because the way Davis placed the ring on her finger looked remarkably like a marriage proposal. The man, Davis, stated that the strength of the ring's reaction depended on the distance. He asked her to wear the ring until the competition ended, considering the girl, Rosalie, might urgently need his help. The woman, Rosalie, suddenly countered that Davis might also need such assistance, and she too would remain vigilant. The blonde woman mentioned she had crafted a protective talisman and presented it to her beloved Davis. She had pricked all her fingers making it, but was glad it turned out well. Unfortunately, someone had already arrived for the crown prince, and it was time for him to leave. Just as His Highness was about to depart, Rosalie suddenly, for reasons unknown even to herself, caught his sleeve. He knelt on one knee, asking if she wished him not to leave, entirely at the girl's, Rosalie's, discretion. She told him he should go see what was happening, reasoning it must be His Majesty the Emperor summoning Davis. Davis's younger brother approached the Duchess, asking if they could speak. The Duchess replied that her tent was nearby. Their conversation was interrupted by the boy's mother, whom he clearly feared greatly. She stated she had told him to stay by her side and compelled her son to apologize for wanting to take a walk. She, the mother, had heard about the Duchess saving His Highness the Prince and expressed her gratitude toward her. Judith didn't know what the prince wanted, but interfering without a valid reason could end up harming Ladonis himself. The blonde woman, Rosalie, had no choice but to yield. Since Naiden was still unwell, Rosalie ordered him back to the official residence. Judging by his childlike behavior, however, he seemed to be feeling much better. Rosalie hadn't even planned on exerting herself much in this competition, as the rewards were meager and she wasn't particularly interested in the event to begin with. Somehow, after giving away the talisman, everything felt unusually calm, as if she had already accomplished everything she needed to do. The man, Naiden, asked the Duchess what she would do if he and Reddit found themselves in danger. The girl replied that she would do everything possible to protect them, as well as herself. An announcement informed them that the competition was about to begin, requesting everyone to come out so His Majesty could deliver his speech. That magical amplifier looked rather intriguing, but during the speech, Rosalie managed to play 3 rounds of Korean checkers. As Judith was about to set off, her sister suddenly stopped her, handing her a talisman. Thinking of Saranon, the Duchess, Judith regretted having only one. The sister mentioned that, according to rumors, Count Amon's territory wasn't participating in this competition, and since they were likely doomed to condemnation anyway, their participation hardly mattered anymore. Bianca remarked that the Duchess was remarkably straightforward in both life and love, someone everyone should learn from. Rosalie thanked the girl, Bianca, saying she would dedicate today's hunt to her younger sister, Bianca. Spotting the enormous spider, the blonde woman, Rosalie, mused that Bianca would probably be pleased with its size. The knights stated they should take the spoils for assessment. Today marked the final deadline to return to camp, yet Davis remained unseen. Abruptly, a commanding voice bellowed, demanding a detachment be dispatched at once to safeguard His Highness. The crown prince had not returned, and the Empress stood as the sole figure capable of restraining him. But regardless of the Emperor's desires, he lacked the evidence needed to depose her. Rosalie approached Patrick, announcing her intention to rescue His Highness. She argued that if the crown prince was endangered while among imperial knights, a search party would prove futile. His Majesty questioned why. Unable to trust even his own forces, he should place his reliance on Rosalie. Yet, even if His Majesty distrusted Duchess Judith, she resolved to find his son nonetheless. The old man then implored her to watch over his son, who was dearer to him than his own life. Yellow Eyes, Rosalie, vowed she would undoubtedly locate Davis and return. The girl brushed past the Empress, who was making her way toward the tent. The lady remarked that she had rather admired the Duchess's dagger on their last encounter. She advised the Duchess to exercise caution, ensuring the blade remained intact. Rosalie acknowledged her concern with thanks, yet retorted that even a fractured blade was sufficient for her to eliminate everyone. Yellow Eyes, Rosalie, directed Sir Joey and the accompanying knights to await her near the tent. She further stipulated that her departure must remain unknown. Concurrently, the girl murmured a few words into Emma's ear, and then she was gone. Naiden overheard the pink-haired girl weeping, consumed by worry for her brother. As anticipated, Bannock was accompanying Davis. His loyalty lay with the Emperor, hence he was no traitor. They stumbled upon a peculiar scene, unlikely the aftermath of a monster skirmish. The sword marks clearly indicated that Davis himself had dispatched those individuals. They had colluded to inflict harm upon him. The blonde girl, Rosalie, her eyes glinting with confidence, declared that whether mercenaries or imperial knights, they were nothing more than vermin. Those knights bore the evidence of Davis's swordsmanship, having clashed with someone attired in the same uniform. What thoughts occupied the crown prince's mind at that juncture? Red hair, Naiden, inferred from bloodstains upon the snow that someone had sustained injury. The scent lingered faintly, yet the mercenary detected it. The Duchess mentioned that others, apart from their group, were also in pursuit of the heir. Davis offered a potion to Bannock, the last remaining vial, prompting Bannock to insist His Highness should retain it. The man compelled his knight to consume the potion, for which Bannock offered an apology, lamenting he should have exercised greater vigilance. This subordinate had never conceived of traitors dwelling within the knightly ranks. Bannock proposed awaiting the search party or reinforcements, but the prince countered that they could trust no one. Gazing upon his ring, the black-haired man, Davis, confessed he had long relinquished hope of rescue. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself earnestly contemplating the possibility. In an instant, they were besieged. Bannock fell wounded, but His Highness, unable to forsake him, plunged into the fray. The lady, Rosalie, dispersed a potion about herself to deter the monsters, the sole menace the night before. But now, the sudden assaults by humans were the true cause for alarm. Knighton asserted that Davis possessed formidable strength, obviating any need for concern. The girl countered that regardless of one's strength, betrayal inflicts profound wounds. Even if accustomed to it, such treachery retains its power to hurt. Davis had engaged with the Imperial Knights since his youth, participating in their selection and training only for them to betray him. The Duchess pondered the emotions she would face if compelled to eliminate soldiers she herself had nurtured. This conviction solidified her resolve. Rescuing the prince was imperative. This lady projected an aura of detachment and coldness, yet harbored a gentle aspect, however subtly her feelings manifested. Incidentally, anxiety possesses a contagious quality. Knighton felt certain the very air pulsed with life, yet apprehension lingered within him. Perhaps this stemmed from a day when that black-haired man, Davis, had been the first to offer him a hand. The scent of blood was much stronger than before. It seemed the battle was nearing its end. Suddenly, the ring on Rosalie's finger began to glow, and she knew they were very close. The Duchess and her loyal informant discovered a knight slitting the throat of his subordinate, revealing the subordinate as a traitor. The prince demanded to know why she was here, and the young woman replied that she had come to save him. He, the prince, forbade Rosalie from approaching, declaring the battlefield too sullied for her presence. Yet, the blonde woman stepped forward anyway, allowing him to touch her with his blood-stained hand. The prince abruptly proclaimed that if he were to take this lady's hand, she would be entering the imperial palace. In truth, he was terrified, sickened by the thought of bringing someone like her to such a place. In the end, Rosalie took his hand herself, stating that since he disliked the imperial palace, he should simply leave it. The young woman understood she couldn't be gentle like Sonia, but she could help Davis break free from his constraints. The black-haired man, Davis, rested his forehead against the Duchess's, pleading with her to think carefully, because once he took her hand, he could never let go. The prince, hadn't expected the others to emerge just then. The prince stated that he had taken the young woman's hand, and from this moment forward, she must take care of herself and her body. Judith approached Bannock, asking if he was all right. Thanks to the potion His Highness had given him, he felt much better. It seemed his injuries had been severe enough to warrant such a remedy. The Duchess, Rosalie, offered him, Bannock, the potion the Countess had given her, saying there was no need to repay the favor. Not only had she come to their rescue, but she was now gifting the young man an expensive potion. Bannock apologized for getting overly emotional, but his reaction only confirmed Rosalie's certainty that he and Bianca were involved. The prince, Davis, couldn't sleep, unsettled by the words spoken during the day. Rosalie had conceived a plan to escape the imperial palace, but it was a discussion for after they left the forest. For now, he, the prince, needed sleep. But that wasn't what he, the prince, wanted to talk about. Davis truly hadn't expected the Duchess to come rescue him. The yellow-eyed man remarked that Knighton's sense of smell had proven more useful than the ring. This lady, Rosalie, must have exerted her utmost effort, coming all this way with such limited resources. When the red-haired man had asked the blonde woman, Rosalie, what she would do if Davis were in danger, she had declared she would save him without hesitation. The blue-eyed man, Davis, was about to voice his thoughts when Judith took his hand, despite his earlier warning. He was pleased by the way she looked at him, and held his hand. Rosalie was truly brave and honest, shining brighter and more desirable than anyone else. Therefore, Davis would not allow anyone to touch her, nor would he overlook even the slightest threat. Upon waking, the blonde woman, Rosalie, berated herself for actually falling asleep. The young man, Bannock, asked if the Empress could also influence the knights at the portal. But the young woman's, Rosalie's, maid had likely already relayed the message to Marquis Bright and Count Hefton. Not even the Empress would make enemies of these three noble families. When they returned, Bianca ran over crying and leaped into her brother's, Bannock's, arms. Judith stated she would personally escort His Highness Davis. Given the circumstances, Judith, also suggested returning to the capital. The newspapers reported that His Highness had survived an assassination attempt, attributing the blame to terrorists. The blonde woman, Rosalie, concluded that the papers were mocking her by printing such nonsense. Rosalie also felt uneasy about being compared to a goddess of war. Joey mentioned that Toronto had gained the knight's approval. They hadn't been particularly loyal before, so the young woman, Rosalie, ordered the interrogation of those captured alive. As expected, during the monster hunting competition, the Count's knights had approached Kelly. The yellow-eyed man hadn't anticipated they would confess everything so quickly. These knights lacked any sense of duty or loyalty. Knights who lose these qualities become poison. Holding such cards, the negotiations could finally begin. Earl Ammons met with Duchess Judith. The real Rosalie would have been afraid to stand before Sonia's father, but she was a different person now. In the negotiation, he would surely try to seize the upper hand. The Duchess couldn't believe that a conversation meant to resolve a misunderstanding would drag on for so long. But now, Rosalie sat at the negotiating table as the head of her family. The man remembered this girl when she was just a little thing. Not only did she refuse contact, but now she argued like this before her childhood playmate's father. But now, she was here as Duchess Judith. The blonde woman asked if she needed to repeat herself. The girl demanded he observe proper etiquette, or she would consider this conversation a waste of time. The Earl had heard she had changed, but he hadn't expected the change to be so drastic. Ammon stated that Sonia would soon be accused by the Imperial Palace of causing bodily harm. He requested the Duchess resolve this misunderstanding and withdraw the accusation, to which she asked what the Earl meant by misunderstanding. The man knew Sonia was emotional, but if they had such a quarrel between friends, things could escalate. The woman immediately slammed her fist on the table, asking if this meant that, in the heat of emotion, one could throw a kettle full of boiling water at someone else. The Earl shouted that this couldn't be called violence and could be forgiven for old time's sake. The yellow-eyed woman declared that Miss Ammons's actions had crossed all boundaries. Sonia's father believed Her Grace the Duchess was eager to punish his daughter. Her Grace stated that the young lady must be punished for her crime, and she wished to ban her from leaving the territory for 15 years. She also wished never to see anyone from Earl Ammons's family at any event or in the capital again. Families like the Duchy of Judith, possessing a teleportation tower, were very few, but there was no teleportation tower in the earldom of Ammons. This was tantamount to isolation. Earl Ammons cried out that the price was too high, as Rosalie was trying to make his daughter give up her life in noble society. If so, she would be unable to marry, and Duchess Judith was painting his daughter as a sinner. All for such a trivial matter. But suddenly, the blonde woman stated that Sonia had participated in an assassination attempt against the Duchess, and then she asked how she could still be so lenient towards her after that. Judging by his reaction, the Earl clearly hadn't heard these words, but in reality, he was simply stunned. The man claimed Sonia couldn't possibly be involved in a murder. That was the truth. He was certain his daughter was very kind, as she had always been a lovely child. He slammed his fist on the table, accusing Rosalie of framing the girl. He was also convinced it was a lie and worried about what would happen to their earldom's honor. Rosalie had heard about the Duchess's changes, but that she would stoop so low as to insult her best childhood friend. The blonde woman calmly stated that she hadn't expected a sincere apology and knew things would turn out exactly this way. The Earl didn't know what kind of apology was being discussed. The man stood up from the table, cursing the girl as an idiot. After all, incapable of handling the job of family head. Sonia had done so much for her, and in return for her kindness, she decided to frame her. Hearing the insults directed at her, the Duchess rang the bell, and 3 knights entered the room, receiving orders to remove the Earl. The Duchess said she would submit a petition to the court, and the next time they met would be at the royal tribunal. His cursing the Duchess as an idiot incapable of fulfilling her leadership duties infuriated Rosalie. The yellow-eyed woman hadn't intended to go to court, but clearly it couldn't be avoided now. Although it was a trial, The Emperor's words carried immense weight, and Patrick's opinion would serve as the final judgment. Earl Ammons had grown close to the imperial family during the decline of the ducal houses, forging a particularly deep friendship with the Emperor, who cherished literature. But fortunately for the Duchess, Patrick was an emperor who clearly distinguished between public and private matters. The Duchess was informed that a guest awaited her in the foyer. Bannock had traveled from the capital to meet with Duchess Judith. She inquired if his injuries were healing well, and he replied that thanks to the potion the Duchess had given him, he could move freely, though it was still too soon for training. That being the case, the golden-haired woman asked why he had come to her residence. In response, the man stated that His Majesty the Emperor was looking for Rosalie and offered to escort the Duchess. The Duchess noted the carriage curtains were drawn tightly, and they did not enter through the main gate. It seemed Rosalie was being summoned secretly, away from the prying eyes and ears of others, especially the nobility. Upon finally reaching their destination, the man informed the golden-haired woman that he would wait outside for her. The Emperor, seated upon his throne, acknowledged the Duchess's arrival. He offered her tea, adding that it was exceptionally beneficial for her health and thus worth drinking. The Duchess expressed her gratitude to His Majesty, but the tea, overwhelmingly bitter in both taste and aroma, caused her yellow eyes to narrow involuntarily. His Majesty Patrick expressed his profound gratitude to the Duchess, to which she replied that she had merely done her duty. The Emperor understood that Judith had also saved his youngest son, and he wished to reward the Duchess for her actions. Compared to the life of the Emperor's own son, the reward was insignificant, making even the thought of refusal discourteous. The Emperor mentioned that perhaps the Duchess was aware that his sons never drank tea within the palace, no matter how thirsty they became. The Duchess's eyes widened in shock as the Emperor revealed the reason. The former Empress, the mother of Davis and his brother, had died instantly before their very eyes after drinking poisoned tea. This incident was a forbidden topic, a closely guarded secret within the palace, and for good reason. It was precisely because of this that Davis had chosen the path toward becoming the future emperor, having witnessed the horrifying and unforgivable crime his unknowing younger brother had committed. His blue-eyed Majesty inquired about his son's expression when Her Grace the Duchess rushed to his rescue. The golden-haired woman reported that his son's, Davis's, expression remained unchanged, appearing as though he were still in grave danger. The Emperor revealed that upon his return, Davis had decimated the entire Royal Knights Order, and he, the Emperor, knew that he, Davis, would no longer show him, the Emperor, the same affection as before. His sons had been deeply scarred by the selfish actions of adult nobles. They had suffered countless severe traumas in their childhood due to their father's obsessions. To thwart the Empress, he had pushed Davis into the position of Crown Prince. The Duchess abruptly posed the question weighing on her mind. Why was His Majesty confiding such confidential matters to her? It turned out that when the yellow-eyed woman declared her intention to save the Crown Prince, the Emperor had witnessed a glimmer of hope. Davis relied heavily on the Duchess, and that was sufficient. Sufficient for him to cease his dealings with Earl Ammons. And now, the role previously held by Earl Ammons would be assumed by Duchess Judith. The Emperor quickly clarified that he was not making any demands of Judith. However, he sincerely hoped that Rosalie could safeguard the happiness of the Emperor's son, a happiness he himself had failed to protect. With eyes full of pride and unwavering resolve, the Duchess declared that she would do everything in her power to protect Davis. His Majesty closed his eyes, expressing gratitude for the Duchess's decision. After leaving the Emperor, the Duchess asked Bannock where His Highness the Prince might be. Bannock replied that he should be working in his office, which indeed proved to be the case. That being the case, the blonde woman inquired if she might impose upon the master for a moment of his time. The man directed the Duchess to the correct location, indicating where His Highness's office lay. As this was an informal visit, the lady was expected to return immediately following her brief meeting with His Highness. The pink-haired man noted that her ability to come and go undetected was remarkably similar to Davis's own. The yellow-eyed woman knocked upon the door, only for the prince's voice to suddenly emanate from behind it, declaring that if Bannock had brought yet more documents, there was nothing to discuss, and they could depart in silence. The Duchess smiled, stating that unfortunately, she carried no documents with her. A sound was heard, and the door was abruptly flung open, revealing the prince with a look of astonishment, calling out Rosalie's name. She, smiling in return, simply asked calmly if Davis was currently occupied with paperwork. The man declared he wasn't busy at all, so the girl could enter the office without concern. Catching sight of the mountains of documents piled on the desk, the Duchess grew vexed, realizing he, the prince/heir, was still incredibly busy, but he quickly placated her, telling her those papers were destined to kindle the fireplace. The yellow-eyed woman thought to herself that had she known the fellow was this occupied, she wouldn't have bothered seeking him out. Abruptly, His Highness invited the Duchess to sit directly upon the desk as he approached her, asking her to look at him instead of the tedious documents. The blonde woman turned her head away, murmuring that this was improper. In response, the black-haired man suggested they converse on the chaise lounge instead. He remarked that he hadn't been informed of Duchess Judith's visit to the imperial palace. The girl surprised the man again with the news that His Majesty had invited her informally. She mentioned that His Majesty had expressed gratitude for her actions and that they had discussed a reward for the matter. Suddenly, the blue-eyed man remembered he had something he wished to say to the lady. The man smiled, his cheeks faintly flushed, and then thanked the girl for coming to his rescue. Rosalie repeated what she had told him long ago, that she would always come to His Highness's aid. The prince remarked that when he was told someone would come to his aid, he could never have imagined it would be like this. Therefore, the black-haired man was sincerely glad the girl had come to his assistance. The yellow-eyed woman reported that one newspaper had written that the opposition faction was behind the incident. The prince-heir sighed, commenting that they had all fled with their tails between their legs and found someone to take all the blame, which was far from the first time they had done so. The blonde woman suddenly clasped her hands together, revealing she was planning to overthrow the Empress. Because if they brought down Her Majesty, the Empress, the position of Crown Prince and the Imperial Palace would cease to be a prison. Abruptly, Davis declared forcefully that he could not resign from his position, but he then added that he couldn't relinquish it without regret. Yet since the girl had brought it up, it implied she likely had a plan. To this, she replied that she intended to find evidence of Nine's corruption. The blonde woman stated she had hidden the evidence somewhere in the eastern forest, and her duchy could certainly locate them. The blue-eyed man mused that it was already obvious the palace knights couldn't be trusted, but how had Rosalie come by this information? The man had a question. Where had the lady obtained this information? In truth, the woman in the novel possessed this knowledge. The book stated that Nine controlled noble families who had turned to her dark side using leverage. Meanwhile, her own life was precarious, for if these documents were found, she would be instantly and disgracefully overthrown. But Rosalie didn't know how to convey this to one of the novel's main characters. She found herself in the world of a novel where the prince's beloved was supposed to be Sonia. She was Rosalie, yet not at all the person who should have been in her place. The Duchess inquired if Davis would believe her if she were to later reveal the source of this information, asking him simply to trust her word for now. To this, His Highness declared with conviction that he would indeed believe her. Following this, he requested the yellow-eyed woman to soften her expression just a little. Judith thanked the blue-eyed man for trusting her, promising she would tell him everything when she was ready, adding that she wouldn't blame him regardless, even if Rosalie had deceived her. In return for this trust, the gentleman asked her to promise not to undertake anything reckless, or more precisely, if she felt compelled to, it would be best to act alongside Davis. The trial concerning Earl Amon's territory was scheduled for 5 days hence. This was the Emperor's reward. The reward itself was a villa in Nevada, yet the girl did not seem pleased. Rumor had it that the villa possessed a lake where all the fairies gathered. It was said to be the most beautiful villa, one the first emperor had cherished more than his empress. Assessed from a real estate perspective, its value was astronomical, yet this gesture showed how deeply he cared for his sons. Knighton burst into the lady's office, having discovered that Rosalie had returned. In response, her butler stated that one could not simply open doors without knocking. The fellow then noticed the documents the Duchess required lying upon the desk. She explained that these documents needed to be submitted to the court. The blonde woman recalled her spy mentioning that Sonia's wallet had been found at the Assassin's Guild, and that Davis was supposed to be holding it. However, it would be better, more advantageous, if it remained here with the Duchess. The man observed that the yellow-eyed lady appeared quite busy, so he proposed she follow him. The lady asked Naiden if he had ever resorted to using his fists. He replied that he wasn't fond of fighting and preferred to resolve disputes through other means. A significant amount of time passed. Naiden had been delayed for quite a while. When he returned, Rosalie remarked that he was later than she had anticipated. To this, he answered that the delay was due to Davis, who had emerged slightly later than requested. The prince had arrived accompanied by the knight, as he had something to discuss. The dark-haired man asked the lady if she truly intended to submit the wallet as evidence to the court, which was indeed the case. The blue-eyed man wished to present the purse to the court personally, because establishing that the wallet belonged to Sonia required proof. If Sonia were to claim the purse wasn't hers, they would find themselves in trouble. Rosalie had already considered this possibility, prompting Davis to ask if she had a plan. If it proved difficult, the prince suggested he could simply tell the lady what needed doing and the duchy would handle it. Otherwise, it would imply he was acting against a close friend. But the crown prince believed he was the best person to execute her plan, suspecting the girl simply didn't trust him. Matters weren't so simple, as Sonia was a close friend of Davis, and the lady did not wish to cause him worry. If the heir claimed he wasn't worried at all, he would be lying. The blue-eyed man stated he was documenting the punishments the Duchess wished to see carried out within the palace, considering it appropriate given the future possibility that the girl might continue to threaten Rosalie. If Amens continued to pose a threat to the Duchess, the man confessed he truly didn't know what he would do. Sonia had received love from everyone around her, family, society, friends, since birth, but failing to recognize it, she had become obsessed with it. When the yellow-eyed girl declared she would not hesitate to move against her former friend, the prince replied that he did not object. Therefore, there was no need to worry about his highness. After reading the notes regarding Judith's plan, Naiden inquired about the search being discussed. The girl mentioned a place that required a thorough search, something she had previously referenced in a book. There was a final villain. The blonde woman had initially intended not to interfere, but she had since changed her mind, realizing this antagonist had to be eliminated. In a short time, Davis had become someone precious to the likes of Rosalie, and she couldn't simply stand by and watch everything unfold. It seemed a war far worse than any territorial dispute was looming on the horizon. Davis concluded that the villain was his enemy. Edith entered the room, asking why the two of them were not yet asleep. The man stated he couldn't go inside, but if anything went wrong, he would kill her. In response, the girl simply requested that he pray. The administrator noticed the newspaper reporters lined up outside. It appeared everyone was keenly interested in this court hearing, filled with anticipation. This was obvious, as it was the trial involving the Duchess, the goddess of war. Joey reported that the Duchess was ready, and, subsequently, the Duchess proceeded towards the courtroom. Sonia questioned if it was truly necessary to take this matter to court, but Rosalie countered that it was because Sonia refused to admit her guilt. The lady, Sonia, declared she didn't know what the Duchess had told her father, but he trusted his daughter, as did everyone else in the court. But suddenly, the lady, Sonia, approached her, Rosalie/Judith, demanding to know the whereabouts of the county knights she had dispatched. Rosalie abruptly shouted in anger. Why ask such a question? The format of the trial was clearly different, yet bore resemblance to modern ones. The emperor announced that before the imperial trial commenced, an oath must be sworn before the God of truth. The blonde woman, Sonia, swore before the god to speak nothing but the pure truth, vowing that should she break this oath, she would offer the tongue and heart that lied to the deity. Everyone entering the court had to understand they were under the god's watchful eye. His Majesty began reading the document, stating that the daughter of Count Amens had inflicted harm upon Duchess Judith. For this crime, the Duchess requested Miss Sonia be punished as follows. She insisted on isolating Miss Sonia for a period of up to 15 years. However, the Amens family refused such a harsh punishment. The lady, Judith/Rosalie, raised her hand, as she clearly had something more to add. She, Judith/Rosalie, added that Miss Amens had attempted to murder someone from Duke Judith's territory. The Count, Amens, shouted that this was a shameless lie, prompting the judge, Emperor, to slam his fist on the table. The Emperor inquired if there was any evidence to support these words. Rosalie submitted the necessary documents, and Miss Sonia was asked last to rise. His Majesty asked the girl, Sonia, if she had ever dispatched knights to Duke Judith's territory, to which her father began to object, infuriating the emperor. The yellow-eyed woman, Judith/Rosalie, asserted that since they denied the crime, she would present stronger evidence. The county knights, captured by the ducal knights, entered the courtroom, along with Kelly, the resident from the duchy whom Sonia had attempted to kill. The count called it slander, questioning why his daughter would try to kill a resident of the duchy. Rosalie revealed that Sonia did it to conceal the fact that she had paid Kelly to assassinate her, Judith/Rosalie. As expected, they seemed to possess no fundamental understanding of knights, Your Majesty. The judge, Emperor, commanded Amens, Sonia, to recount everything that had happened. The girl, Sonia, began by stating it was all lies, as she had never even spoken to this resident. And the reason the county knights visited the area was merely to deliver a warning, because the resident had been spreading rumors. Kelly suddenly shrieked that the future countess, Sonia, had left her paralyzed from the waist down. Even looking at the state the victim was in, she, Sonia, continued her lies, claiming she would never do such a thing. After all, between a lady from a noble family and a poor commoner, who would be more readily believed? The maid, Kelly, screamed that the noblewoman, Sonia, had pushed her under a moving carriage to cover up the fact that she had financed her. The yellow-eyed woman, Judith/Rosalie, reported that they had already obtained confessions from those knights, who acted under Miss Sonia's orders. Everyone wondered why this lady, Sonia, would want to kill a resident who had no connection to her. The emperor deemed that this action itself revealed the truth. The count, Amens, argued it was mere speculation based on the resident's statement and fabricated circumstances, declaring all evidence inconclusive. Suddenly, His Highness the Crown Prince himself walked into the courtroom, declaring he would provide evidence to prevent them from dismissing the matter as a fabrication. The counts were astonished by Davis's appearance, as he brought forth evidence and a maidservant, Hilda, as a witness. The additional evidence was Miss Amens's coin purse, and His Highness summoned the maid Hilda as a witness. This purse could be found in the most renowned shop in the capital and was of limited production. This small pouch was obtained from an assassin's guild, which the resident from the duchy, Judith, had visited. Currently, the guild leader who could attest to this fact was imprisoned in the imperial dungeon. Ahmed, Count Amens, shouted that they had no proof it belonged to his daughter, Sonia. However, for these purses, each family received a certificate for the designer product. The designer's signature was embroidered on the inside of the pouch. Rosalie couldn't fathom how this certificate had fallen into Davis's hands. Furthermore, a maid from the count's household, Hilda, stated that she too had witnessed the scene, confirming the statement of the resident from the duchy, Judith. That day, the girl had stepped away for a moment and saw the young lady, Sonia, push the resident, Judith. She was utterly shocked and dared not speak, knowing that revealing her mistress's secret would not end well for her. The maid, Hilda, also added that at that moment, the young lady, Sonia, was wearing her robe, so there could be no mistake, and she, Hilda, also swore an oath to the God of Truth. The green-eyed girl, Sonia, screamed that it was the resident from the duchy, Judith, who had stolen from her, which was why the coin purse was found at the guild. Rosalie, Judith, concluded that because her purse was stolen, the young lady, Sonia, had pushed her, Judith, under the carriage, intending to kill her. The emperor, Patrick, remarked that he had never presided over such a sordid trial during his reign. The witnesses and evidence were sufficient. Therefore, His Majesty, Emperor Patrick, refused to prolong the trial and would deliver his conclusion. Firstly, the crime of Miss Sonia Amens inflicting bodily harm was clearly established. Furthermore, her attempt to murder the resident from the duchy, Judith, was also confirmed. However, the fact that she, Sonia, intentionally gave money to the resident from the duchy, Judith, was difficult to fully ascertain, but it will be considered when adjusting the punishment based on all witness testimonies. Based on the penalty advocated by Duchess Judith, Miss Sonia Amens is indefinitely banned from entering the capital, including attending public events. The Emperor, Patrick, also commanded the Amens family to pay compensation to the duchy, the amount to be determined by the imperial household. Furthermore, Patrick ordered that the location, for Sonia's confinement would be designated from the most remote part of the imperial territory, not from the lands claimed by Duchess Judith's duchy. He, Emperor Patrick, left the decision regarding the date of lifting Miss Sonia Amens's confinement entirely to the discretion of Duchess Judith. The Count Amens, cried out that he had recently heard the Duchess saved His Highness the Crown Prince Davis, and there were rumors she received a gift from His Majesty afterward. Patrick, the Emperor, grew angry, perceiving that the man, Count Amens, intended to suggest he mixed public and private affairs, showing favoritism to the Duchess and excessively punishing Miss Amens. It seemed Count Amens was the one unable to separate public duty from private feelings. His Majesty declared that if another word was spoken, he would consider it an insult to the imperial family, and should that happen, the tongues of that man, Count Amens, and his daughter, Sonia, would be cut out. Rosalie, Judith, ordered Erudit to return first with the documents. Suddenly, the blonde woman, Rosalie/Judith, noticed a man clad in a robe, whom she did not recognize as a nobleman. The girl, Rosalie/Judith, also observed the Count Amens speaking with Davis, who expressed his displeasure. Sonia shrieked that the Crown Prince, Davis, had taken her maid, Hilda, and coerced her testimony. The dark-haired woman, Sonia, merely wanted to know if this was the outcome Count Amens desired for his domain. That man, Count Amens, had told her since childhood that the true monsters were those lost in greed and selfishness. The girl, Sonia, asked if that man, Count Amens, truly meant to say she resembled these monsters. Everything had come to pass. Sonia truly needed to cease such repulsive behavior. Rosalie had intended to pretend she hadn't seen him, but Davis suddenly noticed her and decided to approach and greet her. He drew closer, inviting the Duchess to admire the night view with him. The brown-haired man mentioned he was glad he could be of help to the lady. The girl suddenly offered her shoulder to lean on. The Crown Prince immediately embraced the Duchess, who thought to herself that while Sonia meant little to her, she was Davis's childhood playmate, making this harder for him than for Judith. The Crown Prince recalled how, as children, he saw peers making wishes upon shooting stars. She with the yellow eyes had no impression of this, likely because childhood tales failed to move her. Since childhood, the pair had held hands. The girl asked Davis if he had any wishes. The blue-eyed man only wished not to become like those within the imperial palace. The blonde woman, her eyes filled with confidence, declared that would never happen, for now he had a reason to leave the palace behind. Suddenly, His Highness placed her hand against his cheek, declaring his wish to possess Rosalie. The lady liked Davis very much, yet she still couldn't bring herself to tell him her secret. Today, the Duchess couldn't reveal the secret. She didn't want to subject the man to further shock, and besides, she was entirely unprepared psychologically. The girl stated that only after she told him her secret could she respond to his confession. The man promised to wait, hoping the wait wouldn't be too long. The Amens family had fled, and for a time, the newspapers were filled with reports about it. The blonde woman asked Naiden if his hands were itching for a fight, because she wanted to spar with the magician, wondering if she could defeat him. He with the yellow eyes smiled and bowed to the Duchess. This allowed her the first move. The red-haired man was surprised by Rosalie's fierce attack as he elegantly dodged the dagger, but his collar was instantly slashed. The knight realized Rosalie intended to use her aura in this fight, but she claimed she hadn't planned to, merely got a bit carried away. Naiden began complaining to Administrator Judith that the girl had cheated by extending her dagger with aura. He muttered that despite his complaints, it seemed the Duchess was having a harder time. Finally, it was time to use the technique the Duchess had taught Erditha. Erditha ultimately won by striking Naiden's solar plexus. In the city, he noted the large crowds today as a major market fair was opening. Rosalie remarked it would be best to let someone else buy the sweets. Suddenly, a small boy stopped the lady, asking if the stranger would buy a piece of candy from him. She crouched down, asking seriously who had put him up to this. The girl reassured him everything was all right and asked him to show her where the person who sent him was. The boy said the person was in the alley behind the fish shop, after which Rosalie told him to give her the item and run without looking back. Naiden suddenly asked the Duchess how she knew something was amiss. She replied that he was trembling too much for a child simply selling candy. She with the yellow eyes told him to check how many people were behind that shop. The red-haired man wasn't certain, but answered that 2 men were standing there. The girl told him to just say what he saw. The man apologized, stating someone was looking for the Duchess, and if the lady accompanied them, she could find out the details herself. But she with the yellow eyes was not so naive as to be bought with a piece of candy. Nadan appeared behind the man, calmly declaring that if they decided to attack, he would kill them without hesitation or remorse. The Duchess ordered them to reveal immediately who had sent them. The red-haired man suggested killing one and sending the other back. To this, Rosalie said it was a good idea, but her hands lacked the strength, so the mercenary would have to be the one to cut off the man's head. One of the assailants, terrified, cried out that they were sent by the Queen, that they were Her Majesty's men. If that was the case, there was no reason for delay. The girl, Rosalie, knew she, the Queen, wished to see her privately. The blonde woman, Rosalie, commanded Nadan to relay to her, the Queen, that if she wished for an audience, it must be sought through official channels. The man, Nadan, remarked how utterly surprised he was, having thought Rosalie would genuinely sever their heads. But Nadan had indeed wanted to, and looked quite ready to do the deed. The lady, the Queen, commented that her men had performed adequately, yet they had failed to bring back the Duchess she had sent them to retrieve. The underlings reported that they had gone to request the Duchess's presence, but she had a knight with her, one who looked poised to kill them. But Nain, the Queen, hadn't said she wanted to see her publicly. She had explicitly instructed her agents to bring her to the palace discreetly. The Queen declared she forgave her men for their failed mission. However, the Queen would not let the matter rest there. Her Majesty ordered her handmaid to handle the situation, and the old woman proclaimed she would dispose of them, the failed agents, silently. Her Majesty the Queen also commanded the woman, Adria, to invite Duchess Judith for an audience. The girl, Judith/Rosalie, was told to descend to the main hall, realizing they hadn't kept her waiting long. A lady, Adria, from the Vician family arrived, expressing her pleasure at meeting them. In the novel, Adria was simply described as, she followed Nain's instructions without question, her capable right hand. Nadan worried if this lady, Adria, always extended invitations in such a manner as yesterday's encounter. The blonde woman, Rosalie/Judith, sternly questioned the handmaid, Adria, about her audacity before her. At her reception, the guests, the Queen's people, seemed to mock Nadan, wanting to lay hands on Judith's subordinate, Nadan. The lady, Adria, greeted His Highness, the Crown Prince. Nadan had reported everything to His Highness the Crown Prince. Thus the prince wished to accompany Rosalie. The attendant, Adria, apologized to the prince, but stated that Her Majesty had summoned only the Duchess. The blue-eyed man, the Crown Prince, questioned if there was any reason he shouldn't escort her, should the Queen be planning something untoward. The lady, Rosalie/Judith, stated it was important for her to understand the Queen's intentions, and that she felt safe now that he was here. The Crown Prince requested that if anything went awry, the girl, Rosalie/Judith, should give a signal, and he would break down the door. The Queen warmly welcomed Duchess Judith into her office. The Queen subtly pointed out how exceedingly difficult it was to gain an audience with the yellow-eyed lady, Rosalie/Judith. To this, the girl, Rosalie/Judith, replied that things would have been much simpler had the Queen extended a formal invitation. Her Majesty stated she had invited Rosalie here for a conversation due to her closeness with the Crown Prince. As his mother, she was concerned for her son's well-being. And I hear, the Queen continued, that the Crown Prince grows quite close with the court princesses, showing his affection. The Duchess countered that His Highness simply could not tolerate the misconduct of his friend, Miss Sonia. Nain replied that she had heard about Judith, and, as far as she knew, the duchy had been revitalized. And it was all thanks to the efforts of the blonde woman, Rosalie/Judith. Although a revitalized duchy could collapse without warning at any moment. A certain lady, the Queen, could offer the duchy a path to make it even more prosperous. However, this path was known only to the Queen herself. The lady, Rosalie/Judith, asked if Her Majesty, the Queen, had heard a useful proverb. Before crossing a stone bridge, she said, it is best to tap it first. After all, even a bridge that appears sturdy might collapse, so it's wise to check. It implies one cannot be absolutely certain of anything. This saying piqued the interest of the Queen, the antagonist, who asked why the girl, Rosalie/Judith, spoke of such things. The yellow-eyed woman, Rosalie/Judith, replied that she was a very cautious person, and the bridge Her Majesty was laying out for her seemed far too decayed. Judith was quite certain this bridge was so fragile she would easily fall into the water. The woman stated that Rosalie's caution prevented her from thinking clearly. She had assumed Rosalie was a wise and ambitious individual, but the queen had been mistaken. In response, the girl, Rosalie, expressed regret for disappointing her. Parting, she remarked that she sincerely hoped the Duchess would not regret her choice. But the blonde woman, Rosalie, quickly pointed out that the word regret did not exist in her vocabulary. The Crown Prince immediately rushed to Rosalie's side, asking if she was all right. The girl keenly felt the ever-present warmth emanating from the man's hand. She assured him everything was fine, stating she wasn't the type to tolerate being bullied. The Duchess announced her intention to return to the manor and invited Davis to accompany her. The queen furiously smashed the teapot, prompting the man in the robe to comment that it seemed the conversation had failed. The Roden maid scoffed at the queen's display of anger. She, the queen, proclaimed that were it not for his, the robed man's, useful magical abilities, she would have disposed of him long ago. It turned out the rumors were true. Duchess Judith was indeed a competent leader of her family. However, had she known the girl would change so drastically, she would have acted differently from the start. The queen asked the man, since he was so interested in everything, why he hadn't simply eavesdropped on the conversation. He replied that he was too afraid. The Crown Prince's swordsmanship was so formidable that he dared not approach. The magician mentioned wanting a short vacation, to which the queen retorted that recent experiments had been failing and his absence would hinder their progress. The man suggested that Her Majesty the Queen could surely look after Davis in his absence. During his absence, Nadan expressed surprise at being summoned by the queen so early. However, Rosalie wasn't one to sit quietly and listen. Nadan hoped the queen now understood her properly. The boys decided to play cards, and the Duchess concluded that Davis was unbeatable. Arid added that even at the academy, tales of his card skills were well known. After the game concluded, the blonde woman, Rosalie, determined it was impossible to win against the Crown Prince, as all her victories had been the result of others letting her win. However, His Highness Davis stated that the girl had already defeated him long ago. Defeated him a long time ago. Now, only the two of them remained in the corridor, and it seemed the yellow-eyed woman, Rosalie, was ready to reveal her secret. She turned to Davis, saying she had something to tell him. But just as the lady was about to speak, they were interrupted by Nadan, who asked if the Crown Prince had already departed. The Countess, Stat, greeted the Duchess, remarking that it had been a long time since they last met. The girl, Rosalie, introduced her chief administrator, Arid, to Stat. She mentioned seeking his assistance because he was an outstanding expert. First, the girl suggested they look at something. The woman, Stat, inquired if this was the reason she was preparing for a territorial war. When the Countess saw the pile of precious crystals, she deemed it quite convincing. The Duchess stated that the energy stones found were sufficient for centuries of use. Therefore, Duchess Judith's family would be reborn on an unprecedented level thanks to her latest achievement. This lady had already demonstrated her formidable power. Adding economic aid would make it incredibly perfect. Stat concluded that Rosalie must be an even more remarkable figure than she had imagined. But how did the blonde woman come to know things unknown to anyone else? The woman, Stat, wondered how she had discovered something so precious. But further cooperation was far more important than idle curiosity. Judith, Rosalie, realized this woman was much sharper than she had anticipated. Her probing questions might make her reconsider signing the contract. The Countess suggested the yellow-eyed girl convert a portion of the energy stones into investments, stating they were actually researching developments in various fields. With the support of high-grade energy stones, the pace of development would increase. First, I want to see the documents regarding the progress of the county's affairs. The woman understood why he had been brought here. He said if it wasn't valuable, she would be thrown out, but this wasn't bad. And so, the lady ordered the documents to be brought to her. She also noted that the Duchess employed clever workers. The negotiations were tense, and Nadan noticed the men looked exhausted. Yet despite this, it was clear from their faces that everything had gone according to plan. They decided to celebrate, and after a while, the girl was already quite drunk, so she decided to leave the men alone. Suddenly, Erdit, without quite knowing why himself, wanted to confess his feelings to the lady, but something stopped him. The Duchess explained that, to her, the world was like a book she found herself in. In fact, she said she knew about this matter because she had read in a book. Using this knowledge, she had brought a manager to the Duchess. Originally, due to Erdit's exceptional abilities, he was supposed to go to the Imperial Palace. Knowing this, she decided to hire him and the others. The blonde woman understood his anger and tried to be kind to him. It was because of her, perhaps, that he had lost his chance to enter the palace. The girl understood she should have spoken sooner and apologized for everything. At first, everyone around her was merely a character in a novel, but now Rosalie apologized because this world had become real to her. The subordinate understood that her words, her favor which had stunned him, were just a calculated lie. The green-haired man was confused, apologized, and said he needed some time to think. Therefore, he suggested they talk next time. It was an unexpected reaction, but the Duchess's mood didn't improve. She didn't know how to talk to Davis about this without losing him forever. Rosalie was training and didn't even notice Davis had arrived. The man suddenly announced he had something to tell the girl. He brought her a document concerning the bounty offered by Count Amon's. It served as a good excuse to visit the Duchess. Not that an excuse was needed for the visit, as the prince could come to the blonde woman any time. Judith wondered if His Majesty planned to ruin the Count, apparently because he had overstepped during the trial. Rumors circulated that the Count had completely vanished. Incidentally, no one else was in sight either. Naiden should have known Davis was here. The heroine guessed he might still be sleeping. Rosalie herself was deeply worried about how Davis would react to the lady's secret. When the woman entered the room, she smelled alcohol. She asked Emma to bring the strongest hangover remedy. Joey suddenly reported an attack on the data mine, presumably a magic crystal mine or similar resource. They said wyverns were responsible. Apparently, they had nested in the area. Their females store fat for the winter to breed afterward, which might be why it was targeted. Rosalie knew there were things she hadn't considered because the novel was nearing its end. Wasn't it the Duke, not the royal family, who developed the mineral vein? Davis was supposed to build teleportation towers and transport it to the Emperor's territory, but they had to build the roads themselves, slowing down the mining process. They even built a town around the mining area where workers gathered. No wonder the monsters were eyeing it greedily. These were no ordinary flying creatures, and they were intelligent enough to relocate their nests if killed improperly. The decision was made. The hunt would begin soon. The girl also had a contract with Countess Dat, so she needed to handle this before the flow of resources was interrupted. The lady gave orders for them to descend to the estate to prepare for battle and to immediately send word to Saran, telling him to track the Templar Knights. Then Rosalie might die. He insisted that if they brought her along, the scale of the slaughter would be halved, taking less time and resulting in fewer casualties. Then, the yellow-eyed woman, Rosalie, demanded Naiden's guarantee that he would return unharmed. The Duchess was taken aback upon seeing His Highness, the Crown Prince. The girl, Rosalie, explained she had invited him to join them in defeating the beasts. The path had been cleared, so it wouldn't take long. The concern was the sheer size of the horde, which remained unknown. The man, Naiden, urged the lady, Rosalie, not to frown, assuring her they could handle it, and Naiden would be there too. The girl, Rosalie, expressed her worry about the scale of the beast swarm. Wyverns weren't easy to breed, so if they eliminated half, the rest might flee on their own. The red-haired man, Naiden, mentioned their wings were fragile, making them relatively easy to shoot down, and the knights would then descend upon them as they fell. The blonde woman, Rosalie, suggested Davis should rest, as the following day promised to be arduous. Abruptly, the blue-eyed man, Davis, reached out to Rosalie, asking her to come closer for a moment. He cast an aura magic upon her, designed to alleviate fatigue. It wasn't a cure-all, but it was effective. A pleasant sensation washed over her, reminiscent of something similar happening before. The woman, Rosalie, greeted the horse, remarking that while she didn't usually pay them much mind, this one seemed fond of him, Davis. It said horses instantly recognize good people, making the girl, Rosalie, wonder if she qualified as one. The Prince, Davis, had thought she disliked being touched. The blue-eyed man, Davis, called Rosalie a good person, adding that she made him laugh. Ron was pleased the Duchess had reached an agreement with Count Hefton, ensuring there would be no further campaigns. Between Marquis Wendell and Count Hefton, they had to traverse one of their territories. Of the two options, the route through the Count's lands was shorter and safer, so the lady, Rosalie, had written to Sauron. He, Sauron, had generously granted passage to the Knights Templar. When all this concluded, the girl, Rosalie, would ensure Sun Nan received his rightful share. That evening, the Duchess realized she should have brought a cloak. Bronto reported he was searching for a round stone. Bronto and Whitney had been riding. Her back was aching, so he decided to give her a massage. When asked what Rosalie was doing out there at night, she replied that the stars were exceptionally beautiful that day, and they were even more accurate than depicted in the novel. Come to think of it, she wasn't the only one admiring the stars. Both the Duchess and His Highness were in good condition. It seemed the heir had also come out to gaze at the night sky. The man remarked that Rosalie would catch a cold dressed like that. The blonde woman worried that if he removed his coat, he himself would freeze. But there was a way for neither of them to be cold, and so Davis suggested she lie down closer to him. Stars began to fall, and the prince asked Rosalie if she had a wish. The Duchess replied that she had made one. A long time ago, she had wished that Davis would still like her even after discovering her secret. The dark-haired Rosalie worried that once Davis knew the truth, Rosalie would leave him again. Davis drew the Duchess into his embrace, declaring he desired her so intensely that even death could not stop him. Then Rosalie asked if that would still hold true, even if she wasn't the real Duchess Judith. Davis asked Rosalie what she meant, urging her to explain everything from beginning to end. Afterwards, she told me. Rosalie thought Davis was confused and wondered if he felt betrayed. Davis stated he would be lying if he claimed not to feel deceived at all, but that it didn't matter. The Duchess began to reproach herself, as Davis had suffered significant losses because of her. Yet, she turned out not to be the real Rosalie Judith after all. His Highness stated he had no claim to the mine, and that Sun Nan was merely his friend. The Crown Prince assured Rosalie that he would have done the same regardless of what she was. The blue-eyed man asked how else he needed to prove to her that he only needed Rosalie. The dark-haired man stated that he was no longer the character from the novel she had read, because he was not who he was now. He also requested that she come to him when she was ready to talk about everything. Naiden wondered if Rosalie had quarreled with Davis, as the atmosphere between them felt strange. The blonde woman replied that they were not children and wouldn't quarrel. The Duchess reported that most residents had hidden quickly, so the losses were not too significant. However, the monsters, had increased their attack range, and the offensive was now fiercer. Rosalie requested Lord Tronto distribute the aid he had brought among the knights, and then have the knights prepare themselves. The blonde woman had summoned a priest for the upcoming battle, who should arrive shortly. This man could ensure that those needing medical attention receive priority treatment. Judith pointed out that the village's condition was still dire. Suddenly, a child bumped into the yellow-eyed woman. His mother begged forgiveness, explaining her child was so eager to see the knights that he forgot his manners. The boy recognized the Duchess who won the war, because his mother said she was the strongest. Things had become somewhat awkward between Davis and Rosalie after last night, but this awkwardness couldn't last forever. So the lady said she wanted a private word with the man. Suddenly, the signal sounded. The monsters were coming to attack, heading towards the village, so that His Highness the Prince reminded Rosalie that she had promised not to harm herself, to which the girl merely turned away and asked Davis to protect himself as well. The battle commenced. Orders were given to shoot directly at the monster's wings. Naiden remarked it was like a circus performance, and the only one capable of such a feat was Davis. The blonde woman realized that what was potentially fatal for her was merely dangerous for Davis. Even just watching it unfold frightened her. Tronto announced the largest monster had appeared and initiated an attack. It didn't slow down even after Rosalie struck its eye. The dragon was about to attack Rosalie, but the crown prince intervened. He gravely wounded it, and the girl screamed in terror. She attempted to use her magical aura to save her beloved. Finally, it was announced that the monsters had retreated. The lady held Davis, screaming that he was bleeding. She tried to perform chest compressions, to which the dark-haired man just smiled weakly, asking the Duchess not to be so reckless again. A stretcher was already on its way. The man needed to regain consciousness. The yellow-eyed woman held the potion in her mouth, attempting to heal His Highness the Prince through a kiss. For days later, the nurse asked if the girl had spent the night here again. Rosalie was certain Davis would be all right, as he was a strong man surrounded by an aura. He had taken the potion immediately, so he should awaken soon, as he wasn't in any danger. If this continued, the Duchess herself would soon collapse, so she ought to rest. Naiden agreed the girl was right, thinking Davis wouldn't be pleased to see her looking like that when he woke up. The blonde woman asked Sir Whitney how he felt, and he replied that he had received treatment and was doing well. The young man begged forgiveness, as the Duchess and His Highness the Prince had put themselves in danger for an ordinary knight like him. The lady stated that Rosalie was the head of the family, and protecting the people of the duchy was simply natural for her. Naiden didn't want to enter the room, unwilling to hear the prince's pained breathing. The girl said she wanted to talk to the man when he woke up. Her vision blurred, but she admonished herself not to fall asleep. In the instant the blonde woman dozed off, the blue-eyed man had already awakened and was looking at the Duchess. Judith was overjoyed that this was not a dream at all, and said she had something to say now, that she no longer wanted to worry about other things, only wanting to follow her own feelings. This female warrior declared that she had fallen in love with Davis and truly wanted to be with him. This female warrior declared that she had fallen in love with Davis and truly wanted to be with him.